entering the unscientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Goodbye Xiao Zhao. Your Highness Prince Jian. Hearing Yangzu's words, Su Yun's expression was shocked. Oh my goodness. Did Xiao Zhao leave the palace? After realizing this, he quickly put away the memo. After tidying up his clothes, he went out and followed Yangzu to the courtyard where the study was located. Half a quarter of an hour later, the two came to the outside of the study courtyard, and Yangzu stopped consciously. Brother Wang, the master and His Highness Prince Jian are both in the courtyard. The master has instructed that you don't need to report when you arrive, just go in directly. Su Yun thanked him and turned to walk into the courtyard. With the preparation of the microscope not long ago, the nature of this academy is no longer just a book collection, but has become a quasi-scientific research site. Xiao Li and Lao Su basically come here to do experiments whenever they have free time. In addition to the microscope, the generators, electrolytic cells and other equipment that Su Yun had made before were also moved here, more or less having a certain technological style. When Su Yun entered the courtyard, Xiao Zhao, who had not been seen for a few days, was sitting under the shade of a tree with Xiao Li and Lao Su, chatting. Seeing this, Su Yun took the initiative to step forward, bowed to Prince Jian, and said with a smile, I am Wang Lin, a humble person, and I greet His Highness Prince Jian. Xiao Zhao sat sideways to the entrance, so he did not react until Su Yun approached him, and quickly smiled at Su Yun. Prince Wang, long time no see. Su Yun greeted Lao Su and Xiao Li again, and at the same time, took a quick look at Xiao Zhao in the gap between looking up and turning his head. 2 weeks of no see. The mental state of this handsome guy is much worse than when they first met, with a hint of worry between his eyebrows. It's obvious. Some changes in the palace have brought a great mental burden to Song Zhezhen's brother, who is already under pressure. Then Prince Jian bowed to Su Yun again, and said apologetically, Prince Wang, something happened in the palace a few days ago, so I was unable to go out. I missed more than 5 sessions. Please forgive me. Su Yun was still thinking about what to say, but when he saw Xiao Zhao taking the initiative, he quickly returned the greeting and said, the Queen Mother is not well. As a junior, Your Highness should serve her. Filial piety is the great way of human relations. Why do you say you are sorry? Old Su and little Li on the side also nodded in agreement. Looking at the long history of China for 5,000 years, the two words loyalty and filial piety are the core human relations that are repeatedly mentioned in almost every dynasty. The throne of the Song dynasty originated from Zhao Kuogang's mutiny, which was seized from the hands of Zhou Gongdi and his widowed mother. No matter how the Song emperors of the following generations whitewashed themselves, they were somewhat lacking in confidence. Therefore, compared with loyalty, the Song dynasty court would place more emphasis on filial piety, and the degree of development of filial piety culture was ranked among the best in history. Therefore, facing Su Yun's answer, even the more eccentric Xiao Li seemed to agree very much. At the same time, Old Su followed up with these words and asked Xiao Zhao about the situation in the palace. After all, Xiao Zhao had just arrived not long ago, and he had not had time to inquire about the details. Your Highness Prince Jian, may I ask if the Queen Mother is in good health now? Xiao Zhao was silent for a moment after hearing this, and his face was slightly gray. Although the Queen Mother has awakened now, her body is still not well. She has to stay in bed for nearly 10 hours every day. The situation is not optimistic. Old Su looked at him thoughtfully, and then asked, what does the imperial physician say? Xiao Zhao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and shook his head. Although he did not speak, this action itself was an answer. It was obvious. As a junior and a stakeholder, Xiao Zhao could not be too straightforward in some aspects, but the imperial physician obviously gave some not-so-good judgments. Although Empress Dowager Xiang was successfully rescued this time, what about the next time? No one can guarantee it. In fact, Xiao Zhao did not say one thing. According to the news he got from a trusted imperial physician, Empress Dowager Xiang would most likely not survive more than 3 months. Once Empress Dowager Xiang passed away, Zhaoji would be in trouble without any constraints. Therefore, in the past few days, Xiao Zhao was busier than the imperial physician. In addition to serving Empress Dowager Xiang, He also had to think about his next choice, and he would inevitably contact Zhao Ji every day. After all the tossing, Xiao Zhao's mental state was visibly weaker. Now the only thing Xiao Zhao can comfort himself is that Zhao Ji is gentle by nature, and he has not done much killing since he ascended the throne. In addition, he and he are half-brothers, and Zhao Ji is also quite good to his mother Zhu, and often goes to pay respects. Therefore, under the premise of his obvious concession, Zhao Ji would at most cut some of the regular money and spread some weird rumors, but he would not be cruel to him, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhao could not help but sigh slightly, put these thoughts aside for the time being, and asked Su Yun, "Prince Wang, I wonder how the production of the telescope is going." Su Yun pondered for a moment and replied, "Your Highness, 1/5 of the barrel has been completed, and the mirror will be slower. It will take more than 20 days to complete in total, it was mentioned before." The diameter of the telescope designed by Su Yun is close to 1 meter, and the length is about 10 meters. It is a coincidence. When Su Yun was writing novels in his previous life, he also wrote about telescopes of similar specifications. At that time, some readers asked, "Do you know the accuracy requirements for the base?" But in fact, the requirements for the base of astronomical telescopes are not as high as imagined. Even in later generations, the core of the base of ordinary astronomical telescopes is just a Dobson base plus a central pedestal, which is mainly used to track the field rotation of celestial bodies. Many car-mounted telescopes made by astronomy enthusiasts in later generations are not equipped with a 0.5 volt or higher boson base. The method of raising one side of the base can barely achieve this effect. For example, in the 18th century, the astronomical telescope made by Herschel, which drew a diagram of the structure of the Milky Way, was actually mounted on a wooden cart, somewhat similar to a large catapult. The specifications of that telescope are 1.22 meters in diameter and 12.4 meters in length, which is larger than Su Yun's. With a high level of modern productivity, the requirements in all aspects will naturally pursue refinement. However, the level of development of disciplines in ancient times was relatively limited, and it is not necessary to use modernized to demand ancient times. Just like participating in the 800-meter race in high school, if the platform level itself is not high, is it necessary to wear sports shoes worth 150,000? In terms of the global scientific cognition level in the Song dynasty or the 11th century, too much profound knowledge will harm them instead, which is a problem of the limitations of the times. Of course, compared with Herschel, the poor guy, Su Yun's telescope at least will not be so miserable as to use wood as the lens barrel. Su Yun uses iron. Similarly, I will answer another question from the reader who asked the question about the base. The volume of a hollow cylinder with a diameter of 1 meter, a length of 10 meters, and a thickness of 2 centimeters is 0.61544 cubic meters, and the weight of 1 cubic meter of iron is 7.8 tons. Doing a basic multiplication, we can conclude that the iron consumed in making a telescope is about 5 tons. The Song dynasty was the dynasty when Chinese cooking officially began to be popularized among the common people. The core reason was that the iron production in the Song dynasty was very high. For example, in the third year of Xining in the Song dynasty, that is, from 1069, the court set up 26 mints across the country, minting more than 5 million copper coins and more than 800,000 iron coins annually. The iron coins cast in the Song dynasty were 25.5 Song Jin per string, about 15.3 kilograms of large iron coins, and 850,000 strings were calculated to be 13,000 tons, papered oil. 10.138550 Jakenki Chinam, 2005-04-010. Therefore, not to mention Xiao Zhao, Lao Su could gather more than 5 tons of iron without much effort. The site returned to the original place. After learning about the progress of the telescope from Su Yun downstairs, Xiao Zhao's eyes suddenly showed a hint of joy and expectation. Unlike the deliberately pretended playboy character, he really liked the science proposed by Su Yun from the bottom of his heart. For example, before Su Yun arrived, he dragged Xiao Li to experience the high-precision microscope, and the observation was still the tadpoles of Brother Donkey. However, he is somewhat similar to Lao Su. Compared with microorganisms and cells, he is more interested in the sky that can be seen when looking up. Then Xiao Zhao thought for a while, and asked Su Yun, "Master Wang, I met the captain on the way to the yard. I heard that these days, you made some good wine." Chapter 152, Getting Drunk. Wine, Hearing the word coming out of Xiao Zhao's mouth, Su-Yun was stunned at first, and then nodded gently. Yes, it is true. In order to prepare Allison to treat Wang Yu's illness, he spent a lot of effort to make high-concentration alcohol and distillation equipment. So naturally, distilled liquor also appeared. After all, this thing itself is the core goal of early distillation. However, due to limited time, Su-Yun could not come up with too many varieties. He simply distilled a few pure white liquors between 45 and 60 degrees. But this distilled liquor, which looks ordinary to Su-Yun, is a bug-level killer in this era, where the alcohol content of alcohol is at most 20 degrees. Even Wang Bing, a cold-faced man who looks like Zhu Shimiao, was immediately captured by this dimensionality-reduced liquor after the first contact with the Erguo Tao made by Su-Yun. According to Wang Bing, even the wine for celebrating the victory when returning from a great victory is not as good as 1/10 of Su-Yun's liquor. Not to mention that the border is located on the western frontier, and the temperature will drop to freezing point after October. Although officials generally do not choose to march and fight after late autumn, there must be someone stationed and patrolling the fortresses on the western front, right? If you can carry such a pot of strong liquor with you when patrolling, even if you really encounter a drastic short-term drop in temperature, you can at least support your body. Therefore, whether from the perspective of drinking or war preparation, strong liquor is undoubtedly a soldier trap. Now after practicing martial arts every day, Wang Bing will ask Su-Yun for 3 taels of white wine, and eat meat as a midnight snack. How happy. Although Xiao Zhao is a prince, he is also a person who loves alcohol, and he can't live without alcohol. If he didn't really love alcohol, he would never choose a wine shop as a place to act. Wouldn't it be nice to be an LSP in a painted boat brothel? Therefore, after hearing that Su-Yun had made several kinds of strong liquor, Xiao Li's greed was immediately tempted. Prince Wang, where's the new liquor? Can I have a taste? Su-Yun raised his eyelids and looked at him, thinking that he had almost found out the information he needed today, so he agreed. Your Highness is interested, I will obey, but the liquor is all in the wine cellar, and you still need it. Old Su on the side heard this and immediately waved his hand in understanding. Xiao Wang, you will serve today. Ahem, accompany your Highness to stroll around. If there's anything in the mansion, I will ask someone to find you. Don't worry. Su-Yun nodded, took Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li to say goodbye and left the courtyard. Then the 3 of them passed through several walls and arrived in front of a wine cellar. This wine cellar is divided into 2 parts, the ground and the underground. The underground wine cellar also has the function of an ice cellar, and it occupies a larger area. Considering the transportation and preparation issues, the distillation equipment made by Su-Yun did not choose a cellar, but was placed in a side room on the ground. After arriving at the door of the side room, click, Su-Yun took out the key and opened the door, and walked into the house with Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li. The area of this room is about 30 square meters. There is a set of distillation equipment in the corner, which is not working at this time. On the other side of the distillation equipment, there are several pottery jars of different sizes. The top is labeled with 75-degree alcohol, 95-degree alcohol, 99.9-degree alcohol and white wine. As soon as I entered the room, a strong smell of alcohol hit me. Xiao Li sniffed her nose very smartly and whispered, "It smells so good." Su-Yun ignored this female alcoholic and walked skillfully to one of the pottery jars that had been unsealed and marked with 53 degrees. He opened the lid and scooped a mouthful of wine with a wooden spoon. Then he was about to find a wooden bowl or pottery bowl to hold the wine, but saw Xiao Zhao couldn't wait to hold up his hands. "Prince Wang, just pour it into my hands." Su-Yun immediately looked at him in surprise. "Good fellow. Isn't this prince to be too down to earth? If doing this in public is to save his life, then doing this in private is a true nature." But from a personal point of view, Su-Yun personally likes this kind of behavior. Therefore, after Xiao Zhao made the request, he walked to his side and gently poured the wine into Xiao Zhao's palm. Xiao Zhao held the wine tightly as if it were a mountain spring, put it in front of him and sniffed it gently. After a moment, a hint of intoxication suddenly appeared on his face. Xiao Li on the side. Then Xiao Zhao tilted his head forward slightly and gulped down the wine. Cough cough cough. As a result, as soon as it entered his throat, an unprecedented burning sensation filled the tongue cavity and esophagus, stimulating this royal relative to cough continuously, looking like a new case in the Northern Song dynasty. Some of the wine that was not drunk up was also spilled all over his body, looking a little embarrassed. But Xiao Zhao didn't seem to care about these problems at all. He flushed and calmed down his breathing. He didn't even bother to tidy up his clothes. He immediately gave Su Yun a thumbs up. Good wine, strong enough. Prince Wang, does this wine have a name? Su Yun nodded and said, ordinary people will get drunk after drinking a bowl of this wine and can't go out for a long time, so it is called Yuan Buguagang. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up immediately. Yuan Buguagang is a good name. The wine that Su Yun scooped out just now may be just over 1 or 2 taels. Minus the part that was spilled, Xiao Zhao may have actually drunk a little bit. This amount of liquor naturally wouldn't make Xiao Zhao drunk, but under the stimulation of alcohol, the actions of this brother of Zhezhen were more or less a little out of line. He grabbed Su Yun's wrist and said, Master Wang, is there any wine and meat in the mansion now? Su Yun's wrist was a little painful because of Xiao Zhao's grip, but he still said, wine and meat are simple. It's almost noon now, and the kitchen is probably already cooking. Or ask the old steward to send someone to go a few steps to the restaurant across the street to buy some. Xiao Zhao looked at Xiao Li, and the two drunkards reached a consensus in an instant. That's great, Master Wang. Please ask the kitchen servants to tell them to serve the wine and meat quickly. Today, the 3 of us will not go home until we are drunk. Su Yun nodded and agreed. No problem, leave it to me. Although it is summer now, it rained heavily in Beijing last night, and the weather is still cool. Therefore, after consulting Xiao Li and the others, Su Yun chose the outdoors as a place to drink and chat. 2/4 of an hour later, in a secluded courtyard of the Su mansion, Su Yun and the other 2 sat around a stone table under the shade of a tree. There were some wine and meat on the stone table. The main meat was mutton and beef, 2 large plates of braised meat and a casserole, which was bubbling. It was steaming hot and fragrant. Su Yun personally didn't like mutton very much, but he was an addicted beef lover. He couldn't live without beef. In later generations, due to some very strange ideas, many people seem to particularly admire foreign beef. Steaks must be cooked medium rare, and only Wagyu beef is eaten for barbecue, etc. Those people like it, and they like to criticize one and praise the other. With a sense of superiority that came from nowhere, they belittle domestic beef varieties. But in Su Yun's opinion, although due to the relatively late start of breed cattle breeding, domestic beef may indeed have certain disadvantages in the international market. There is nothing to deny this. The breeding industry started 20 to 30 years earlier, and it is impossible that there is no achievement. But this disadvantage is not a natural barrier, at least not to the extent of only eating a certain type of cattle. For example, Su Yun is eating braised beef now. This is high-quality yellow cattle from the northwest region, purely natural grass-fed, and the meat is extremely delicious. The cucumber strips can be stir-fried. The brisket can be used to roast radish. The beef tendon can be made into braised beef. The bull whip can be coughed, of course. Some people may ask, that's not right. Wasn't beef not allowed during the Tang and Song dynasties? Yes, but not entirely. Although in the Song Xingtong in the early northern Song dynasty, there are laws such as those who kill official or private cattle for no reason shall be sentenced to 1.5 years in prison, and those who kill cattle and horses for their own lives shall be sentenced to 1 year in prison. But in fact, during the Tang and Song dynasties, beef was actually a very common food among the people. For example, the famous Du Fu, his cause of death was related to beef. It's just that it's unknown whether he died of gluttony or the beef went bad. In addition, not long ago, Wang Hao and others returned from the Western Front with a great victory and brought back a lot of cattle and sheep. Some of the beef flowed into the people through various channels. After all, everything in the Northern Song dynasty was about money. It smells so good. Su Yun picked up a large piece of beef and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. This kind of unbred beef is chewier than the beef cattle of later generations. It tastes very good, but the cheeks are easily tired. Beside him, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhao were drinking strong liquor. Looking at the posture, Xiao Li seemed to be a little more fierce than Xiao Zhao. After all, this girl is also a well-known alcoholic. According to statistics from some fans of Xiao Li in later generations, she got drunk 3 times while reciting poems before marriage. They were 2 Ru Mengling and 1 Huan Zai. As for after marriage, there were more. She was not drunk twice, drunk 7 times, and drunk 6 times after Zhao Mingchang's death. The key is that this girl loves to drink and has a low alcohol tolerance. She will get drunk after 3 cups. A cup in the Song dynasty is about 30 milliliters, which is about 6 coins, you know. The alcohol at that time was only more than 10 degrees at most. Zheng loved to play. But then again, there are really few literati who can really drink. Take Du Fu's 8 Immortals in Drinking for example. Zhang fell into the well when he was drunk while riding a horse. Li Bai was already drunk and poetic after 1 cup of wine, not to mention Zhang Su who started to write wildly after only 3 cups. In addition, Su Yun took out a high concentration liquor this time, so after a while, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhao's faces were flushed. Prince Wang, this fish sashimi tastes good, you come and try it. Compared with Xiao Li who drank heavily, Xiao Zhao was a little more capable. He saw that he was very enthusiastic and put a piece of fish meat on Su Yun's plate and said, "This is yellow croaker, a specialty of Deng Zhao. It tastes delicious and is a great delicacy in the world." Su Yun politely thanked Xiao Zhao and tasted the fish meat carefully. His expression was really not fake. After all, yellow croakers in this year are all wild species, which can be called sky-high prices in later generations. It's better if it's less than 7 taels, and the higher it is, the more expensive it is. For example, the yellow croaker weighing nearly 3 caddies on the table right now would be sold for 10,000 yuan in a restaurant in the future. If it were a top private restaurant like Mr. Wong or No. 5 Zhejiao, the price would probably be doubled to more than 20,000 yuan. A few years ago, Su Yun saw a hot search for a menu with a sky-high price of 400,000 yuan, and it seems that it can be searched on the internet now. Su Yun doesn't remember the other dishes very clearly, but he still remembers the 7.4 kilogram wild yellow croaker. 15,800 yuan for 1 caddy, and more than 110,000 yuan for the whole fish. The only thing that can compare with wild yellow croaker these days is probably the 3-ounce level knife fish. At the same time, looking at Su Yun who was savoring the fish, Xiao Zhao asked again, "Master Wang, from your accent, you seem to be from Daming Prefecture, right?" Su Yun's accent was built into the system, and it was more like an HB accent, which was almost Daming Prefecture. "Yes, I was born in Zuan Village, Daming Prefecture. Unfortunately, a villain named Sun Xiaochuan came to the village in the early years, so I had to flee with my family." Later. Alice, Xiao Zhao was stunned when he heard this, and then he raised the wine glass with a guilty look on his face. "Master Wang, I was abrupt and made a mistake. I touched Master Wang's sore spot for a moment, so I should punish myself with a glass of wine." Then, without waiting for Su Yun to react, Xiao Zhao drank the wine. As the strong liquor went down his throat, Xiao Zhao's face became more and more red, and his eyes became vaguely blurred. Chapter 153 Xiao Zhao scolds his officials. After Xiao Zhao swallowed another mouthful of mutton, along with the feedback of the full stomach, a wave of alcohol also surged up. Click, I saw him throw a chopstick to the side, holding the end of the remaining chopstick, and tapping the disc rhythmically. At the same time, he shook his head and sang softly, "Those who left me, yesterday's day cannot be kept. Those who disturbed my heart, today's day is full of worries. The long wind sends the autumn geese thousands of miles away, and I can enjoy it in the high building." Penglei's articles have the style of Jinan, and Xiao Zi in the middle has a clear style. We all have the ambition to fly, and want to reach the sky to embrace the bright moon. Draw a knife to cut the water will flow more. Raise a cup to dispel sorrow, and sorrow will be more sorrowful. Seeing this, Su Yun picked up another mouthful of fish meat, and did not foolishly praise the good literary talent. If I remember correctly, this should be Li Bai's farewell to schoolmaster Shu Ayan at Zitiao Tower in Zhuanzhou, not Xiao Zhao's original work. Although he is a science student, he still has an impression of this famous article. After all, when he was studying, he often remembered the word Shialao in farewell to schoolmaster Shu Ayan at Zishialao in Zhuanzhou as jumping off a building. What? You asked what Xiao was? Did you see the drunken chicken next to him? Looking at the rather unruly Xiao Zhao, Su Yun shook his head and sighed secretly in his heart. Farewell to schoolmaster Shu Ayan at Zishialao in Zhuanzhou is a typical lyric poem that is a farewell poem, but actually expresses emotions. Although it is not particularly gloomy and low, the words also reveal a lot of worries and depression, and some taste of trying to make fun of suffering. Xiao Zhao drank about 7 taels of high-concentration liquor, and the whole person was a little dizzy. The poems he chose at this time can largely explain his inner emotions. I think so. When Zhezhen ascended the throne, whether it was Zhao Ji, Zhao Qi, Zhao Ye or Xiao Zhao, They were actually losers in the competition for the throne. When Zhezhen ascended the throne, he was only 10 years old and still a young emperor, so he could only rely on his grandmother, Empress Dowager Gao, to govern the country. In the 8th year of Yuan Yao, that is, 1093, Gao died, and Zhezhen officially began his personal rule. At that time, Zhezhen was just 18 years old, in the prime of life and in good health. From an outsider's perspective, it would be no problem for him to rule for at least 30 years, not to mention his age. Unless Zhezhen was infertile, there seemed to be no reason for the throne to fall to someone else. Therefore, at that time, the princes Zhao Ji, Zhao Qi, and Xiao Zhao did not expect the throne at all. Either they enjoyed themselves in peace, or they played with flowers and let themselves go. Otherwise, where do you think the phrase Prince Duan was frivolous came from? At the same time, there was no competition between them, and the relationship between the few people in private had always been good, with a look of brotherly respect and humbleness. Unexpectedly, just 7 years later, Song Zhezhen suddenly died without a child. Zhao Ji suddenly changed himself and sat on the throne, and the camps with his brothers changed immediately. In addition, Xiao Zhao was the younger brother of Song Zhezhen, and was also the candidate supported by most officials in the court. Therefore, Zhao Ji changed his friendly attitude towards Xiao Zhao in just a few days. So it is not good to be childless. In short, in this situation, the sadness and boredom in his heart really made Xiao Zhao a little breathless. Looking at Xiao Zhao, who was already a little confused, Su Yun suddenly had an idea. Should I test this King Jian? I saw him secretly pour a cup of water into his teacup, and filled Xiao Zhao's cup with wine, and said, being able to drink at the same table with your highness is the blessing of my ancestors. Come, I will toast you another glass. Oh, okay, another glass. Xiao Zhao smacked his lips in confusion, picked up the wine glass in front of him, tilted his neck and drank it all. Burp, as the strong liquor went down his throat, a smell of alcohol immediately came up with a burp. Xiao Zhao's body swayed slightly, and he had to rely on his left hand to hold the table to sit steadily, his eyes becoming more and more confused. Su Yun pondered for a moment, and then added another glass of wine in front of him. Your Highness Prince Jian, you have been absent from class for some reason these days. Should you also punish yourself with a glass? Xiao Zhao was swaying for a few seconds, and then nodded repeatedly like a smart guy. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Without waiting for Su Yun to urge him, he took the initiative to pick up the wine glass again and raised his head roughly. Gulp gulp. In less than a few seconds, the strong liquor was all drunk. Have a strong sense of self-management, JPG. After 2 glasses of strong liquor, Xiao Zhao finally fell into a state of drunkenness. I saw this handsome guy mumbling, his eyes were barely open, and he looked like Li Ronghao. Su Yun waved his hand tentatively in front of him and said, Your Highness Prince Jian? Your Highness Prince Jian. Xiao Zhao had no reaction. Abba. Su Yun glanced at the rookie named Li next to him. He was snoring. After making sure that there was no one around, he coughed lightly and said in a sharp voice, Your Highness, it's not good. There is an imperial decree. The Queen Mother has made Your Highness Prince Duan the Emperor. This is a technique that Su Yun heard from a doctor friend in his previous life. Mentioning certain people or things around a drunk person has a greater probability of stimulating potential memory feedback. This method is more commonly used in operating rooms in later generations. The scientific name is positive suggestion language, and the DOI is 10.15932J, 02539713-2017-01030. The success rate of this suggestion is generally around 30%, and generally requires milestone examples for it to be effective. However, compared with later generations, Xiao Zhao's current situation is a little special. He has never come into contact with this degree of strong liquor before. In the past, Xiao Zhao's so-called drunkenness were mostly his deliberate self-protection methods. The negative emotions accumulated deep in Xiao Zhao's heart were even more than Su Yun expected. Once this kind of person gets drunk, it is easier for him to make certain reactions than ordinary drunkards. Therefore, with Su Yun's hints, Xiao Zhao's mind, which had lost its basic judgment, suddenly emerged with a scene of a little eunuch delivering an imperial decree that day. Clang! Xiao Zhao swept his sleeves and knocked several plates to the ground. At the same time, he kept making hoarse noises from his mouth, whispering like a wounded beast, Zhao Ji, you and I are close brothers. Why do you want to hurt me like this? When my brother was in power, did he ever do anything cruel to you? As he spoke, tears suddenly flowed from Xiao Zhao's eyes. You have ascended the throne and become the emperor, and you are called the Son of Heaven, admired by thousands of people. I have no intention of competing with you for the throne, but you don't even allow me to leave the capital, and you're on guard against me every day. Cut the regular money today, and place spies tomorrow. Last month, I had a feeling, so I stuffed a strand of hair into the trousers I changed in the room, and told the servants not to enter the room, but when I returned home half a day later, I found that the hair in the trousers had disappeared. As Xiao Zhao spoke, he suddenly looked at Su Yun with tears and laughter, as if he had mistaken him for Zhao Ji. You didn't even spare my underwear, Zhao Ji. What on earth do you want to do? Are you going to take my life? Looking at Xiao Zhao, who had completely lost his composure, Su Yun suddenly felt a surge of sympathy in his heart. It was not difficult to see from Xiao Zhao's last words and the previous poems that he did not believe that Zhao Ji would really do something to him, and it was more of a tortured emotion. After all, there were not many cases of brothers killing each other in the northern Song dynasty, and the candlelight and axe sound were just a rumor after all, without any solid evidence. Secondly, Zhao Ji's temperament was just as mentioned before. He was really stupid, but he could not be called violent anyway. Therefore, in Xiao Zhao's view, Zhao Ji's most excessive practice was to confine himself in the palace and release him after a few years or even more than 10 years. But the problem is that Zhao Ji in history really did something to Xiao Zhao. One time was the prison case of Prince K's mansion, in which almost all of Xiao Zhao's capable staff were killed. Another time was when Xiao Zhao died suddenly, and even the history books only dared to hastily cover it up with the word passed away. Since ancient times, the imperial family has been ruthless. Xiao Zhao cried and laughed in the courtyard, venting his emotions. Fortunately, the courtyard chosen by Su Yun was quite secluded, and he also told the servants not to go forward. There were no eavesdropping devices in this era, so even if there were spies watching, it would only look a little unruly. After a while, Xiao Zhao had completely vented his anger, and the whole person seemed to be a little sober. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly poured him another glass of wine. Then he paused and asked a question that he had been curious about for a long time. Your Highness Prince Jian, I wonder what you think of the current national situation. After asking this question, Su Yun stared at Xiao Zhao closely, his expression a little solemn, unsure whether Xiao Zhao would answer according to his words. National situation. Xiao Zhao repeated the word, tilted his head in a funny way, and slowly uttered a word, danger, danger. Hearing this answer, Su Yun immediately became interested and asked, why do you say it's dangerous? Gurgle. Xiao Zhao picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine. After taking a sip, he wiped the corner of his mouth. What Su Yun didn't know was that the words he threw out happened to be the question that Xiao Zhao had been thinking about for a long time. So naturally, Xiao Zhao had the desire to confide in his heart again. There are a total of 4 prime ministers in the current dynasty. I wish I could dismiss 3 of them, the 3 divisions and the 3 ministers. I wish I could dismiss 4 of them. Look at those 7 people. Which one of them is not gray-haired, which one is not a pillar of the court, and which one is not my brother's daughters-in-law? They are rotten, and my heart is broken. My brother handed the country to Zhao Ji, but it turned out like this. How can Zhao Ji have the face to see my brother? When my brother first ascended the throne, I was young and thought that the biggest enemy of the court was Kangwu. After Kangwu was taken, I thought the biggest enemy was Western Xia. After General Wang Hao recovered King Tang, the Liao people became the thorn in the side of the Song dynasty. As he spoke, Xiao Zhao suddenly became excited and pointed his index finger in a certain direction. I am now more and more clear that the thorn in the side of the Song dynasty is not outside, but in the court, in the Chugong Palace. It is among my brothers and ministers. If the Chugong Palace is rotten a little, the Song dynasty will be rotten. If they are all rotten, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but take a deep breath and shook his head. Everywhere in the Song dynasty will rise up and we will die without a burial place. Su Yun looked at him and threw a new question. Then your highness, if you were in power, where would you start? Xiao Zhao had obviously thought about this question more than once. Although he was confused at the moment, he still answered decisively, eliminate the party struggles within the country and empty the Xiping salary. After saying that, he burped again and continued to say confusedly, the chaos of party struggles has lasted for a long time. Since the reign of Emperor Shenzong, The new and old party struggles surrounding the reform have swept the court and the country, and have long endangered the court structure. You see, except for Lord Zhao, who is devoted to studying for a degree, who can remain neutral in recent years? After saying this, Xiao Zhao suddenly yawned and curled up in a chair and fell asleep. Know what to do, JPG. Beside him, Su Yun fell into deep thought. In fact, Zhao Kuogang had a premonition and vigilance about the party struggles in the Song dynasty as early as the beginning of the founding of the country. In the third year of Jianlong, that is, in 962, Zhao Kuogang issued a strict order for the imperial examination, which was the most important source of officials. The successful candidates shall not call the examiner as a benefactor, a teacher, or call themselves a disciple. A few years later, Zhao Kuogang established a palace examination as a custom, and through this form, emphasized that all the successful candidates were appointed by the emperor. That is, it changed from disciples of the master to disciples of the emperor. The purpose of this practice is to try to strengthen the existence of imperial power and weaken the color of the master. In order to break the situation of teachers and students, and cliques of the same school formed due to the imperial examination, but the sky did not go as people wish. Because the Song dynasty obtained the country improperly, it always suppressed the status of military generals and emphasized the high character of literati. While this practice has achieved a grand occasion of gathering of famous officials and heroes, it also led to the competition among the important officials of the court to pursue power as the center, and they were deeply involved in party struggles without paying attention, and even famous officials could not avoid it. After the death of the second generation of the donkey cart emperor, the party struggle gradually spread and intensified, and it became uncontrollable. For example, during the reign of Emperor Xianzong of Song dynasty, the party struggle was represented by Wang Qinruo and Cao Zhun. Wang Qinruo squeezed out Cao Zhun to gain power. During the reign of Emperor Rinzong of Song dynasty, it was represented by the open and secret struggles between Lu Yijin and Fan Zhongyan, which led to the abandonment of the kingly New Deal halfway. Then, it was the struggle for reform that Xiao Zhao mentioned. That is, the Yuan-Yêu party problem mentioned when introducing Xiao Li's father Lao Li. Xiao Zhao was able to recognize this point. Regardless of whether he had the ability to solve it, it was at least much better than Zhao Ji, the hands-off shopkeeper. Zhao Ji's approach was not managed at all, and his hands left the keyboard and went on his own. This approach eventually led to the six thieves monopolizing the government at the end of the Song dynasty, and peasant uprisings broke out in various places. It was one of the key reasons for the sudden death of the northern Song dynasty. However, what really surprised Su Yun was not the party and government issues, but the second thing Xiao Zhao said, Xiping empty salary. The northern Song dynasty's imperial army adopted a 5-level 12-grade wing army model. Su Yun could not remember the data of this period very clearly, but he was very impressed by the number of food and salary and session of the northern Song dynasty before and after Jingkang. 1.2 million. And among these 1.2 million, how many can be pulled out? Less than 400,000. With a full 800,000 empty salary quotas, how can the northern Song dynasty convert its economic advantage into a military advantage? Even in the Jingkang change, many of the weapons of the Jin army were simply bought from some Western army generals. But throughout history, of the 9 emperors before and after the northern Song dynasty, including the 2 smart ones, Song Huzong and Song Qinzong, only Song Zhezhen tried to solve the empty salary problem. However, his policy was not implemented for long before he died suddenly. Therefore, some people in later generations speculated that Song Zhezhen's sudden death might be related to certain interest groups of the Western army. After all, being able to fight and embezzling money do not conflict. For example, Li Gang, the famous general who fought against the Jin dynasty, and Zhang Zhongjing, who was considered as the shame of the 4 generals of the Restoration, were all people who were obsessed with money. In short, Xiao Zhao could say this. At least in terms of vision, he was much better than Zhao Ji, the flower and bird emperor and human seed drill. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a certain idea in his mind became clearer and clearer. Chapter 154. Everything is ready, only East Wind is missing. After getting a relatively satisfactory answer, Su Yun walked out of the art and found the old butler Zi. He asked him to find a few servants and maids to place Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li in the guest rooms respectively. The next morning, Xiao Zhao was the first to wake up from his drunkenness. Your Highness Prince Jian. After Xiao Zhao got dressed and went out, Su Yun, who had been waiting outside the yard, stepped forward quickly, arched his hands to Xiao Zhao, and said with a smile, "I wonder if your highness slept well last night." Xiao Zhao rubbed his still sore head, grinned, and shook his head. "The bed is quite comfortable, but the alcohol is really strong." Then, before Su Yun could answer, Xiao Zhao thought of something. His eyes flashed, and he took the initiative to ask him, "By the way, Prince, did I say anything wrong when I was drunk yesterday?" When asking this question, Xiao Zhao's tone seemed casual, but his expression was a little nervous. After all, although he likes wine, he rarely gets really drunk. In most cases, it's just acting. When Wang Bing told him yesterday that Su Yun had good wine, he thought it was at most similar to the Tapingxiang in the palace. That is, about 20 degrees in later generations. But he didn't expect that the degree of Su Yun's strong wine was much higher than he expected. It happened that the wine tasted so mellow when he first tasted it, and he drank a few more sips without noticing. After the alcohol took effect, he began to feel dizzy and couldn't pull himself back. Although Xiao Zhao knew that his drinking was not bad, he was afraid of everything. If he really said something, it would be bad. But soon, Su Yun's answer made him breathe a sigh of relief. "Your Highness Prince Jian, you asked the wrong person. I have a weak alcohol tolerance. I felt dizzy after 2 cups. I was the first person to get drunk yesterday. But before I fainted, I seemed to vaguely remember what Miss Li said to you. Your Highness has been absent from class for several days, so you should punish yourself with a cup," and so on. Xiao Zhao was stunned at first, then nodded thoughtfully, and his expression was visibly relaxed. "I do remember saying such a thing. Hey, Miss Li is just like this. She likes to make trouble when she touches alcohol." The song-room mingling was like this. Su Yun could only laugh awkwardly. Then Xiao Zhao chatted with him briefly for a while, and after confirming that he didn't say anything naughty, he quickly said goodbye and left the Su mansion. Although the Queen Mother has passed the most dangerous stage now, Xiao Zhao no longer has to stay in the palace all the time. But as a junior, he still has to pay his respects to the Queen Mother every day. Su Yun turned and went to another courtyard, preparing to give Lao Jia, Han Gonglian and others a routine math class. A few days ago, after calculating the tilt factor of the lens, the amount of calculations on Lao Jia and others was reduced a lot. However, Su Yun did not let them leave. Instead, he persuaded Lao Su to give Li Yi and others the status of retainers, and continued to impart advanced mathematical knowledge. This includes symbols and names that are not limited to modern mathematics, as well as some binomial equations, that is, quasi-calculus. It's still the same sentence. Although the level of mathematics in the Song dynasty was very high, it still did not have a complete system foundation for the derivation of calculus. For example, before Xiaoniu derived calculus in later generations, the foundation of the European mathematics community was already very solid relative to that era. First there was the product quotient theorem of 2 functions of teacher Barrow, and at the same time there were infinitesimal and a large number of speculations and deductions of predecessors as the cornerstone. With the accumulation of all the above, Xiaoniu was able to derive calculus. Although he was a genius, he did not violate the laws of mathematics. This was not the case in the mathematics community of the Song dynasty, which was seriously lacking in accumulation in this area. Even if Su Yun really took out calculus, it would only be considered as forcing the growth of seedlings. Therefore, what Su Yun could do was to tell Lao Jia about the few variables in the entire calculus system, that is, the concept of flow technique mentioned by Xiaoniu. Try to plant some seeds for the local mathematics community in this time and space, such as making the college entrance examination more difficult by 20 or 30 points. That's it. In the rotation of teaching Lao Jia, Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li, and giving Lao Su a private lesson, 20 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning of this day, after Su Yun finished his routine morning snack, he yawned and just walked out of his small room, and found a little old man standing outside the door, Siegfried, the 8th-level worker of the Northern Song dynasty. Seeing that Siegfried looked like he was waiting for him, Su Yun hurriedly stepped forward and performed the etiquette of a junior. "Master Key, why are you here? Is the telescope almost ready?" Siegfried smiled and bowed to him, nodded, and replied, "Young Master Wang, the preparation of the telescope is about 80% complete. I came here today to ask you to go to the instrument bureau to check it out." Then he paused, as if he remembered something, and added, "By the way, Miss Li's microscope is also completed. You can also go to pick it up." Su Yun nodded in understanding. Previously, Considering that the telescope was quite large and required a lot of professional equipment to make it, the old Su family was obviously not suitable. After much discussion, the production site was finally arranged to be carried out at the Instrument Bureau. Of course. In addition to this obvious reason, there is another potential reason: the whole process requires more than 5 tons of iron. You know, iron is an important military material in ancient China. If these irons flow into private hands, they can be enough to arm a large army. Therefore, for the sake of stability, the entire production process must be carried out under the eyes of Song Huzhuang. The only thing that was carried out in the old Su family was the production of a mercury parabola. Su Yun had finished making this mercury parabola a few days ago. It is currently stored in a closed and low-temperature environment and can be used at any time. In other words, Siegfried is mainly responsible for the barrel, spherical lens, and the related links of changing the water-powered astronomical observatory into a rotating clock. Afterwards, Su Yun simply tidied up his clothes and followed Siegfried to the Instrument Bureau. It was a coincidence. As soon as the two of them walked to the door of the Su mansion, they saw Xiao Li coming towards them. "Miss Li," Su Yun quickly stopped this little bean sprout. Today was not a day for class. This girl obviously came to the door for only one thing. "Are you here to see the microscope again?" Xiao Li nodded and said, "I made an appointment with Uncle Su the day before yesterday. Today I can use the microscope for 2 hours." Su Yun smiled immediately and pointed his chin towards the door. "That's a coincidence, Miss Li. Don't go in. Come with me and Master Key." Xiao Li blinked, and a hint of reluctance appeared on her face. "Where are you going?" "I finally got this opportunity from Uncle Su. Of course, I'm going to get your microscope." "Damn, slow down, just like that." Su Yun and the others followed Siegfried and took a carriage to the Weapon Manufacturing Bureau. The Weapon Manufacturing Bureau was established 33 years ago and is affiliated to the Military Equipment Supervision, but it is not responsible for the preparation of military equipment. Its main production function is to refine non-military iron tools. The more common ones are iron tools such as curved plows, and some iron axles used in high-end carriages. In addition, there are iron pots or kitchen knives. These days these are all state-run businesses, and private ownership is even equivalent to privately minting coins. Siegfried's department is a little special. Some research and development institutions are similar to large factories in later generations. They do not have rigid production tasks on weekdays, and they mainly develop new ironware by themselves. Of course, this kind of research and development has certain constraints. For example, how much iron can be consumed each year? There must be multiple people present during the smelting process, and scrap ironware must go through multiple processes before it can be destroyed. The location of the Equipment Bureau is in the northeast of the Imperial Street. From a distance, you can see some smoking iron smelting furnaces, with a distinct earthen industrial atmosphere. Refer to DOI 10.16783/Jakenkinwanas, 2009-05-007 for the architectural layout of Beijing during the reign of Emperor Huzong of Song. In fact, Su Yun has always been puzzled, why is the Equipment Bureau, a department that may have major accidents at any time and pollute the environment, not only set up in the city of Beijing, but also only about 1.5 miles away from the Imperial Palace? Let's not talk about how much harmful exhaust gas can be produced by 4 6-meter-high iron smelting furnaces. The acidic wastewater produced by iron smelting alone will flow out along the Bian River, seriously affecting the daily life of residents in the northeast area of Beijing City. It's really strange and strange. Bang, 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 when Su Yun and his friends walked into the weapon-making bureau. There were a large number of shirtless strong men using black and hard tools to hit some round, slightly elastic targets. Siegfried led Su Yun and others forward and explained, "Prince Wang, Miss Li, this is hammering the bottom of the pot. After the hammering is completed, it can be quenched and reinforced." Su Yun nodded and remembered the scene of sparks flying in his heart. This is the pinnacle of ancient Chinese skills if I remember correctly. Quenching technology should have appeared in the spring and autumn period and began to be widely promoted after the Western Han Dynasty. It is also a technology that is more than 1,000 years ahead of Europe. But in later generations, everything has changed. It's okay that iron ore needs to be purchased from other countries. After all, this is an inherent limitation of resources, which can be traced back to the Neo-Archean era and is a situation that cannot be changed by human power. However, some iron-making equipment and even iron-making processes have been seized by foreign countries. For example, Phoenix has to pay patent fees to Primetals for this technology, which is a bit speechless. It can only be said that a certain pigtail dynasty dug a pit too deep, and it is still paying off debts until 100 years later. Then Su Yun and the other two followed Siegfried for another distance, and the surrounding noises gradually began to become quiet. A quarter of an hour later, several people passed through a courtyard gate and came to a ground covering nearly 300 square meters. At this moment, there was a thick iron cylinder on the ground, about 10 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. The inside was hollow, and there were no other patterns engraved around it. One side of the iron cylinder was relatively smooth and simple, while the other side was much more complicated, with a large number of fine mechanisms and push grooves inside. Obviously, this is the barrel of the telescope. Siegfried led Su Yun to the side of the tube, pointed at it and said, "Prince Wang, take a look at this tube and see if it is qualified." Su Yun bowed to him, walked to the side of the iron tube, and began to check the completion status. To be honest, the tube of the telescope is not very complicated. In addition to the main body, the key structures are the star finder, the star guide and the rotating clock. It is nothing more than a matter of accuracy. Some can be accurate to 7 or 8 decimal places, while others can only be accurate to 1 or 2 places, and the prices are therefore very different. Among them, the rotating clock is mainly used to compensate for the rotation of the Earth, so that the telescope is always aimed at the same area of the sky, so as to achieve a stable observation effect. Now the power of the rotating clock is mainly driven by a motor, and the speed is controlled by an astronomical clock or a radio oscillator. The power of the early rotating clock came from a chain-type weight or spring, and the rotation speed was controlled by a centrifugal speed regulator. The water-powered astronomical observatory that represents the peak of Lao Tzu's life uses the latter principle. When designing the layout of the telescope, Su Yun made a simple modification to the rotating clock based on the water-powered observatory. First, he adjusted the torque and then made a surrounding channel inside the barrel. This made it an attached device. Then Su Yun bent down and reached into the barrel with his right hand to start exploring. A few seconds later, he touched 3 raised small plates about 30 centimeters from the barrel wall. Su Yun twisted it slightly, and an iron plate was removed. Then he picked up a dogtail grass from the ground and inserted it into a gap. At the same time, he adjusted the torque and accurately increased it to 20 times the speed through the scale. Soon, under the action of the internal spring, the dogtail grass started to rotate with a carrier. 1, 2, 3, Su Yun watched it carefully for a few minutes and counted in his heart. A few minutes later, a satisfied look appeared on his face. The accuracy of this rotating instrument equipment is very perfect. At least it is more than enough to undertake this observation task. In this way, all we need to do is let the donkey at home store a few more turntables. Then he put the iron plate back and began to test the remaining fenderscope and guide mirror. Friends who are familiar with astronomical telescopes should know that since the field of view of the primary mirror of an astronomical telescope is generally small, it is often very difficult to find the observation target directly in the primary mirror, because there are often no other celestial bodies for reference and comparison near the target. In order to solve this problem, later generations quickly searched for the celestial body to be observed. Astronomers attached a small telescope with low magnification and large field of view next to the primary mirror. It is the fenderscope. Fenderscopes generally use refracting telescopes, and their optical axis is parallel to the optical axis of the primary mirror. The aperture is generally around 50 to 100 millimeters, the field of view is around 30 degrees minus 50 degrees, and the magnification is 7-20 times. There is also a graticule for calibration at the focal plane, which can be modified with a ruler. When observing, just use the fenderscope to find the celestial body to be observed first, and adjust the celestial body to the center of the field of view of the fenderscope. Because the optical axes are parallel, celestial bodies will also appear synchronously in the field of view of the primary mirror. In addition, when the primary mirror is observing for a long time, in order to correct the errors in tracking in time, the observer will also set up a telescope for monitoring next to the primary mirror. It is the guide mirror. The aperture, focal length and magnification of the guide mirror are larger than those of the finder mirror, and the field of view is smaller than that of the finder mirror. When the observed target deviates from the center of the primary mirror, the guide mirror can reflect this situation and can be adjusted back to the center of the field of view in time. However, there are many unscrupulous merchants in later generations. Some popular astronomical telescopes only have one of the finder mirror and the guide mirror, which greatly affects the observation experience of beginners. The sight is returning to reality. Soo-yoon came to the head of the finder mirror and measured the optical axes of the two mirrors with a wisdom tooth he carried with him. 17.4 cm, then he came to the tail and continued to measure. Also 17.4 centimeters, then the guide mirror. The head is 12.1 centimeters, the tail is also 12.1 centimeters, completely consistent, parallel. After the inspection, Soo-yoon stood up, patted the dust off his hands, and gave Siegfried a thumbs up. Master Key, there is no problem with the barrel. I wonder how the mirror is now. Seeing that the barrel passed Soo-yoon's inspection, Siegfried's shoulders relaxed slightly, and replied, the mirror is still being polished. After all, unlike the barrel, the mirror is completed by me alone. Therefore, it has to be relatively slow. Judging from the current progress, it may take about a week. Soo-yoon was silent for a moment, calculated the approximate time, and said, Master Key, don't be nervous, don't ignore quality in pursuit of time. If a week is not enough, then 10 days, if 10 days are not enough, then 2 weeks, if 2 weeks are not enough, then 1 month. The master does not have high requirements for the construction period, everything is based on precision, and slow work produces fine work. Then he thought of something, glanced at Xiaoli who was staring at him eagerly, and asked, by the way, Master Key, I wonder about Miss Li's microscope. Siegfried heard this and immediately pointed to a room next to him. The microscope is ready. It's in that workshop. Just push the door and you can go in. Soo-yoon looked at him again and confirmed, Master Key, the microscope is made according to the drawings I gave you before, right? Siegfried nodded heavily. Yes, it is exactly the same as what you told me, without any deviation. Soo-yoon nodded, pondered for a moment, and said to Siegfried and Xiaoli, Master Key, Miss Li, I will go in and check it out first. As the person who knows the most about microscopes, Soo-yoon's request is completely reasonable and reasonable. Even Xiaoli didn't say much and watched Soo-yoon enter the house. A quarter of an hour later, creak, the door of the house was opened again. Soo-yoon walked out carrying a box. He waved the box towards Xiaoli and said with a smile, Miss Li, the microscope is accurate, but the box is probably a little heavy. I'll hold it for you and give it to the coachman later. You can check it yourself when you get home. How about that? Xiaoli's eyes flashed with excitement, and she nodded quickly. That's great, thank you very much. Soo-yoon put the box down and bowed to Siegfried. Master Key, there are still some things to do in the mansion. Since there are no problems in all the links at the moment, I will take my leave first. Master Key, please pay more attention to the remaining lenses. Siegfried hurriedly returned the greeting. Don't worry, Master Wang, I will keep this in mind and will definitely not make any mistakes. Then he accompanied Soo-yoon and the others back along the original route and sent them out. Soo-yoon handed the box to Xiaoli's coachman and said goodbye to Xiaoli on the spot. Da-da-da, looking at the carriage gradually moving away, Soo-yoon sighed slightly. Sorry, Laoli. Chapter 155, A Moment in Human History. 18 days later. It was a quiet summer night. There were no dark clouds in the sky, and the stars were doing their best to blend their little bits of light together. Although not as brilliant as the sun, nor as clear as the moon, they still sprinkled the starlight on the world in a dreamy way. The little stars reflected each other, turning the earth into a strange world, inducing people's desire to explore. Compared with the endless starry sky in front of us, human beings are simply pathetic and small, like dust. Under the universe, human beings are as insignificant as ants on the ground. But even ants are different from each other. For example, at this moment, night has come. The ants in Beijing City have already fallen asleep, or are preparing for tomorrow's expenses, or going to the night market in groups of 3 or 2. Some are lying on the knees of the singing girl on the painted boat, enjoying some special fun. And outside the city of Beijing, on a small but quite empty hill, another group of ants are busy. Dozens of servants were seen holding torches, surrounding an open space, keeping watch and providing light. There were also 20 to 30 people standing in the open space, assembling and debugging something in an orderly manner, which looked very lively. Be careful, 3, 2, 1, up, left, right, right here, Shuo Hei, release. Where's the axle? Where is the axle? Yongzhu, take the donkey away first, we need it to pull the goods when we go down the mountain. Amid the noise, Su Yun stood beside a huge iron cylinder, doing the final debugging seriously. Master Chen, align the polar axis with the north celestial pole. That's right, very good, Master Guo. Check if the 4 hairsprings of the mainspring are wedged into the celestial mouth. Captain Wang, fix the right side a little more firmly. About 10 days ago, Siegfried officially polished the lens and handed it to Su Yun. Afterwards, Su Yun spent another day on fine grinding, and finally processed the NA value of the lens to between 1.18 to 1.20, and passed the final verification test. However, although all the things were gathered, he was not in a hurry to start astronomical observation. First, astronomical observation has certain requirements for the environment, and visibility must be high. After all, you can't observe if there are dark clouds all over the sky, right? Second, Su Yun had to wait for a special day. So this wait lasted for 10 days. Of course, Su Yun did not do nothing during these 10 days. Not only did he attend classes as usual, but he also took a donkey cart many times to go out and investigate suitable observation points. After some observation, he finally chose this small hillside. The height of this hill is only about 100 meters, which looks a bit low. But in fact, the interior of the hill is half empty, and there is an extremely open large platform on the hillside that can accommodate hundreds of people. According to what Li Feiyu learned, this hillside was originally a clay kiln. Later, it was sealed and abandoned because the original owner was involved in a corruption case. The loading platform on the hillside was retained. Now, several years have passed, and Su Yun has found a loophole. After about a quarter of an hour, Kaij walked up to him quickly and said respectfully, Master Wang, all links have been debugged. Su Yun bowed to him to thank him, untied the water bag on his waist and handed it to him. Thank you, Master Qi, have a drink of water. Then he walked to the right side of the barrel, put on sheep intestine gloves, and placed a lens of the star finder in the barrel on the side. As mentioned before, the telescope designed by Su Yun has a diameter of 1 meter, a length of nearly 10 meters, and a weight of up to 5 tons. Therefore, in order to keep the barrel fixed while maintaining the ability to turn, it must be placed in a way that tilts it to the sky and applies external fixing equipment. As for how it was pulled up the mountain, in short, Brother Donkey contributed a lot. It's only 5 tons, not heavy. Actually, similar devices also appeared in the 19th century, specifically in 1865. At that time, the John Bull Royal Society invested heavily to build a large iron telescope weighing 8.9 tons for observation, which is still in the Oxford Museum. Although the accuracy of the telescope designed by the Royal Society was not the highest at the time, its significance was extraordinary. This was the first official organized star observation in human history. This also represents a certain attitude of the British government towards science. Although the industrial fate is full of blood and tears, at least in the 4 words of scientific research attitude, the British royal family is still doing it right. It's a coincidence. At the same time, the local Emperor Tongzi was also looking up at the sky. But he was not looking at the telescope, but just asking for help from ghosts and gods. That year cholera broke out in the local area, and the people were naturally panicked. They could only ask for help from gods and Buddhas, intending to determine national policies based on the stars. By the way, in the same year, Nokia was just established. The site returned to reality. After everything was debugged, Su Yun walked to Lao Su's side and glanced at the people around him. In addition to Lao Su, there were people present today. Wang Bing and his brother, Xiao Zhao, Lao Jia and 6 other mathematicians, Siegfried, Ziliodogwen and Xiao Li's father and daughter all came. After all, Lao Li was a little worried about going out late at night. In addition, there were several special people on the scene. The one on the far left was a civil servant in his 70s, an 8th-rank official from the Compilation Institute. The so-called Compilation Institute refers to the book editing agency under the History Museum of the Song Dynasty. It is responsible for compiling national history, conferences, records, calendars and other matters. It is not a powerful department, but its nature is very special. What Lao Su is going to do today is the first telescope observation in the history of mankind in this time and space, and such an official must be present. However, compared to this person's identity, his name may be a little more famous. His name is Zhang Huaiman. That's right. It's that Zhang Huaiman. He was demoted to Huangzhou 4 years later than Su Shi, but he was reinstated earlier and returned to Beijing in July last year. The Compilation Institute official was his last known position, and his birth and death were unknown from then on. Next to Zhang Huaimin stood two men in green. One of them was about 40 years old, with sharp features, sharp eyes, and a tall figure. He looked like a hero. The other was a burly old man with thick white hair and beard. He was relatively restrained, but a scar on his left face added a bit of ferocity to him. Judging from their posture and expressions, they were probably from the military and their ranks were not low. This was indeed the case. The old man was Wang Hao mentioned earlier. A few days ago, with the efforts of the Wang Bing brothers and the attraction of alcohol and distilled liquor, Su Yun finally got in touch with this military leader and invited him to the scene through Lao Su's name card. As for the other middle-aged man, it was Zhang Shuai. He was the prototype of Lin Chong in Water Margin, one of the few conscientious officials in the late Northern Song dynasty. It was he who suppressed the Songjiang uprising in history. Unfortunately, according to the normal historical trajectory, Zhang Shuai's end was similar to Wang Bing's, and was also quite tragic. In the year of Jingpeng, Zhang Shuai served as the chief administrator of Nandao. The Jin soldiers approached Beijing and the royal family was in crisis. After learning the news, Zhang Shuai led 30,000 people to fight for the king. He was the only large-scale organization to support Beijing during the Jingkang incident. After the Jin soldiers further besieged Kyoto, Zhang Shuai fought with the Jin soldiers for 4 consecutive days, but was ultimately powerless. Later, Song Qingzong drove out of the city to surrender to the Jin camp. Zhang Shuai knocked on the horse and advised, and was escorted by the Jin soldiers to go to the northern Jin kingdom. The day after crossing the boundary river, Zhang Shuai cried to the sky and hanged himself to death at the age of 63. Today, Zhang Shuai is the governor of Heizhou, and he just returned to Beijing to report on his work a few days ago. Because his grandfather Zhang Qi and Lao Su's father Su Shen were friends of different ages, he came to visit the mansion on purpose, and was taken to the mountain by Su Yun on the way. After coming to Lao Su, Su Yun bowed to him and said, "Master, the telescope has been debugged and we can start observing the starry sky." Lao Su's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this, and even his body began to tremble faintly. For some reason, this 80-year-old man who had looked up at the starry sky countless times actually had a rare sense of uneasiness in his heart. You know, even when he was waiting for the announcement of the results next to the old man who made spicy soup, he was not so excited. But after all, he was a prime minister, and he had his own thoughts. It took less than half a minute. Lao Su took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he refused the support of Zilao Dogwen, straightened his sleeves, and walked slowly to the telescope alone. He first looked up at the starry sky, was silent for a moment, pointed at a crescent moon in the sky, and said to Su Yun with expectation, "Xiao Wang, can you let me see the moon first?" Su Yun bowed solemnly and nodded, "No problem." After that, he walked to the operating table and adjusted the star-seeking optical axis of the main mirror, locking it to the area where the moon is. The base of this telescope can be rotated by the dial, and it is easy to push with the help of rollers and tune oil. The Mercury parabola is guaranteed to rotate by another system, and there will be no interference between the two. Then Su Yun turned the 3 screws on the star-seeking mirror, and adjusted the image just in the center of the main mirror to the center of the star-seeking mirror crosshairs as much as possible. This step seems simple, but in fact it requires extreme patience. The cross must be aligned, and the 3 screws must be pressed against the lens barrel, even if there is a slight difference. At the beginning, a fisherman who did not want to reveal his name made a mistake because of this, and was almost hung up and beaten. After the optical axes of the 2 lens barrels are parallel, Su Yun turned the tripod and came to the final focusing stage. Ding, bang, clang, gently pluck, twist, wipe and pick. Su Yun was like an experienced old driver, slowly adjusting the telescope that was shipped for the first time. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, made way, and said to Lao Su, "Master, I am glad to have fulfilled your mission." Lao Su nodded at him, walked to the eyepiece, and put his eyes on it. As a result, in less than a moment, Lao Su raised his head from the eyepiece with a face full of horror, and pointed his index finger at the field of view with a trembling, "Xiao Wang, that is the moon." Seeing this, Xiao Li on the side hurriedly came up. "Uncle Su, what do you see?" Lao Su was silent for a moment, pointed at the eyepiece and said, "Look for yourself. Xiao Wang has adjusted the focus, just put your eyes on it." Xiao Li glanced at Lao Li who followed him, and jumped to the eyepiece. The result was the same as Lao Tzu. After just a few glances, Xiao Li gasped, "There are so many holes here." Then Xiao Zhao, Lao Li, Lao Jia, Wang Hao, and even Zhang Zhongjing came forward to take a few glances. Although everyone on the scene, including Wang Hao and Zhang Shuai, had already seen another microscope before coming, and had more or less some knowledge of certain situations. But when they saw the gray, dead, and pitted moon in the field, they still couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. The reason is simple. Because it is the moon. As we all know, in ancient China, due to the lack of sufficient entertainment projects, reciting poems and writing couplets became a major mainstream pastime. Among various poems, the moon is undoubtedly a very common extras. Whether it is the movement of the sun and the moon, it seems to come out of it, the stars are shining, it seems to come out of it, or raise a cup to invite a bright moon, and the shadow becomes three people, or the bright moon rises from the sea, and the world is at this time together. All of them are popular masterpieces. At the same time in myths and legends, the moon is also the residence of change. She stole the elixir and flew to the moon. She raised a bunch of jade rabbits and could eat spicy rabbit heads when she had nothing to do. Although Lao Tzu did not believe in the immortals, he also had a positive expectation for the moon. Unexpectedly, in the telescope, neither the heavenly dog changed nor the jade tree starlight could be seen. The only thing that could be seen was the gray soil and a lot of pits and traces. Opposite him, looking at Lao Tzu with a horrified face, Su Yun chose to remain silent. For the ancients who first came into contact with the surface of the stars, shock, even panic and fear were inevitable. The same was true for Galileo, the first person on Earth to observe the lunar sea. After seeing the lunar sea for the first time, he had a fever for 2 days before accepting this fact. And then continued to observe the craters. This is a level that must be overcome independently, and external help is not very meaningful. Su Yun had already instilled a lot of knowledge about the universe into Lao Tzu earlier. If Lao Tzu couldn't figure it out, then there was really nothing to say. That's it. The scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. The donkey that was chewing grass nearby became quiet and looked at the two-legged beast not far away in surprise. A few minutes later, Lao Tzu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of determination. Xiao Wang, the moon is not, or rather, the moon, although it is far from what I thought, but it also cleared up a matter of my mind, and also proved that the concept of planets you mentioned is correct. Lao Tzu was silent for a moment, turned to look at Zhang Zhongjing, and said, "Yiquan, please write it down like this. On the night of August 3rd in the 3rd year of Yuanfu, Su Song, the grand tutor of the crown prince, his son Keeg, Wang Lin, the retainer, Wang Hao, the governor of Zai, Li Feiyu, the doctor of the imperial court, and his daughter Li Qingxiao, as well as Zhao Si, the prince of Jian, Jia Xian, the master of Tonggayu, and 23 others, were at Zai Alianzi mountain outside the city of Bianjing, and used the Shiangong telescope to take a first look at the ice wheel. It was seen, there are countless depressions, the soil is gray and white, there is no water, no people. It is as quiet as returning to the ruins, its shape is like an egg, and it stands on the air. Zhang Zhongjing wrote them down one by one. After saying this, Lao Tzu's expression also relaxed. Then he suddenly thought of something and said to Su Yun, "Little king, more than 40 years ago, a guest star appeared in the east in the morning and was still as bright as day after nightfall. In the first year of Zhai, on May Jichao, it appeared a few inches southeast of Shiangan and disappeared after more than 20 days. At that time, I was the co-director of the Taichang. I saw the guest star across the sky with my own eyes, and it even overshadowed Taipei. Do you know what this star is?" Su Yun blinked. "More than 40 years ago? It is now 1100 AD, and more than 40 years ago was probably around 1055. And at that time, there was indeed an extremely spectacular star phenomenon. That is, the supernova explosion that formed the Crab Nebula. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Myths from Beyond Heaven. Astronomy enthusiasts should all know that a supernova explosion is a violent explosion that some stars experience when they are near the end of their evolution. This explosion is extremely bright, and the sudden electromagnetic radiation in the process can often illuminate the entire galaxy in which it is located. It can last for weeks or months before gradually decaying and becoming invisible. During this period, the energy radiated by a supernova can even be comparable to the total energy radiated by the Sun in its lifetime. But on the other hand, although a supernova explosion is an extremely dazzling spectacle in the universe, magnificent and beautiful, it is intoxicating. But for humans, this is actually a risky thing. During the explosion, a supernova will release a large amount of gamma rays, which will radiate to the Earth's atmosphere at the speed of light. After the gamma rays come into contact with the atmosphere, they trigger a special chemical reaction. They will convert nitrogen molecules into nitrogen oxides. This will consume the protective umbrella of life on Earth, that is, the ozone layer. As a result, life on Earth is directly exposed to harmful radiation such as solar wind and cosmic rays. For example, there have been 5 mass extinction events in the history of life on Earth, and the second one is the Ordovician mass extinction. The Ordovician mass extinction occurred 440 million years ago, which led to the extinction of 85% of the species on Earth at that time, and later triggered an ice age. In 2005, NASA and the University of Kansas jointly released a research report. The report believes that this mass extinction event was probably caused by a gamma ray burst released by a supernova. According to the model, the whole process may have lasted only 10 seconds, but it destroyed half of the Earth's ozone layer. Finally, the solar ultraviolet rays attack the Earth, causing the death of a large number of organisms on the surface, thus causing a mass extinction. doi.org/1099/IJS.0.0253030. By the way, the most discussed star in the astronomical community is Betelgeuse. Recently, its photometric data has been a little abnormal, and it may produce a supernova explosion. But due to the distance, this thing will not have any effect on the creatures on Earth. After all, radiation must also follow the basic physical rules. In addition to Betelgeuse, another star that may have a super explosion is WR102 in Sagittarius. It is a very rare oxygen-rich Wolf-Rayet star. According to existing models, this star has probably exploded. According to the distance, as long as you can live another 1,502,000 years, you should be able to see this beautiful scene. It is not difficult. In short, in the past 2,000 years, humans have observed a total of 8 supernova explosions. There are also many of the brightest. For example, the earliest supernova record was SN 185, which was seen by local astronomers in 185 AD. For example, the brightest supernova on record is SN 1006. Supernovas SN 1572 and SN 1604 are the last 2 Milky Way supernovas observed with the naked eye, which have a significant impact on the development of European astronomy. Because they were used to refute the unchanging Aristotelian universe outside the moon and planets, they are landmark discoveries. When it came to the telescope era, humans successively observed SN 1885A, SN 1987A and SN 2006J. Of course. See here. Students who have not failed mathematics should have discovered a problem. There are obviously 8 supernova explosions. Why are only 7 mentioned above? That's right. The remaining supernova explosion was the Crab Nebula supernova explosion that Lao Tzu personally experienced in 1054 AD. At the same time, it is also the most widely observed supernova explosion in human history. It is about 6,500 light-years away from the Earth, which means that the scene we see now is the scene that occurred 6,500 years ago. Analysis of historical records shows that the supernova that produced the Crab Nebula exploded in April or early May, and when it was brightest in July, the apparent magnitude rose to between -7 and -4.5. That is, during that period, it was brighter than any celestial body in the night sky except the moon. This wonder even lasted until the 21st century. At that time, the Crab Nebula still had a large number of elliptical filamentary structures surrounding the diffuse blue core area in the visible light region. It is 6 arc-minutes long and 4 arc-minutes wide. It is one of the celestial bodies with the largest apparent diameter. Of course, it is also the most beautiful celestial body. If you are interested, you can search it. It is really beautiful. Friends who have the opportunity to go to Shanghai can spend $60 to buy a planetarium ticket. It is absolutely worth it. However, Compared with the first time observing the moon, Su Yun did not do it himself this time. Instead, he let Lao Su try it himself. It is the same old saying. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. If you just instill knowledge, everything will return to the original state after you leave. Yes, turn the star finder first. Wait, it's over. Move the crosshairs up a little bit. Looking at Lao Su, who was tinkering with the equipment, Su Yun seemed very patient. After all, compared with those little-known readers in his previous life, Lao Su is simply a model student. After a while, seeing that Lao Su had almost finished adjusting, Su Yun asked, "Master, do you know the position of the Betelgeuse?" Lao Su nodded without hesitation this time and said, "Betelgeuse is one of the 28 constellations, the 5th constellation of the Western White Tiger. In the star map written by me, the position of this star is marked. Betelgeuse is also called Bu. It is composed of 8 stars and is one of the ancient Chinese star officials. The origin of Betelgeuse is actually very simple. Its 8 stars are combined together, which looks like a shape. The ancients believe that its appearance is very similar to a long-handled tool used to capture small animals. Therefore, it was named Betelgeuse. Of course, there is also a more intuitive diagram. Have you seen Runtu's fork? Yes, that thing. In modern astronomy, Betelgeuse is located in Taurus, adjacent to Pleiades. Among them, the diameter of Aldebaran is about 53 million kilometers, which is 38 times the diameter of the Sun, and its brightness is extremely conspicuous. On October 19, 2005, the Starry Sky also staged an astronomical wonder in which the 5 stars of the Betelgeuse competed with the Moon for brilliance. At that time, in many small places, you could still see many profiteers setting up telescopes on the streets to trick children into watching the stars, and they charged 10 yuan each time. Now, many of the big guys in the circle who drive off-road vehicles and pull astronomical telescopes worth hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan have completed their original accumulation through such means. The site returned to the original place. As the person who is most familiar with the star map in the contemporary era, Lao Su quickly locked the area where the Betelgeuse is located after getting Su Yun's guidance. Seeing this, Su Yun continued, "Master, if I remember correctly, the supernova is in the northeast of the Betelgeuse." Lao Su quickly locked his eyes on the star finder, twisted the screws, and continued to calibrate. Looking at Lao Su, who has gradually become familiar with the operation, Su Yun really wants to say to his classmates in the previous life, "Look at Lao Su, of course." At that time, those readers will probably take a screenshot of the starting point battle power list, and then tag themselves to kill the enemy. Look at the eagle. Tentacle monsters should all die. JPG. That's it. After a while, Lao Su suddenly looked shocked, and waved his left hand towards Su Yun. "Xiao Wang, come and see if this star, or this thing, is the Crab Nebula." Su Yun hurriedly stepped forward. At this moment, in the field of view of the star finder in front of Lao Su, a small white light ball with high brightness can be vaguely seen. Su Yun is very familiar with the shape of this light ball, and immediately nodded and said, "Yes, this is the Crab Nebula." Lao Su was happy to hear this, and immediately got motivated, and quickly performed the final focus according to the operation taught by Su Yun. Half a quarter of an hour later, old Su suddenly said in surprise, "Huh? Xiao Wang, isn't that right?" Su Yun blinked at him. "Master, what's wrong?" Old Su glanced at him, pointed at the image in the eyepiece and said, "Why can't we see any planets in this light group? It's as if it's just emitting light like a ball of mist." In fact, friends who know about the Crab Nebula should know. In the core of the Crab Nebula, there is a pulsar with a diameter of 20 kilometers. However, due to the accuracy of the equipment, old Su obviously can't see the situation inside, even though Hubble telescope has to expose for more than 24 hours. Therefore, old Su can only judge the stars based on the intensity of the luminous body, and thus conclude that there are no planets in the entire nebula. Su Yun was silent for a moment, and did not explain directly, but said to old Su, "Master, have you ever seen fireworks?" Old Su stroked his beard and nodded. "Yes, fireworks appeared during the Sui and Tang dynasties, became popular in the Song dynasty, and are still relatively common today. For example, Lin Zhen, the thunderbolt and water margin. In addition to supervising the production of firearms in the court, he was also responsible for making fireworks. Bianjing would also set off some fireworks on holidays." Su Yun paused and asked, "May I ask, sir, what is the usual scene after fireworks fly high into the sky?" Lao Tzu thought for a moment, put the 5 fingers of his left hand together, and made an explosion gesture. First, it rises to a certain height, suddenly explodes, and the light shines as bright as day in an instant, and then turns into ash, etc. Lao Tzu was talking, and suddenly realized something. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Su Yun. Xiao Wang, you mean 50 years ago? I didn't see the white light that the whole Beijing saw, which was the scene of the explosion of the guest star. Su Yun nodded heavily and affirmed, that's right. Lao Tzu's pupils shrank suddenly. The star exploded? What we can see now is just the afterglow that has not yet dissipated. Old Su's chest rose and fell a few times, then he took a deep breath and asked, Xiao Wang, how does that star compare to the Earth? Su Yun thought for a moment and replied, in terms of mass, it's at least 3 million times. As we all know, the Sun cannot become a black hole or a neutron star because of its insufficient mass. At the end of its star life, it can only become a red giant and then a white dwarf. Only stars with a mass of more than 8 times that of the Sun will first expand into a red supergiant, then explode into a supernova, and finally become a black hole or a neutron star. Of course, there are also cases where white dwarfs eventually become neutron stars, which is relatively rare. Considering that many people don't understand how terrifying neutron stars are, here is a number that is more intuitive than density. The diameter of a neutron star is generally 10 kilometers, but the rotation speed can be as high as hundreds of revolutions per second. That's right. Every second, not every minute. That's the moment you blink. The fastest rotating neutron star discovered so far is called PSRJ 1748-2446 AD. Don't be fooled by the fact that it looks like a serial number, it is actually terrifying. 20 kilometers in diameter, and the rotation speed is as high as 716 times per second. You can imagine a specific picture by yourself, so I won't repeat it. In short, the original star of the Crab Nebula can produce a supernova explosion, which means that its mass is at least 8 times that of the Sun. The mass of the Sun is 330,000 times that of the Earth. Therefore, it is conservatively estimated that the mass of the original star of the Crab Nebula is more than 3 million times that of the Earth. Gulu, hearing this number, Wang Yu on the side couldn't help but swallow heavily. As a general who has been fighting on the Western Front for a long time, he has come into contact with the number 10,000 quite a lot. For example, how many tens of thousands of soldiers, how many tens of thousands of caddies of food and grass, and how many tens of thousands of copper coins, etc. And a star with a mass 3 million times that of the Earth is 3 million times that of the Earth. According to Su Yun, the area of Beijing only accounts for 1/5 of the area of the Song dynasty. The territory of the Song dynasty is small, and the Song dynasty is only 1/20th of the continent where it is located. Wang Yu suddenly found that his brain seemed to be a little insufficient. In fact, it was not just Wang Yu. When everyone present heard this number, their brains almost all crashed for a while. After coming back to their senses, everyone did the same action at the same time, looked up at the galaxy. More than a week ago, Su Yun, through the Cavendish torsion balance experiment, with the help of Lao Jia and others, deduced the mass of the Earth, about 6 times 10 to the 24th power, and 3 million times this number. Looking at the vast universe, Lao Tzu suddenly felt a sense of fear that he had never felt before. Under this galaxy, human beings are really too small. At this moment, Zhang Shuai, who had never spoken, could not help it. He saw him arch his hands to Su Yun. Mr. Wang, if what you said is true, in the endless starry sky where the Earth is located, are there other planets with life? Su Yun was silent for a moment, and shook his head in confusion. Sorry, I don't know about this. Unlike the previous ones who pretended to be stupid, Su Yun told the truth this time. Extraterrestrial life? This is a very controversial topic in the 21st century. There are philosophical and scientific ones. Just like Lao Tzu couldn't really understand the concept of 3.3 million times the mass of the Earth. Are the human beings in the future not Lao Tzu in another stage? But Su Yun personally has a positive attitude towards extraterrestrial life. That is to say, the Earth is not alone, but humans may not be able to contact it for the time being. Even if he puts aside the rebirth and mysterious aura, he still won't change his opinion. After all, the universe is too vast. There are about hundreds of billions of galaxies observed in the known universe, and the Milky Way is just an extremely ordinary galaxy. In the Milky Way, there are hundreds of billions of stars. The Sun is just an extremely ordinary star. There are 300 trillion stars in the entire universe. Who can guarantee that there is no other life or even civilization outside the Earth? doi.org/10.1038% to Nature 0957, data from Nature, in short. Today's observation has brought a huge psychological and conceptual impact to everyone present, so the atmosphere was a bit dull for a while. Just when Lao Tzu was about to ease the atmosphere, Zhao Li, who was standing next to him, suddenly exclaimed, pointed to the direction of the Big Dipper, and said in surprise, "Look there is a star." Hearing Zhao Li's words, everyone present immediately turned their heads and looked towards the north. Sure enough, in a corner of the sky, a long tail was slowly flying south. That's right. Stars refer to comets. This is a common name for comets in ancient China. In addition, there are Panxing, Changxing, etc. The first record came from the record of the 14th year of Duke Wen of Lu in the spring and autumn annals. In the 7th month of autumn, a star entered the Big Dipper. Although the name of stars seems to be quite elegant, in ancient China, the meaning of comets was not very good. Most people call it a broom star and a disaster star, believing that it will bring disaster. Even a relatively rational person like Lao Tzu couldn't help but frown when he saw the comet. But what he didn't notice was, among a crowd of people frowning, looking solemn and even vaguely panicked, Su Yun was slightly relieved when facing the comet. "Good guy. I finally waited for you." That's right. This comet is one of Su Yun's core goals this time. It is numbered 109P Swift-Tuttle. It returns once every 130 years on average. It is not a particularly famous comet. The reason why Su Yun remembered it was not by deriving the date, but by memory. He is Hu Qingren from Fujian province. There is a celebrity named Keiboki in his hometown, who is also one of the rare historical figures in his hometown. When Su Yun was a child, he often went to play in front of Keiboki's stone tablet, so he remembered very clearly that Keiboki died on August 4, 1100 AD. And according to the epitaph, a comet passed by the night before Keiboki died, and was later linked to the cause of Keiboki's death. When he went to HKUST, Su Yun also made a special trip to look up the information of this comet and determined its origin. The two impressions reinforced each other, and he couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. But he cared about it. As a comet that is not particularly famous, it is difficult to observe the nucleus and coma structure of 109P Swift-Tuttle through a telescope. In addition, its speed is fast, and there is not much time to adjust the base of the telescope, so Su Yun gave up the idea of observing it. He stood on the high platform on the mountainside with everyone, watching the comet go away from afar. A quarter of an hour later, the comet disappeared in the south. Su Yun slowly turned around and looked at the capital of the Song dynasty not far away. Looking at the brightly lit Beijing city, the corners of his mouth gradually raised an arc. Xiao Zhao and others went out of the capital to watch the stars tonight, and I guess an artist is also paying attention to this place. In other words, he should be able to see the comet streaking across the sky with his own eyes. It's up to you now, don't let me down, Ryer Guo Tao. Chapter 157, Sports that must be watched in Song Dynasty. After the comet disappeared, everyone on the scene continued to observe the sky. This scene, which had never been seen in ancient China, really aroused great interest among everyone. Even Lao Li, Wang Hao, Zhang Shuai and others could not help but come forward to look at the stars several times. Of course, while gaining knowledge, there are also cases of broken concepts. Especially Zhao Li. I don't know after tonight. Will this famous Yan Zhishi in later generations write Fisherman's Pride with nature may have a partial intention, so it teaches the bright moon to be exquisite, or a cut plum with when the geese return, the moon is full in the west building, then another hour passed. At the end of the high hour, that is, around 11 o'clock in the evening, everyone finally ended the observation of the night. Then Lao Tzu left Zilao Zhuguan and the donkey in place to take care of the final matters of taking the telescope down the mountain. He took Lao Li, Wang Hao and others down the mountain first. He planned to spend a whole night to record everything he observed tonight in words. As a retainer, Su Yun was naturally among the group of people going down the mountain. However, compared to the excitement of Lao Tzu and others, he was somewhat puzzled. He had clearly made a telescope, so why didn't the halo prompt that the task was completed? Could it be that Lao Tzu's so-called last wish was not to observe the starry sky with his own eyes? But think about it. According to the normal trajectory, Lao Tzu obviously would not think of or understand the concept of planet if he did not appear. In other words, he must have had some ideas about the stars, but he was probably not obsessed enough to see the stars with his own eyes. At most, he wondered if there were really people on the moon eating spicy rabbit heads. In the past, Lao Tzu's curiosity about the starry sky was largely due to Su Yun opening a door for him. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, Lao Tzu's obsession was probably due to other reasons. So what exactly could it be? Su Yun shook his head slowly. This matter could only be verified by Lao Tzu when he had a chance in the coming days. Then, the group went down the mountain under the guidance of torches and took a carriage back to Beijing. There was no curfew in the Song dynasty. In addition, Lao Tzu and his team had reported relevant information to the patrol officer before leaving, so they did not encounter too many difficulties in returning to the city. There was no conversation all night. Duang dong dong. Early the next morning, Su Yun was awakened by the knocking on the door. Wang Ye, get up in the morning. Su Yun rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched his body, and said in a daze, "Who is it?" "Wait for me for a while." Since he moved to the east wing where servants lived, he basically slept until he woke up naturally every day. This was the first time someone called him to get up. Then he put on his clothes, yawned, and opened the door. He saw an acquaintance standing outside the door at this time. "Zhang San Gear." "I think so. Except for this kid, ordinary servants may not dare to knock on their doors." "Brother Wang." Seeing that Su Yun looked like he was still asleep, Zhang San quickly waved the 2 tickets in his hand at him. "Haven't you always wanted to watch Cuju? There's a big match today, and I finally got 2 tickets. You weren't here yesterday, so I came to find you this morning. Do you want to go?" Cuju. Hearing this word, Su Yun's sleepiness disappeared immediately, and he became energetic. "Where is it played? How long will it start?" "It's in Zhejiang outside Daxianguo Temple. It will start in about an hour," Su Yun said, turned around and went back to the house. "Wait for me for a while, I'll change my clothes and leave." The so-called Cuju is the famous Cuju. Little known. The birthplace of modern football is John Bull, and the birthplace of ancient football is undoubtedly China. In fact, if we talk about the history of Cuju in ancient China, it can be traced back to the Warring States period at least. For example, records of the Grand Historian, biography of Sukin records, Lindsay is very rich and prosperous, and all its people play the bamboo pole, the zither, and the tread ball. This is also the earliest record of Cuju in history. In the Tang dynasty, Cuju was further developed and became a Cuju sport with detailed rules, and the popularity of Cuju is reflected in the work. In other words, Cuju is not only a court entertainment activity in the Tang dynasty, but also popular among the people. In the Song dynasty, Cuju reached its peak in history. It is no exaggeration to say that Cuju is the national ball in the Song dynasty. The enthusiasm of the people in the Song dynasty for Cuju and the popularity of Cuju competitions were no less than the World Cup in modern society. From the emperor and ministers to the common people, they were all crazy hardcore Cuju fans. Even the yellow-haired children loved Cuju very much, and they also developed early football clubs, or Cuju teams. At that time, there were many professional Cuju performers who made a living by performing Cuju skills and even entered the upper class. For example, Gaucho and Water Margin relied on Cuju and flattery to get to the top. Su Yun is a real old football fan in the future. He witnessed the shamelessness of the Koreans in 2002 and the Istanbul miracle in 2005. But unfortunately, although his country is strong in the future, it has always been a little sluggish in football. He was not able to watch the 2002 World Cup, but the bright red of Wembley on June 5, 2010 was from Su Yun's hand. At the time he was an exchange student at John Bull, so he went to the scene to support it. That was also the first time in his life that he appeared on CCTV, although it was only 2 seconds. However, since 10 years later, the performance of the national football team has been getting worse and worse. Before Su Yun traveled through time, he even lost to Jia Azhi in a humiliating way. Therefore, after coming to the Song dynasty, he wanted to watch a Cuju game for both emotional and rational reasons. A quarter of an hour later, after getting dressed, Su Yun hurried out of the room, asked a servant in charge of the guests' meals for 2 sesame cakes, and then set off with Zhang San. The location of Daxianguo Temple is northeast of Zhuk Gate, which is on the right side of the Imperial Street. It belongs to the Standard Core area. Su Yun has been to this road several times, but unfortunately he didn't see a fat monk. Of course. As the most popular temple nowadays, the location of Kyuju will definitely not be right next to the temple. Jecheon, where the game is held, is about 400 or 500 steps away from Daxiangguo Temple. It seems to be a place specially set up for large-scale Kyuju. There are 3 types of Jukyu, namely confrontation, feast and entertainment, and free play. After walking to the edge of Jecheon, Zhang San pointed to the inner field separated by a wall and said, "The so-called confrontation means that the goals are opposite each other, and the players on both sides face each other. The one who kicks the Ju ball into the opponent's goal wins." For feast and entertainment, a Fangliu iron more than 2 feet high is set up in the middle of the field. The 2 sides shoot at each other on one side, and the one who can make the ball pass through the Fangliu iron more wins. Free play is a freestyle kicking skill without a goal, which mainly involves competing for variety and skills. The street performers use this kind of kicking method. Su Yun nodded in understanding. According to Zhang San's description, the confrontation is almost a football match of later generations, the banquet is somewhat similar to the penalty shootout, and the free fight is probably an exhibition match where both parties show off their skills. In fact, what Su Yun didn't know was, the skill of free fight is called Jishu. In the Ming Dynasty, Wu Chenjin quoted it in the 73rd chapter of Journey to the West, which gave rise to the idiom. Then Su Yun looked at Zhang San and asked, "Brother San, where are our seats for watching the game?" "Oh, there's no hurry." Zhang San waved a ticket in his hand at him and explained, "We have tickets, so our seats won't be taken. It's a bit early to enter now. Let me show you something interesting first." Su Yun was stunned. What to play? Zhang San pointed in a direction. "Bojian." "Bojian?" Su Yun blinked, and then reacted, "Good guy. How could I forget another national essence of the Northern Song dynasty? After all, this is a dynasty where even the emperor dared to gamble with his favorite concubines." Then, under the leadership of Zhang San, the two came to a street with a strong atmosphere of gambling houses. At this moment, there are more than a dozen large and small shops on both sides of the street, and people are constantly coming and going among them. It seems that the business is extremely prosperous. Some bet on 4 or 5 copper coins. There are also bets on jade hairpins and silver bracelets. There are also people who throw money certificates. Among these bettors, Su Yun even saw several Yamen runners in official uniforms. What a crazy dynasty! Compared with Su Yun's exclamation, Zhang San was cleverly looking for a suitable shop. Liu Ji has never had high odds. Don't want it. Zhao's Wash has a bad reputation, and it is rumored that it often refuses to pay money. Lin's gambling house has a lot of evil slaves, and it is said that they will rob money on the way home. Looking at Zhang San, who analyzed the past one by one, Su Yun glanced at him. "Brother San, how much money are you going to bet? Are you so afraid of being attacked?" Zhang San puffed out his chest proudly. 6 coins, Su Yun. Then Zhang San looked around for a long time before he locked on his target, a stall that was said to be backed by a big boss of the 3rd division level. The two teams in today's competition are both clubs, and their backgrounds are quite big. The host team is the Zhongjing Imperial Army stationed in Beijing, and the challenger is the Northwest Imperial Army that just returned to the court with Wang Hao and Tong Guan. Actually it should be Zhongna's Imperial Army. But the whole chapter was locked after writing it once, and there is no way to change it, so let's use Zhongjing instead. Seeing Su Yun and the others walk up to the stall, a waiter-like servant hurriedly came up. "Two guests, what do you want to bet on today?" Su Yun looked at the tabletop of the stall, and a sense of curiosity emerged in his heart, so he asked before Zhang San, "This young man, I wonder what kind of bets there are." "Oh, there are a lot." Seeing that Su Yun's clothes were of good quality and his conversation was quite polite, the servant boy began to explain by counting on his fingers. "The simplest thing is the win or loss. Naturally, the odds are not high, so just bet on it. The second is the specific score. For example, you can bet on 3-1 or 4-2, and the odds are different. In addition, there are the total score odds and total score. You can also bet on how many goals each header can score. For example, Maz Eben, the strongest head of this Hongjing Imperial Guards, was a podcaster from the Instrument-Making Bureau. He has a unique skill called the swallow returning to the nest. Even the emperor would give him a thumbs up when he saw it." Looking at the servant boy who was talking non-stop, Su Yun thought for a while, and said, "Then I'll bet 10 cents on this Hongjing Imperial Guards to win." He was not a gambler, and he did not expect to win big money. After all, 9 out of 10 bets are lost, And if you really fall into the trap, you are doomed. The 10 coins he bet was not worth much, it was purely because of Xiao Yi's feelings when he traveled to this era. Later, Zhang San also bet 6 coins, and the Zhongjing Imperial Army won again. After getting the ticket voucher, Su Yun followed Zhang San back to the sidelines and used the original 2 tickets to enter the field. The area of Zhejiang is much smaller than the football field in later generations. It is blocked by square walls on all sides, and in the center of the field stand a team of blue and a team of white players. The goal is supported by bamboo poles, and a net is tied to leave a door. However, it is different from later generations. Each team has 2 goals, called the left pole net and the right pole net. Ma Zeben, the head of the ball, Gao Shu, the ball, Wang Bo, the head, Shi Zhen, the left player, Shen Wenyo, the left pole net Shen Yusen, the right pole net Jin Jingyan, and the scattered Zhu Yu. Looking at the starting list distributed when entering the field, Zhang San seemed very confident. Gao Shu and Ma Zeben have been partners for many years. Last time when they played against the Hezhong Imperial Army, Ma Zeben scored 7 goals alone. In ancient Cuju, everyone can be divided into several categories according to their position and responsibilities, such as ball workers, ball heads, main and deputy arms, and net keepers. Among them, the ball workers are mainly responsible for receiving and passing the ball. They are the largest category in Cuju games, somewhat similar to the midfielders of later generations. The ball head is the person who is specifically responsible for shooting, that is, the forward. As for the main and deputy arms, it is more special. This position can be used. They can hold the opponent's offensive players with their arms. Their main responsibility is to intercept the opponent's shots and pass the ball to their own ball workers or ball heads. If the former is not considered, it is equivalent to the defender in modern football. As for San Li, he is a free man. He can do any job except that of a goalkeeper, but he cannot intercept in the opponent's area. Just as the players on the field came on the field, the fans on the scene also seemed very lively. Perhaps it was due to the home atmosphere. They also issued a very friendly greeting to the Western Army. Those bastards of the Western Army, do you dare to come to my grandfather? I'll slap you twice first, you filthy bastard. I told you to recognize me. I'm Ma Dong from the west of the city, the wind-blowing lotus. You bastard, you're not worth a damn. And with all these greetings, the game began. Bang! The referee sounded a gong. The Beijing West Army, which had won the right to serve, immediately launched an attack. At the moment the gong sounded, the tall and strong Ma Zeben immediately rushed forward, and his amazing explosive power instantly pulled him half a body length away. His partner Gao Shu, who was playing the ball, lightly wiped it, pretending to pass it but actually jumping the ball, and shook off a player from the West Army who was going to intercept the pass. Beautiful, a good trick to catch fish in dry land. Then, facing the oncoming enemies forwards, Gao Shu lightly stepped on the ball and turned around on the spot. Zhang San shouted even louder, Gao Shu's unique skill can change the world. After shaking off 2 opponents, Gao Shu no longer coveted the ball. He pushed with his arch of the foot. He passed the ball accurately to the feet of another ball worker who ramped to an empty position. While the opponent's defense was a little messy, the ball worker steadily unloaded the ball and quickly kicked the ball to the middle. This cross firmly locked Ma Zeben, who ran to the enemy's self-pull zone, that is, the area where fouls are not allowed. The accuracy was high enough to make Ashley Young ashamed. At this time, Ma Zeben's position was behind the net collector. If he could grasp it, this opportunity could even be considered an empty goal. However, Ma Zeben seemed to be in a bad state. He did not shoot directly, but chose to stop the ball and adjust. At this time, the opponent's players had already pressed up, and he could only kick it hastily. In the end, this soft and weak shot was firmly caught by the opponent's left net collector. Seeing this situation, there was a burst of regret in the stands. Su Yun also sighed softly and shook his head. Obviously, the game had not started for long, and Ma Zeben was unable to get into the state. However, before the sound of regrets completely faded away, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The West Army's net collector stood up quickly after collecting the ball, and accurately found his own ball worker with a big foot. Facing the aggressive Zhongjing team's head tackle, the ball worker's expression did not change at all, and he smiled coldly. Then he gently lifted the ball and kicked it to his back. Zhang San shouted again, shoulders carrying the moon. Although the head tackle can be used, it can only be blocked by one's arms. The ball cannot be touched, let alone an elbow strike. Therefore, Facing the opponent's practice of lifting the ball behind him, the head tackle Shizer was suddenly unable to stop it. And the West Army's ball worker did not waste time with him. First, he cushioned the ball a few times from behind, and then used his back to unload the ball to the heel of his right foot. At the same time, he poked with his left foot. Slant flower is bad. This action, which was similar to the later generation's flower insertion kick, caught everyone off guard. Even Zhang Zhongjing was stunned for half a second. In the direction reported by the ball worker, a figure was rushing forward. He slightly turned the instep of his right foot while running and caught the ball without any pressure. At this time, in front of him, except for the two people collecting the net, there was an open space with no one. In other words, a one-on-one shot. Without any hesitation, the head of the Western Army slightly adjusted his pace and headed straight for the left net. Then, facing the solemn face of the net collector, the head of the ball calmly shot a ribbon shot. The ball, wrapped in cowhide, drew a beautiful arc along the ground. The arc dangerously passed the 5 fingers of the net collector. It went into the net. 1-0. At the same time, a frustrated male voice suddenly sounded beside Su Yun. "You bastard Mazebin, couldn't you have just pushed the empty door earlier?" Chapter 158. The brightest light in the late Northern Song Dynasty. "You bastard Mazebin, wouldn't it be over if you just pushed the empty goal early?" Hearing this warm and friendly greeting, Su Yun subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was a middle-aged scholar in his 40s, not tall, with a wisp of beard. The clothes were relatively ordinary, and the whole person was ordinary, nothing special. The scholar was standing about 2 body lengths behind Su Yun. No wonder his words could be heard so clearly. Seeing Su Yun looking at him, the scholar, who felt that he had said something wrong, sloppily bowed to Su Yun to express his apology. Su Yun also smiled at him politely without complaining too much. As a fan who witnessed the local Beijing-Shanghai battle, he didn't know how many fanfarces he had experienced in later generations. In fact, this is not outrageous in China. Some derbies abroad are exciting. A lot of riot police have to be arranged, and sometimes even riots will occur. In the final analysis, it was just a little bit too much. The atmosphere of Cuju was strong in the Song dynasty, so it was normal for the Jingzhong Imperial Army to have some die-hard fans. Therefore, Su Yun did not care too much about this matter. He turned around and continued to watch the game. Seeing that the Jingzhong Imperial Army he supported lost a point, Zhang San beside Su Yun was no longer as relaxed as at the beginning. He was seen holding the ticket tightly in the game room and shouting with other fans around him, 1-1, hurry up and tie it up." In this depressing atmosphere, the Jingzhong Imperial Army kicked the ball again at the center line. Perhaps there was communication after losing the ball. Compared with the previous pass, the Jingzhong Imperial Army's actions this time were much simpler. Standard full-line pressure, opening and closing. In just 5 minutes, the Jingzhong Imperial Army organized 3 attacks again, and each time was closer to the goal. Oh, almost there. After Mazebin's header failed, although Zhang San was a little annoyed, he couldn't help but feel more optimistic. "Brother Wang, if we keep playing like this, I think the Beijing Forbidden Army will soon be able to tie the score." But to his surprise, Su Yun slowly shook his head. "I don't think so." Zhang San was a child after all, and Su Yun had never been arrogant in front of him, so he was immediately a little unconvinced and asked, "Brother Wang, what do you mean?" Su Yun nudged the backcourt of the Beijing Forbidden Army with his chin, pointed to several positions and said, "The cooperation between Zhuo Peng and Zhang Zi seems to be a little unsatisfactory, especially Zhuo Peng, who lost the ball many times under the opponent's double-teaming. If the other players hadn't filled in the position, the offensive would have been broken long ago. As for Zhang Zi, he seems to be tall and strong, with strong defense, but he moves very slowly, while the Western Army's header and ball workers are extremely fast. If the opponent focuses on small and fast, I'm afraid there will be some accidents." After saying that, Su Yun shook his head. His expression was not optimistic. The Zhuo Peng he mentioned refers to the player who stands in the backcourt among the players. His function is to defend, but he cannot use his arms to block the opponent's players like the main and deputy players. He mainly plays a role in the transition from defense to offense. According to the function of football in later generations, about 50% of this is close to the nature of back waist. Back waist, as the name suggests, is as important as a person's waist. If the waist is straight, the whole person can stand upright and move freely and agilely. But if the waist is soft, then the whole person will be listless and even lose the ability to move. In Su Yun's opinion, Zhuo Peng of the Beijing Forbidden Army seems to be a little out of touch in terms of technology. That is, he can't protect the ball, and can only pass the ball hastily if he is slightly pressed. As for the other main player, this person reminds Su Yun of the neo-queer of Manchester United in later generations. He is tall and turns as slowly as 0.25 times the speed. It is said that he turns like an aircraft carrier. Therefore, the combination of these two positions creates the possibility of a high-pressure position to seize the ball and let the opponent play the ball behind him. After listening to Su Yun's analysis, Zhang San had no time to express his opinion when a voice of praise suddenly rang out from his side. "What a clever little one!" Su Yun looked over and was immediately amused. The person who spoke was none other than the middle-aged scholar. Seeing Su Yun staring at him, the middle-aged scholar bowed to him again, but this time his attitude was much more formal. This young man only said a few words, but every word hit the point. "I apologize for my impolite words." Su Yun hurriedly smiled and returned the greeting. From the perspective of a fan, it is a very comfortable thing for a passerby to accept his views, whether in ancient or modern times. The middle-aged scholar seemed to want to make friends with Su Yun, and said, "May I ask you?" Before he finished speaking, there was another round of exclamations on the court. "I saw that Gao Shu, the ball player of the Beijing team, had just received the ball and was about to organize an attack, but two aggressive enemy players appeared in front of him, looking like they were going to overthrow him." Seeing this, Gao Shu had no choice but to kick the ball to the backcourt, preparing to dispatch and sort it out through Zhuo Peng and Shen Wenyiao. However, just as the ball rolled towards Zhuo Peng, several players of the Western Army increased their speed and ran towards Zhuo Peng of the Western Army desperately, clearly intending to close the door and attack. Seeing this, Zhuo Peng of the Beijing team was shocked and quickly transferred the ball to Zhang Jia, who was further behind. As a result, due to too much pressure, Zhuo Peng's power and accuracy of the ball were wrong, and Zhang Jia had to turn around and chase back to get the ball. In the stands, Su Yun and others who controlled the overall situation through the on-site perspective could see that at this moment, not far behind Zhang Jia, there was a blue figure running fast. This person was the Western Army ball head. In other words, except for Ma Zeben, the only player who was qualified to attack the goal. One was fast and the other was slow, and the two were in contrast. The Beijing team was just like an old cow chewing grass. However, when they turned around and exerted their strength, they were overtaken by the West Army's head. Another single-handed attack. The next thing was very simple. The West Army's head ran with the ball like last time, and calmly shot low into the near corner, 2-0. Seeing this, the audience in the stands suddenly burst into angry shouts, and the emotions were even far more than the first time. "Zhao, Wangbo, I fucked you. Did you use up all your strength in the brothel, silly bird?" Beijing team. Next to Su Yun, Zhang San opened his mouth weakly, but did not speak. He felt that the sixth sense he had put down was slowly moving away from him. "Hey, sir, you really got it right." The middle-aged scholar sighed and shook his head, as if he had thought of something, and said, "It seems that the Imperial Guards in Beijing have little hope in this year's 23rd route competition. The 24th route will not be held until 1106. Zhang San, who was standing aside, heard that and subconsciously replied, "But the coach of the Beijing Kyuju team was changed last year. I heard that he is a famous coach from Daming Prefecture." The middle-aged scholar glanced at him and sneered, "The Kyuju office may be blamed on the dedicated person. The dedicated person is in charge of the affairs one after another. How can it be said? It's just a change of soup but not the medicine." Guo Zizi also said, "I used to be the leader of the Huki. I was the teacher of the Tiger Guards of Daming Prefecture. You are criticizing people. What good can you do?" "What can I do about Kyuju now? The tomb is arched and Shen Wenyiao dares to serve Zhuo Peng. Can he be competent for his job? Otherwise, it's like an ant wearing a pot." The scholar finally sighed and said pessimistically, "Soon the general will be defeated by Dai Zhao, Deng Zhao, Yu, and Fang La, so there is no way to turn the tables." Su Yun, as expected. No matter which era it is, the fans always spray in unison. Then the Chinese scholar looked at the dejected Beijing players in the center of the field, and said to Su Yun, "I'm afraid that the Beijing team has no chance of winning today, but I'm lucky to meet someone who understands basketball. My surname is Zhang Zan, my courtesy name is Roland. May I ask your name?" "My name is Wang Lin, my courtesy name is." Wait, Su Yun was quite interested in this cross-time and space buddy, but he just introduced himself for a few words when his eyes suddenly widened. Wait, what's your name, sir? The middle-aged scholar smiled indifferently. He thought Su Yun didn't hear him clearly because the scene was too noisy, so he repeated, my name is Zhang Zhongjing, my courtesy name is Roland, and I'm doing some business in Leizhou now. Su Yun's breathing stagnated slightly, and he suppressed his excitement and asked again, may I ask if you are a Jinshi in the 6th year of Yuan Zhang Zhong exclaimed softly, looked at Su Yun in surprise, and asked, sir, have you heard of my humble name? Su Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh my god. Oh my god. I came out to watch a football game, and I actually met Zhang Zhongjing. If the father and son Wang Bing, who died in Taiwan and swore to never surrender, were the twinkling stars in the dark sky at the end of the Northern Song dynasty, then Zhongzhe is undoubtedly the supernova that exploded in the starry sky during the two Song dynasties. In fact, somewhat similar to Wang Bing, before the Jinkang incident, Zhongzhe was just an ordinary official suppressed by treacherous officials. He was a Jinshi in the 6th year of Yuan Zhang and had served as a county magistrate for many times. Although he could benefit the people and achieve outstanding political achievements every time he went to place and served as an official. But before 1126, the highest official position he held was the Tongpan of Dengzhou. But later when the Jin soldiers invaded the Song dynasty, Zhongzhe, who was over 60 years old, seemed to have changed like a different person, and exerted his extremely strong military talents. In the winter of 1126, the Jin soldiers besieged Bianjing. Mentioned before. Among the organized troops, only Zhang Shuai led 30,000 people to defend the king. Among the unorganized volunteers, Zhongzhe organized the largest civilian rescue force. At that time, he led his troops to intercept the retreat of the Jin soldiers and defeated them one after another along the way. In 1127, he won all 13 battles with the Jin people in Kaide, and defeated the strongest cavalry of the Jin army, Jin Wushu, in Puiyang, without a single defeat. Later, the Jin people called Zhongzhe directly Grandpa Zong. However, Song King Zong was cowardly and incompetent, and he surrendered to the Jin army in Kaicheng, Bianjing city early. What can you say? Later, Zhongzhe heard that the Jin soldiers forced Emperor Wei and Emperor Qin to go north, and immediately led his troops to Huazhou, past Liang, and arrived in Daming. He wanted to cross the Yellow River directly, control the retreat of the Jin people, and intercept Emperor Wei and Emperor Qin. However, none of the soldiers who came to support the king arrived. Zhao Gu sent another letter, saying, forget it. Let's press B to return to the city first. If the big dragon and the small dragon are lost, then it's lost. After Zhao Gu ascended the throne, Zhongzhe submitted more than 20 memorials to request Zhao Gu to return to the capital, but was always blocked by the treacherous minister Wang Qianshan and others. Zhongzhe had to stay in Bianjing by himself and summoned 1 million volunteers on his own. This part of the volunteers was one of the main forces of the volunteers later formed by Yu Fei. That's right, Yu Fei. This famous national hero is also one of the talents discovered by Zhongzhe. When Yu Fei violated military law and left Wang Yan's team, it was Zhongzhe who came forward to save him and let him make meritorious contributions. Finally, Yu Fei was trained to become a famous anti-Jin hero in the Southern Song dynasty and became his successor. Unfortunately, Zhao Gu, this wonderful teammate, only knew how to enjoy himself. Zhongzhe became sick with worry and anger because of being treated coldly for a long time, and a poisonous sore grew on his back. July 29, 1128, the last day of Zhongzhe's life. On his deathbed, Zhongzhe did not mention family affairs, and his words were full of thoughts about the northern expedition. He shouted, cross the river! Cross the river! Cross the river! 3 times before he died suddenly at the age of 70. Just like a supernova explosion cannot completely illuminate the night. Although Zhongzhe burst out the brightest light in his life, he still cannot change the declining national destiny. All he can do is to use his own blood to make that humiliating history no longer so dark. Thinking of this, Su Yun's chest rose and fell heavily for a few times. After forcing himself to calm down, he said to Zhongzhe, Mr. Rulin, my name is Wang Lin, and my courtesy name is Xiachen. I am a guest of the Duke of Zhao's mansion. I have heard you mention your name before, Duke Zhao. Zhongzhe stroked his beard, recalled briefly, and said, is it Su Song, the princess guardian? Su Ziren. Su Yun nodded, yes. Zhong's face showed understanding, and he said with some emotion, "So you are a guest of Mr. Zirin. Mr. Zirin and I had met several times before. I never thought that after several years, Mr. Zirin still remembered me, his student." Then Su Yun thought for a while and asked, "I have heard you mention that Mr. Rulin seems to be an official in other places. I don't know why I can see you in Beijing today." Hearing this, Zhongzhe shook his head with a gloomy look on his face and said nothing. What Su Yun didn't know was, Zhongzhe served as the magistrate of Longyao, Guizhou more than 2 years ago. He had made outstanding achievements and should have been promoted to the next level according to the rules. However, he had offended Wu Chuhao before, so he finally waited for a certificate to return to Beijing for a change of orders and was transferred to Jiaishu, Leizhou, to continue to serve as the magistrate. It was for this reason that he came to Zhechen to watch the game today. He wanted to relax, but he didn't expect to encounter a rout. While Su Yun was chatting with Zhongzhe, there was another round of curses in the audience seats around. Su Yun looked towards the field. Sure enough 3-0, and the points were obtained through high position pressing. Seeing this situation, Zhang San, who felt that he had no hope of winning, finally couldn't help it. He saw him holding the ticket tightly, leaning forward, clenching his right fist and raising it high, and shouting with the audience around him, "Fuck the code, return the money, thief bird Beijing army, kicking is really unlucky." At the fence outside Zhechen, Zhang San kicked a stone away, followed Su Yun with a face full of resentment, and kept muttering, "Lose 6 goals, too shameless. I think the girls in the brothels are better than them." Not long ago, after losing the 3rd goal, the Beijing Forbidden Army completely lost its fighting spirit. In the remaining time, the Western Army seized the opportunity and scored 3 goals with a ball head. This battle between the two armies, which was known as a strong duel, ended with a score of 6-0. In fact, Zhang San was so depressed not simply because he lost 6 coins. As a substitute servant of the Su mansion, this was at most his midnight snack money. He was gambling before the game purely for more fun and more excitement. But being scored several goals in a row in his home court made Zhang San very unhappy. According to today's performance, when the various Kyuju competitions next year, the Beijing Forbidden Army will most likely be at the bottom again. Compared to Zhang San beside him, Su Yun's emotions were not that complicated and seemed calm. Firstly, he had no feelings for the Imperial Army in Beijing, and secondly, he focused all his attention on Zhongzhen. Chapter 159, What Happened in Fanlao. You know, it is only 1100 now, and there are still 26 years before the Jikang incident. This time is undoubtedly too short to curb the development of the Jin people. The Jurchens had merged into a military tribal alliance by Wanai and Wugone more than 20 years ago. Now the Jurchen Halibo has been dead for 8 years, and Wanai and Aguda has already risen. It is definitely too late to contain. But for Northern Song officials like Zhuang's, it is a bit long. According to the normal trajectory, Zhuang's will serve as a county magistrate in many places in the next 10 years, and will be promoted to Tongpan of Dengzhou about 15 years later, which is a 6th-rank official position. Then he asked to retire and return to his hometown, and was reappointed as Tongpan of Bazhou in 1124. At that time, it was 24 years away from now. That is to say, Zhuang spent 24 years to rise from a 7th-rank county magistrate to a 6th-rank Tongpan. There is only a 6th rank between the two official ranks. For an official of Zhuang's ability, this situation is obviously a waste of time. It is an extremely wasteful situation. Therefore, Su Yun hopes to think of a way to make this national hero go more smoothly in this timeline. At least he can have the chance to fully exert his abilities, and there will be no more tragedies like the moon shining on the ditch. Just as Su Yun was thinking about how to start, his shoulder was suddenly patted from behind. "Hey, Xiao Wang." Su Yun turned his head and found that there was a familiar person standing behind him, Wang Bing. At this time, Wang Bing was wearing casual clothes, and there was a person who Su Yun vaguely recognized. He looked unusually interested. Su Yun bowed and asked, "Captain? Are you here to watch Kyuju today, not just to watch the game?" Wang Bing smiled and patted the shoulder of the young man next to him, explaining, "Today, the head of the Western Army is my personal soldier. As the commander, I naturally have to be there to cheer." Hearing this, Su Yun cast his eyes on the young man. The young man was tall and well-proportioned, with a dark complexion, and looked quite capable. Previously, Due to the distance between the venue and the audience stand, Su Yun's impression of the West Army's head was only in terms of technique, and his appearance was not very clear. But after hearing what Wang Bing said, he saw some similarities in this person. It was no wonder that he had a vague sense of familiarity when he first met him. Then Su Yun suddenly thought of something, and bowed to this person, praising him. So this is the head who scored 6 goals? He looks like a hero. I am Wang Lin. May I ask your name? The young man glanced at Wang Bing, and after getting permission from his superior, he quickly returned the greeting. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your kindness. I am not worthy of it. My name is Zhang Yuan, and I am from Bingzhou. Su Yun nodded thoughtfully and breathed a sigh of relief. It's better if your surname is not Gao. Then he carefully recalled the Northern Song Dynasty figures he knew, and found that he seemed to have never heard of such a person. So it seems that this person is probably just an ordinary personal soldier? If this is true, it would be a pity. With this person's superb footwork, he can earn at least 10 million yuan a year in the 21st century. If he can study abroad, he may be crowned with the title of the hope of the whole village, and even have the chance to become a national idol. But what Su Yun didn't know was that although Zhang Yuan didn't leave many records in history, he was also a well-known good man. He killed Wan Zhong's nephew in the Battle of Taiyuan, and covered Wang Bing and his son in the street battles. He suffered dozens of knife and gun wounds and eventually died of exhaustion. After his death, Zhonghun also trampled on his body and hung his head on the city wall, which was respectable and lamentable. Later, the ending of How Siwan in Water Margin was created based on Zhang Yuan's experience. But Su Yun is not an artificial intelligence, and he doesn't know that the soldier in front of him is not just brave on the court. Then he thought of something, pointed at Zhuangzi and said to Wang Bing, Captain, let me introduce you to this person, who is an old friend and student of the master, Zhuangzi, a Jinshi in the 6th year of Yuan Iao. Wang Bing had long felt that this scholar looked inexplicably kind, and even before he found Su Yun, he still noticed this person first. Therefore, after being introduced by Su Yun, he hurriedly bowed and said politely, I am Wang Bing, the captain of the loyal and brave battalion of the Leopard Army of the Western Army, and my courtesy name is Zhengchen. I am honored to meet the county magistrate Zhuang. Zhongzhen also hurriedly returned the greeting. Rulin is a civil servant. How can I be worthy of such a great honor from the captain? If the captain thinks highly of me, please call me Brother Zhuang. Wang Bing was originally an officer from the military, and he was straightforward, so he immediately agreed. That's great. Then Brother Zhuang, please don't call me captain anymore, just call me Brother Wang. Looking at the two men in front of him who were talking about a strong relationship, one civil and one military, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. In the original historical trajectory, there is no record of Wang Bing and Zhuangzi communicating, and the areas where they served did not overlap at all. When Wang Bing was defending Taiyuan, Zhuangzi happened to be fighting hard in the west of Beijing. Wang Bing did not wait for reinforcements in the end. There was no helper besides Zhuangzi either. I wonder if they looked up to the sky and asked if there were any righteous men of the same righteousness on the vast earth in the night of continuous war and bloody smell? They could not see each other, but when they looked up, they saw the same starry sky. They never met until they died. But in this timeline, the two backbone figures of the nation intersected because of themselves. It seemed ordinary, just a bow and introduction. But in Su Yun's eyes, it was a picture worth remembering for 1,000 years. You are not alone. After introducing each other, Wang Bing looked around, pondered for a moment, and said, Brother Zhuang, Zio Wang, it's almost noon, why don't I hostess and go to Fanlao to eat and chat? Gurgle, hearing the word Fanlao. Zhang Sen, who had been staring at Zhang Yuan and muttering that this person had caused him to lose 6 coins, was suddenly shocked. He swallowed his saliva straightly. In the Northern Song Dynasty, restaurants were given different names according to the level of decoration. The lowest-end restaurants were called foot shops. For example, the soup shop where Su Yun and his friends had drunk sour plum soup before was a kind of foot shop. There was also the human meat bun shop of Sun Erniang and her friends in Water Margin, which was also a kind of foot shop. Above the foot shop was the main shop, which was commonly known as a high-end restaurant. At this time, there were a total of 72 high-end restaurants in Beijing City. The top ones were Panlao, Yunlao and Fanlao. If Panlao, Yunlao and other restaurants can be compared with ordinary 5-star hotels in later generations, then Fanlao is undoubtedly the Waldorf of the Song Dynasty. The price of the cheapest dish was close to 100 coins, and ordinary banquets could not be spent without 3 or 2 strings of money. This price is simply an unimaginable expense for a servant like Zhang San. Just like those workers in later generations who earn 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, it is acceptable to eat a 428 won dao occasionally. But you ask him to eat 2,000 or 3,000 Japanese kaiseki by himself? Maybe in his lifetime, there will only be exceptions such as the 10th anniversary of marriage. Therefore, after hearing that Wang Bing was going to treat Fan Lao, Zhang San kept glancing at Su Yun with strong expectations in his eyes. He didn't ask to sit at the table and eat and drink with everyone, but with his relationship with Su Yun, it should be okay to pack some leftovers, right? Fan Lao at this moment, Su Yun's thoughts were not as complicated as Zhang San's. However, as a foodie, he really wanted to see this Waldorf in the Northern Song dynasty. In addition, he knew a little about Wang Bing's wealth, so it was easy for him to afford a meal at Fan Lao. This captain had just made a contribution on the Western Front, and the court issued a large reward. At the same time, because he sold himself to Tongguan did not deliberately embezzle this time, and distributed all the reward money to Wang Bing and his brothers. According to what Wang Bing said after drinking, the reward money was estimated to be 400 to 500 strings of money, which was enough for ordinary people to earn for more than 10 or 20 years, and it was more than enough to treat Fan Lao to a meal. Wang Bing's proposal was exactly what Su Yun was thinking, so he took the initiative to invite Zhuangzhen, Mr. Rulin, since the captain is interested, why don't we go to Fan Lao for a chat? Then he paused, thinking of Zhuangzhen's character in the history books, and added, don't worry, the captain spent all the money from the reward issued by the court for the great victory on the Western Front, and it was definitely not obtained through corruption. Zhuangzhen also wanted to make friends with Wang Bing. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded and said, in this case, Zhongmu respectfully obeys your order. Wang Bing laughed and waved his left hand generously. Then let's go to Fan Lao. We won't go home until we are drunk today. Then the group walked a short distance along the Imperial Street and soon came to a huge building complex. This is a combined restaurant composed of 5 buildings connected and facing each other, with a flying bridge in the middle, pearl door curtains, and door lintels. The carved eaves reflected the sun, the painted buildings were like flying clouds, the green railings were low to the windows, and the green curtains were high above the windows, which looked extremely luxurious. The moment he arrived outside the building, Zhang San was stunned. Although Lao Su's family was rich, he was not a corrupt official. And he did not have the habit of excessive enjoyment. Therefore, in front of Fan Lao, even the decoration of Lao Su's main courtyard was not good enough. Seeing Zhang San staring at the hotel's facade, Wang Bing couldn't help but smile and pat his head. Fan Lao is not the busiest time during the day. At night, Fan Lao will be bright and bright as day. Look, do you see the main corridor over there? There will be no less than 100 singing girls standing on both sides, lined up in 2 rows, for customers to call. Su Yun also raised his head with interest and looked at the attic above with curiosity. To be honest, as a time traveler from the future, the so-called luxury of Fan Lao is just like that to him. It is mainly a visit with the mentality of viewing attractions. In some scenic spots in the future that specialize in retro style, there is no shortage of similar or even more exquisite buildings. The curiosity in his eyes comes from the difference in time and space. After all, no matter how retro the future generations are, they can't restore such a real scene. The second one is that it is rumored in history that Song Huzhuang would drag Li Shishi to Fan Lao for a tryst whenever he had something to do. As a human pile driver who gave birth to 66 children before being captured. I don't know if Zhao Ji would give someone a handle in a room in Fan Lao at this time, waiting for the other party to repay him. Then, under the leadership of Wang Bing, a group of people walked into Fan Lao one after another. The first floor of Fan Lao is a public dining area, which is also where the lobby is. However, compared with ordinary restaurants, each table in Fan Lao is separated by a screen, which greatly guarantees the privacy of dining. Seeing Su Yun and his group enter, a clever servant quickly put a towel on his shoulder, walked up quickly, and said respectfully, "It is a great honor for our guests to visit us, but the lobby is full now. Please go upstairs." Wang Bin glanced at him, took out a few silver coins, which were relatively rare at that time, and handed them to the servant. "Is there a seat in the private room?" The servant took the silver and looked at it carefully. His eyes stayed on the seal of the Privy Council on the side for a while, and his smile became brighter. Yes, Finglindu on the 3rd floor is empty. I will take you up there. Wang Bing nodded. Lead the way. Okay. 5 people from Finland. A quarter of an hour later, Suyun, Wang Bing, and Zhongze took their seats one by one. Zhang San and Zhang Yuan were placed at the servants' table opposite the entrance of the private room. Jade Sunflower Treasure Fan. Happy to take the lead. Dragon Soar and Phoenix's Dance in the Pomegranate Room. Auspicious Horses. Spring Breeze and Snowy Soup. Boom. Wang Bing first ordered a few dishes. After exchanging the menu with the waiter, he took the initiative to pick up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine for Zhongze and Suyun. Then he raised the wine glass and said to Zhongze and Suyun, Brother Zhong, although you and I meet for the first time today, it's like a reunion of old friends. Come, Wang will toast you a glass. Zhongze picked up the wine glass and touched it with him lightly, and the 3 of them drank the wine in one gulp. After putting down the wine glass, Zhongze smacked his lips with aftertaste. As a scholar, there is no one who doesn't love wine. He just exclaimed. I have heard that Fan Lao's Tinxiang is the best wine. After drinking it today, it is indeed well deserved. Oh, Brother Wang, what are you laughing at? Wang Bing suppressed his laughter, took out a wine bag from his waist, and poured some into Zhongze's cup. Brother Zhong, try this. Zhongze picked up the wine cup without knowing why, and just as he was about to drink it, his nose suddenly twitched a few times. Hiss, what a strong smell of wine. Then he glanced at Wang Bing and Suyun, and changed his original swallowing action to taking small sips slowly. A few seconds passed. Zhongze raised his eyebrows and asked Wang Bing in surprise, Captain, I don't know where this wine comes from. The taste is slightly inferior to the Minxiang, but the strength is several times higher. Wang Bing laughed and pointed at Suyun and said, This is the distilled wine refined by me. Even the most skilled soldier in the army will be drunk and fall to the ground and lose consciousness after drinking 2 caddies, 32 taels, at most. Zhongze immediately looked at Suyun in surprise. Originally, he thought that Suyun did not look like a martial arts guard, so he thought that this young man was a scholar like an accountant. But now it seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. Then he picked up the wine glass again and took a sip. A spicy feeling suddenly filled his esophagus, and he said with some regret, It's a pity that Li Bai is dead, otherwise I would like to see whether King Lian Zheshi would still dare to say the heroic words I must drink 300 cups in the face of such strong liquor. Wang Bing also nodded in agreement, and then changed the subject and asked, Brother Zhong, I didn't ask in detail before, I wonder where you are working now. Speaking of his official position, Zhongze's face couldn't help but dim a little. Although he was not obsessed with officialdom, he had a sincere heart to serve the country, and naturally had some expectations for his official career. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. He just let out more breath and said, Zhong was an official in Longyao, Guizhou. Some time ago, he was ordered to return to Beijing to report. Although the order has not been officially issued yet, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be the magistrate of Jiaishu, Leizhou. Wang Bing frowned and asked, when Brother Zhong was in Longyao, Guizhou, was he serving as the county magistrate or the county lieutenant? Otherwise, Zhong would have been the county magistrate at that time. Wang Bing hesitated for a moment and refilled Zhongze's glass of wine, saying, could it be that Brother Zhong made some mistakes while in office? Zhongze shook his head again. Zhong has been in office for 3 years, and he has scored excellent grades in all exams every year, without any omissions. Why? Zhongze sighed lightly when he heard this, and said what he had not told Suyun before. In the palace examination a few years ago, Zhong wrote a 10,000-word commentary on the factional struggles, and offended Wu Chuhao. So, bang! Before Zhongze finished speaking, Wang Bing slammed his fist on the table. Traitorous ministers and sycophants are ruining the country's talents. Zhongze also sighed. He took a sip from the wine glass alone. The strong wine went down his throat, eliminating a trace of resentment. Then he paused and said to Wang Bing, Brother Wang, it must not be easy for you to be stationed on the Western Front for many years, right? Chapter 160 The Rotten Western Army. Western Front. Hearing this term from Zhongze, Wang Bing's eyes flashed with a complicated look. But just when he was about to speak, the voice of the servant suddenly sounded outside the door. Dear guests, your dishes are ready. Can you let me in and serve? Wang Bing hurriedly put away the wine bag. He drank the half cup of distilled liquor that he had not finished, and then replied, come in, okay. After getting Wang Bing's approval, the servant immediately pushed the door open and took out several dishes from a vermilion lacquered food niche he carried with him. and put them on the table one by one. This is the Jade Kui treasure fan. This is Zizhaneo Tao. This is. The servant's eyesight was very high. After realizing that Wang Bing and others had something to talk about, his movements and speech speed increased a lot. After a while, 6 dishes, a soup and a few bowls of rice were placed on the table. Then Wang Bing explained a few more things about the attended table, asked the waiter to serve some food to Zhang San and Zhang Yuan, and then signaled him to leave. After the waiter left, Wang Bing first took the initiative to put some dishes into the bowls of Zhuang Zhen and Su Yun. When he thought the waiter had gone far away, he sighed and said, "Brother Zhuang, although I am fighting on the Western Front, I can't deceive you with some words. Everything on the Western Front, in the end, is just one word: chaos, chaos." Zhuang Zhe was slightly stunned and asked, "Brother Wang, Zhuang has been on his way to the capital since 10 days ago. Passers-by all said that the Western Army had returned with a great victory and the Qingtang area was about to be recovered. How can there be chaos?" Wang Bing sighed and shook his head. He took out the wine bag, poured himself another glass of wine, and took a sip leisurely. The wine went down. A breath of alcohol was exhaled along with turbid air. "Brother Zhuang, you don't know that the chaos on the Western Front can be divided into 2 situations, internal chaos and external chaos." Zhuang Zhe hurriedly pretended to listen, and Su Yun beside him also pricked up his ears with interest. Although he was a time traveler from the future, much of the information about this era only remained at a macro level. For example, he knew that the northern Song dynasty would perish in 26 years, and that the neighboring Tamra kingdom had just been plundered by guerrilla. He also knew that there was a country called the Holy Roman Empire tens of thousands of miles away, and at this time their emperor and pope were almost fighting for the succession of the bishop. But when the target was refined to a certain area or certain front, he would encounter an extremely solid information barrier. Because the content recorded in history books is limited, many things cannot be described in detail, unless you create the internet in the Song dynasty and train a bunch of coders who can type. Therefore, in terms of details, Wang Bing is undoubtedly a huge and brand new source of information. Then Wang Bing took a bite of food to suppress the alcohol and continued, "The so-called internal strife refers to the many problems within the Western Army, the first of which is the empty pay. Brother Zhuang, let me ask a question. My position in the army is Zhigaozai, a 7th-rank official, and I can lead a battalion of soldiers. Now there are a total of 497 people under my account. Can you guess how many of them are real and how many are empty accounts?" Zhuang Zhe glanced at him. After thinking for a moment, he tentatively reported a number: 300. 300. Wang Bing shook his head and raised a mocking smile. His index finger dipped some wine from the wine glass and wrote a few traditional Chinese numbers on the table: 159. Zhuang Zhe's pupils shrank immediately, and he said in surprise, "Only 1/3 of this is true." Wang Bing nodded heavily. "Yes, you know, the place where Wang is stationed is along the western border of Tao, and there is an average of a small battle every 10 days. Such an important place has been filled with empty salaries. What do you think will happen to the entire Western Front?" Zhuang Zhe was silent after hearing this, and Su Yun also sighed with a heavy face. Empty salaries. This was also one of the topics he had talked about with Xiao Zhao before. The truth that Xiao Zhao confided after drinking at that time was also an important factor in supporting him to make a certain decision. In the northern Song dynasty, everyone knows that the Zhang family army and the Zhe family army are strong in combat effectiveness, and they can even fight 3 enemies with the same organization. Of course, there is the training effect of Lao Zhuang and others. But what cannot be ignored is that these ex-family army are basically in a state of full staffing for a long time. For example, the same paper establishment of 1,000 people. Lao Zhuang and his people are not full. At least there are 900 real people, and it may even be close to full staffing. But the other combat modules that were not paid for work only had 300 to 400 people at most, so how could they achieve any combat effect? For example, when the Jin army attacked Bianjing later, there were 200,000 registered soldiers in the entire Bianjing. In fact, except for the 30,000 soldiers brought by Zhang Shuai later, there were only more than 20,000 soldiers in the entire Bianjing city. The ratio of nearly 90% of the soldiers who were not paid for work. This was the imperial guards who protected the capital. Can you believe it? Then Wang Bing paused, and walked to the window vigilantly to sense it. After making sure there was nothing unusual, he returned to his seat and continued in a low voice, "In addition to the empty pay, another civil unrest is the withholding of military merit, As he said that, he took out a few pieces of official silver from his pocket, shook them in his hand, and said with a wry smile, "You may not believe it when I tell you this, but I have fought in dozens of battles since I joined the army, and this is the first time I have seen so much reward silver. In the past, all the official silver awarded by the court was recorded and sealed with 10 taels, and in the end, only 1 tael could be obtained. Humph-cap, how can this be possible?" Zhongzhe hated corruption the most in his life. After hearing what Wang Bing said, he could not help but said, "Brother Wang, is there no one in the army who appeals for justice?" Wang Bing smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at him with a "you are very naive" look. "Justice? How can it be that easy? Those people are smart. They never covet pensions, but only reward silver. How can ordinary soldiers know how much reward silver they can get?" Whenever the soldiers received letters from home, they learned that the families of their fallen compatriots had all received pensions and that their afterlife was guaranteed. Who would care about the reward? Even if there were non-commissioned officers who filed a petition, the petition would never reach the emperor. Although our dynasty values civil officials over military officials, there are still connections between civil officials and military officials. Those people have already arranged everything. Su Yun, who was standing aside, heard this and suddenly thought of a name, Li Gang. Of course. This Li Gang has nothing to do with the Li Gang of later generations. He was a figure in the late Northern Song dynasty and a typical representative of the contradiction between personal morality and ability. Li Gang organized the defense of Beijing and had a sharp struggle with the surrender faction headed by Wang Boyan and Wang Qianshan. From the perspective of position, he is the typical representative of the resistance faction. In addition, he was also one of Zhuangzi's staunch supporters, and supported Yu Fei's anti-Jin struggle before his death. From the perspective of contribution, he was a well-deserved good minister of the Southern Song dynasty, and the plan he proposed could even be considered a revitalization strategy, but in sharp contrast to his contribution ability was his personal morality. Not to mention the stain of slandering Liu Heiwen, this person was also very greedy for money. On the one hand, he supported the rectification of military and political corruption and issued the 21 new military system. On the other hand, he embezzled 70% of the compensation money in a blink of an eye. When he was the tax collector of Sha County, Nanjing Prefecture, he also learned to be corrupt like the Western Army, and embezzled more than 50,000 strings of money in 4 years. In fact, Li Gang's situation is not an isolated case. Among the generals on the Western Front in the late Northern Song dynasty, in addition to Liu Fa, Lao Zhang, and Lao Zhe, even Wang Hao, a well-known veteran, had been involved in corruption. Money can move people's hearts. Zhuangzi sighed and shook his head. He drank a glass of wine with Wang Bing and asked again, "Brother Wang, besides the internal strife, what is the external strife?" This time Wang Bing still did not answer his question directly, but asked back, "Brother Zhuang, you have been a county magistrate in a border area, so you should know where the foreign threats of our dynasty mainly come from." Zhongzhe nodded. The place where he first served was Daming Prefecture, which was also an important border area. Our dynasty confronts Zixia on the west line, and Liao people are watching in the north. Apart from the two, the remaining Qiang people and Japanese pirates are nothing but dry bones in the tomb. Wang Bing nodded slightly. Yes, if the territory of the Song dynasty is compared to a person, then the right side of this person is the sea, and the Liao kingdom is right in front of him. At 10 o'clock is Zixia, and on the left are Tubo and Ali. Among them, the biggest threats to the Song dynasty were the Western Xia and the Liao kingdom. The disputes between the Song and Liao were less, not because the Liao people were Buddhist, but because 95 years ago, the Song dynasty and the Liao kingdom signed the famous Chinignan alliance. Some people think this is a loss of power and humiliation, while others think it is a wise move. In short, after the signing of the Chinignan alliance, the disputes between the Song and Liao countries were much less open. Even a relatively prosperous cross-border trade was developed. But peace is peace. Just like the eagle and rabbit in later generations, in the eyes of Song people like Zhuangzi, the Liao kingdom is still a potential enemy. Listening to the resentment from Zhuangzi's mouth, Wang Bing was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Then, may I ask, Brother Zhuang, have you ever heard of the Jurchen tribe?" Jurchen. Zhuangzi was stunned, pondered for a moment, and said with a little uncertainty, "The Jurchen that Brother Wang is talking about, are they those Hu people south of Liaoyuan?" Wang Bing nodded. "Yes, it is this tribe." Zhuangzi blinked and asked in confusion, "Brother Wang, I heard that after the Liao dynasty eliminated the Mo people, The Zhou tribe was divided into two. The two tribes were named Shang Jurchen and Shu Jurchen, which seemed to be somewhat similar to the Kaiyang tribe that surrendered to our dynasty. Why? From what you said, Brother Wang, the Jurchen tribe seems to be quite threatening. Wang Bing shook his head slightly. It's just a hunch. When I was fighting on the Western Front, I heard that a warrior named One-Eye Aguda emerged from the Jurchen tribe, who was said to be unparalleled in bravery. In recent years, Emperor Daozong of the Liao people is probably going to die soon. 9 years ago, Yelu Yangxi was appointed as the successor of the Liao emperor. Once Daozong dies, this person will definitely take the throne, but this person is stupid and cruel. It is rumored that the Jurchen tribes within the Liao people have complaints. At present, there seems to be some voices in the court, hoping that the government can give some support to the Jurchens and support them to create some trouble for the Liao people. Su Yun was originally eating melons obediently on the side, but after hearing Wang Bing's words, he was shocked and couldn't help but interrupt. Captain, the court plans to support the Jurchens. Wang Bing sighed, and it can be seen that he is not very supportive of this plan. It seems so. Su Yun's brows frowned immediately. In the later generations after he came, the historical community has never reached an accurate conclusion on whether the Song dynasty supported the Jin dynasty, because there are too few historical materials for reference. Some people believe that the Jurchens were completely supported by the Song dynasty itself, and it was their own fault. Some people believe that the Song dynasty proposed cooperation after seeing the Jurchens' strength. However, no matter which of the above views is true, it is certain that Zhao Ji did do something cool. In the autumn of 1109, Zhao Ji gave the Jurchens a large number of siege equipment, production drawings and craftsmen. In addition, an uncertain amount of food and fodder was sent by the guerrilla waterway. Although there are no more detailed records to show that One-Eye and Zhongwang used the same siege weapons when attacking Taiyuan. But from a logical point of view, when the Jin army attacked Taiyuan, as long as they were not stupid, they would almost certainly use these highly efficient Central Plains weapons, or at least improved versions based on them. How can you not sigh with such a big gift? The situation is so difficult. Wang Bing seemed to have mentioned something that was distressing, and shook his head and said, there are frequent wars on the Western Front right now. The Xixia bandits have strong cavalry and many war horses, but our country has very few war horses. Some war horses have been running and fighting for a long time, and their hooves are seriously damaged. Even if they are still strong, they can only retreat to the rear and serve as transport horses or even pack horses. Before Wang Bing finished speaking, Su Yun raised a question mark on his face. The hooves are seriously damaged? Captain, aren't those war horses on the front line equipped with horseshoes? Chapter 161 Military Artifact. Horseshoe. Hearing this word coming out of Su Yun's mouth, Wang Bing was stunned. What is that? Su Yun thought for a while, and took out a pair of paper and pen from his body. This is a pencil he made in his spare time not long ago. It is simpler than the ones in later generations, made of wood strips plus lead core. Although the handwriting effect is not as clear as the industrial pencils in later generations, it is still no problem for emergency use. At least in terms of efficiency and convenience, it is much higher than ink pen. He first drew a schematic diagram of a horse on the paper, and then pulled an arrow outward from the horse's hoof. It means to enlarge this area. Then he drew a simple diagram of a horseshoe at the end of the arrow and pushed the paper in front of Wang Bing. Captain, this is a horseshoe, also called a horseshoe. It is a smooth iron plate, bent into a ring at each end, just right for the sole of the horse's foot. It not only protects the horse's hoof, but also allows the horse's hoof to grip the ground more firmly to prevent slipping. Wang Bing took the diagram and looked at it for a few seconds, thinking, horseshoe, this name is quite interesting. Seeing this, Su Yun asked tentatively, Captain, have you never seen this thing in the army? Wang Bing shook his head and said with certainty, never seen it. Hearing this, Su Yun was a little confused. No way? There was no horseshoe in the Song dynasty? This is the 12th century AD. If he remembered correctly, Rome had invented this thing as early as the 1st century BC. In fact, Su Yun didn't know. Since the horse's hoof itself is a kind of cuticle, somewhat similar to human nails, it actually does not cause obvious pain. On the softer soil of the Central Plains and grasslands, the wear of horseshoes is not particularly serious, so the past dynasties have not paid much attention to it. Therefore, in history, horseshoes were not officially popularized until the Yuan dynasty. Of course, a pair of horseshoes was unearthed in the ancient city of Anshan in the later generations. After dating, It was probably around the 2nd century BC. This time point was around the establishment of Lelin and other counties in the Western Han Dynasty. It can be said that it is the earliest time that the finished horseshoes can be traced back. But this is like some other special inventions in history. The early appearance of something does not mean that it will be accepted and applied by people at that time. It does not mean that it can be further popularized in society. There is a very simple example. When the Han Dynasty went north to fight against the Xiongnu, there were 70,000 to 80,000 horses, and 3,000 to 4,000 horses. Whenever there was a war, the loss of horses was even greater than that of soldiers. For example, it is recorded in Tongdian, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty had 400,000 horses in the stable. At that time, the Xiongnu invaded the border, and Wei Qing and Hou Guobeng sent 100,000 cavalry, and carried 140,000 private horses, and pursued and defeated the Xiongnu. More than 100,000 horses died in the Han Dynasty. Although the Xiongnu went far away due to illness, the Han Dynasty also had few horses and could not go back. Among these horse losses, most of the Han horses lost their combat effectiveness due to the wear of their hooves, and eventually they could only be buried in the desert. If horseshoes had been popularized in the Western Han Dynasty, this kind of horse loss would never have been so great. To be honest, China has had a vast territory since ancient times. It is normal, or almost inevitable, that some border areas have made horseshoes. However, it is an irrefutable fact that they cannot be popularized on a large scale due to their closed nature. Some things are invented and used by us, and we cannot give up a step. They are the hard work of our ancestors. For example, traditional Chinese medicine, such as traditional festivals. But from the perspective of the times, we are backward in some things, and there is no need to force them back. If we always shout that everything is invented by us, then aren't we the same as stealing the country? Therefore, in this era, some tribes in the mountains may have horseshoes or protective gear similar to horseshoes. But in the camp of the Western army of the Song dynasty, horseshoes were indeed a rare item. Of course, I had never seen one, but as a talented general who would lead the defense of Taiwan in the future, Wang Bing realized that this was a good thing almost a moment Su Yun introduced a horse iron hoof. Most of the hooves of military horses were damaged because the hooves first softened in a cold and humid environment, and then were worn by hard rocks. Eventually, they were worn out or suffered from hoof diseases. If horseshoes could really be made and popularized, it might be a bit exaggerated to say that they could change the situation of the war, but it would be no problem to reduce the loss of military horses by a few %. But soon, Wang Bing's expression calmed down again. Xiao Wang, although your idea is good, it has a fatal flaw. Su Yun blinked. What flaw? Let me ask you, how much does the horseshoe you designed weigh? Su Yun thought about it. Most horseshoes in later generations were made of aluminum, and each weighed about 1.5 kilograms. Theoretically, the density of steel is 3 times that of aluminum, so a single horseshoe is about 4 pounds. Wang Bing nodded. This number was similar to what he expected. One horseshoe is 4 pounds. A horse has 4 hooves, so a pair of 4 horseshoes is 16 pounds. Now there are more than 20,000 war horses on the western front of our dynasty. It will take 320,000 pounds of fine iron to cover them all. It is not difficult for the court to come up with 320,000 pounds of fine iron, but how long will these iron shoes last? A question mark appeared on Su Yun's face. Huh? Seeing that he was a little confused, Wang Bing further explained, take the 8 colors of swords equipped by the Imperial Army as an example. The so-called 8 colors of swords refer to the hand sword, the falling sword, the bending sword, the moon-covering sword, the halberd sword, the eyebrow sword, the phoenix beak sword and the pen sword. The Western Army is mainly equipped with hand swords. Wang Bing went out in casual clothes today and did not bring any knives with him, so he roughly gestured a virtual sample of more than 50 centimeters. The hand sword is 2 feet and 1 foot long and is forged from 100-tempered steel. Generally speaking, if you survive in battle, a hand knife can last you about 3 battles with thousands of people, and then it will break. The hand knife is like this, not to mention the horseshoe. When horses are really used on the Western Front, the round-trip distance for a battle will not be less than 500 miles. With such a large-scale consumption, how long can a pair of horseshoes last? Hearing this, Su Yun suddenly laughed. He knew where the problem was. That's right. I forgot something. Before the invention of the Bain steel-making process in 1856, both the East and the West could hardly deal with the problem of impurities in steel. For example, sulfur, such as phosphorus. In steel smelting, the lower the content of sulfur and phosphorus, the better. If it is too high, the steel will become brittle. And increasing it by 1/10,000th will have a significant impact on the mechanical properties. Modern steel contains very low sulfur and phosphorus. For example, ordinary steel requires a sulfur content of less than 5/10,000ths and a phosphorus content of less than 4.5/10,000ths. The requirements for high-quality steel are stricter. The sulfur content is less than 4/10,000ths, and the phosphorus content is less than 4/10,000ths. The requirements for high-grade steel are even higher. Sulfur is required to be less than 0.3 parts per million, and phosphorus is less than 0.35 parts per million. Although in the same period, the local technology for refining iron was almost ahead of the West. But this is just a horizontal comparison. From the perspective of later generations. To be honest, the mass production technology of steel in this period was indeed very mature, but the quality was indeed not very good. Because there was no concept of trace elements in ancient times, there was naturally no desulfurization and dephosphorization operation. They only knew that iron in the north was more brittle than iron in the south, but they didn't know why. At this time, craftsmen mainly rely on the difference in mechanical properties during folding and forging to knock off impurities and slag blocks, which is the so-called 100-fold steel. Imagine this: in front of you and another person, there is a barley maltose block mixed with a lot of sand. You have advanced technology and can dissolve the sugar block, filter out the sand with a cloth, and then evaporate the water to condense the sugar block again. The other person can only pull the sugar into a long strip and pick the sand with tweezers. After picking one round, fold the sugar in half and stir it for a while, expose the inner sands and pick it again. Over and over again. Even if he picked it 100 times, he would still not be able to reach your level. After picking it 1,000 times, he might be able to make it slightly gray, but the visible sand grains would no longer be visible to the naked eye. If you ask him to pick it again, he would not be able to do it. And these sand grains are the breaking points of steel. Although they are invisible to the naked eye, they will break when touched during use. So Wang Bing's concerns are also reasonable. 320,000 caddies of steel is 160 tons, which is not a small number that can be taken casually. There is a rumor in later generations that the annual steel production during the reign of Emperor Shenzong of Song Dynasty was as high as 150,000 tons, comparable to the total output of Europe in the 17th century. But in fact, this is a wrong number. The source of this number comes from Robert Wright's non-zero-sum game, The Logic of Human Destiny. Like general market economies, large-scale production began to show advantages in medieval China. At that time, there were silk factories with up to 500 looms and iron factories with thousands of workers. At the end of the 11th century, China could produce 150,000 tons of iron per year, while the whole of Europe could not reach such an output until 1,700, according to the more detailed research on iron money and iron production in the Song Dynasty. The normal iron production in the Song Dynasty was about 50,000 tons. The further refined steel was about 3,000 to 4,000 tons, not more than 5,000 tons. A considerable part of the remaining iron was used to produce iron pots. Based on this output, if the horseshoes can be replaced every few years or even once a year, then the court might really spend such a resource. But if the horseshoes crack after a few trips, the court would not be a sucker. In fact, the reason why the Yuan dynasty was able to popularize horseshoes was also related to the further improvement of steel smelting technology during the Yuan dynasty. Before the Yuan dynasty, even in Europe, horseshoes were not popularized by all armies. Looking at Wang Bin, who was worried, Su Yun couldn't help but sigh slightly. Damn it. It would be great if I was a little-known person. Then he took a deep breath, looked at Wang Bing, and said, Captain Wang, to be honest, there was a blacksmith named Kobe in Fengling Yuan sect. He got up at the early morning of the morning every day, spent decades in depth research, and finally developed a technique that can further refine steel. This technique is not difficult, and the cost is not high, but it can make the 100 refined steel more wear resistant by more than 10 times. Clang! Su Yun's voice had just fallen. Wang Bing, who was standing aside, couldn't help but fell to the ground with the wine glass in his hand, breaking into several pieces. But he didn't care about the fragments under his feet at all, but stared at Su Yun. Xiao Wang, is what you said true? Chapter 162 The beginning of a shocking change. 3 weeks later. Su Mansion. still in the small courtyard where Su Yun prepared the generator. At this moment, the courtyard had been cleaned up, even the stone table and flowers and trees had been moved away. In the entire courtyard, only a strange device with a brick top that was spliced into an arch and somewhat similar to a coffin was left in the center. Next to the device stood old Su, the two brothers Wang Bing, Zhang Zhen, Wang Hao, Siegfried, and an old man with white hair and beard but vigorous. Of course, Su Yun was there too. At this time, he was concentrating on staring at the inside of the arch device, his eyes motionless. Estimating that the time was about right, he turned around and said to Old Manager Z, "Old Manager, you can stop now." Upon hearing this, Old Manager Z quickly responded with a yes. Turning around, he stopped the donkey that was pulling the blower, and lovingly placed a handful of grass in front of it. "Hurry up and fill your stomach, we'll need you later, brother donkey." Su Yun looked at Siegfried, who had been waiting here for a long time, bowed to him, and said with a smile, "Master Key, thank you for your trouble, you're too polite, it's just my job." Siegfried gave him a very reliable look, walked to the equipment with several craftsmen, and pried open a preset cover with an iron rod. As the cover was pried open, a stream of hot and sticky molten iron began to slowly flow from the slot into a dug pond. Then Siegfried followed Su Yun's previous instructions and sprinkled pig iron powder lightly and evenly on the molten iron in the pond. The others stirred it quickly with willow sticks. Seeing this, Su Yun felt a little relieved. In ancient China, 100-fold steel and forged steel were the two most common ways to cast steel. Take the finished products of the Song Dynasty Instrument Bureau as an example. The sulfur content is about 11/10,000, or about 1/1000. As mentioned before, every 1/10,000 difference in sulfur and phosphorus in steel can make a huge difference in effect. It is completely different. Modern steel technology also basically uses this difference as the boundary of grades, and is divided into ordinary steel, high-grade steel, special peak steel, special perfect steel, half-step transcendent steel, etc. In short, compared with the 5/10,000 of the most common modern steel, the ordinary steel products of the Song Dynasty are 6 orders of magnitude worse. Even if compared with the best steel products of the Instrument Bureau, the difference is only about 4.5 at most. Therefore, Su Yun held the idea that anyway, the task is to make trouble, so he simply went all out and made a big one. He combined Bisem's best steel-making method with a pouring steel method in the late Ming Dynasty, and used the local 1956 small-volume furnace as a template to design a 2 cubic meter reverberatory furnace. The so-called reverberatory furnace refers to chamber flame furnace. The fuel burns in its combustion chamber, and the heat generated is reflected from the furnace top to the heating chamber to heat the blank. The heat transfer method in the furnace is not only based on the reflection of the flame, but more importantly, it is the radiation heat transfer of the furnace top, furnace wall and hot gas. Therefore, there are certain requirements in the design specifications. This time, Su Yun used a brick-built anti-arch furnace bottom with a thickness of about 900 mm. From bottom to top, they are: furnace bottom cast iron plate, 20 mm asbestos board, 300 mm clay brick, 100 mm ramming material layer, and the top layer of magnesium brick anti-arch. What? You ask how magnesium bricks come from? Magnesite is calcined at high temperature and then crushed to a certain particle size to become sintered magnesia sand. Then after pressing, you can get magnesium bricks with excellent appearance. Considering that the melt ratio and depth of the trial preparation of horse iron hoof are small, Su Yun uses an anti-arch center angle of 129 degrees. I should be right, magnesium brick is 300 mm. Has anyone checked it? In this way, the temperature in the furnace can easily reach over 1600 degrees, even close to 1800. In addition to the equipment, Su Yun also made some improvements in raw materials. For example, when coking bituminous coal in an airtight environment, coke is used instead of a coal as fuel. Another example is decarbonization by pouring steel, etc. Of course, the more critical step is another step, adding a pull-out bellows. This step does not consume much resources, and has no labor cost, but it is more tiring. Then after a while, Siegfried raised his hand to Su Yun and said, "Prince Wang, the molten iron has become sponge-like." Su Yun walked quickly to the edge of the trough, and as soon as he approached, a scorching breath surged up. "Master Key, Have you added all the pig iron filings? Yes, Su Yun nodded when he saw that, then cut the molten iron into pieces, put it on the second layer, and let in oxygen. Siegfried had practiced the relevant operation methods before, so it didn't take much effort to transfer the molten iron filled with pig iron filings to the second layer of the reverberatory furnace. The temperature of the second layer of the reverberatory furnace is much lower than that of the first layer. The main purpose of this link is not calcination, but to pass oxygen. Or to be more precise, to pass pure oxygen. That's right. Pure oxygen. This is why Su Yun is confident that he can forge steel with lower impurity content, as we all know. Making pure oxygen is an operation that anyone can do with their hands. Is there really anyone who can do it? Considering the extremely high temperature in the reverberatory furnace, Su Yun did not use electrolysis of water to produce oxygen. Electrolysis of water to produce oxygen consumes a lot of energy, and it is easy to mix with hydrogen. Once the concentration of hydrogen and oxygen reaches a certain limit, it is easy to have some deuter behavior in the reverberatory furnace. Therefore, this time Su Yun chose the standard laboratory oxygen production method of later generations. That is, heating hot potassium permanganate to collect oxygen. First, Su Yun found pyrolusite through Lao Su's connections. This is a very common ore that can be found in large quantities in the city of Beijing. Then it was heated with potassium nitrate to produce potassium manganate. Then it was electrolyzed with an oxidant in an alkaline solution. In this way, potassium permanganate was obtained. You ask where potassium nitrate comes from? Do you remember the potassium nitrate bridge made from saltpeter from the plum soup shop when preparing chlorine? See chapter 123. So again, the generator and electrolytic cell that Su Yun made are far more than just for show. Then, he directed Siegfried to move the copper tube that transmits oxygen to the entrance of the second floor. Although the melting point of copper is less than 1100 degrees, the temperature of the reverberatory furnace on the second floor is not high. In addition, the copper tube is only connected to the slot, so there is no need to consider the possibility that the copper tube will melt. Be careful and poke it in slowly. It is very sensitive. Be prepared. If it comes out, you should watch it carefully and don't let the water inside splash out. The copper tube is connected to the self-priming pump designed by Lao Su. As the valve is opened, a large amount of oxygen is quickly transported into the second floor. These pure oxygen quickly combine with carbon, phosphorus and sulfur in the spongy molten steel, and after oxidation, they escape through the tuyere pulled by a brother donkey. After just 2/4 of an hour, the purity of the molten steel was stretched to an extremely high value, relative to this era. What a pity, looking at the molten steel that has entered the final stage, Su Yun couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Wang Bing, who was standing beside him, saw this and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Wang, what are you regretting?" Su Yun sighed and said, "We didn't have enough time to prepare, and the relevant technical equipment is also insufficient, and the hardware conditions are a bit poor, so in theory, the durability of the finished steel can only reach about 15 times that of ordinary steel at most." Wang Bing, Su Yun didn't notice Wang Bing's expression. This statement, which seemed very pretentious to Wang Bing, was actually his true thoughts. After all, if conditions permit, it doesn't require too many steps. As long as nickel and chromium are added to the molten steel, the quality of steel can be easily increased tenfold, that is, an order of magnitude difference. Unfortunately, the world's laterite nickel ores are mainly distributed in tropical countries within 30 degrees north and south of the equator. Although there are some laterite nickel ores in the mainland, they are all distributed in the northwest and northeast, not in the central plains. For example, Longyao, Zhuzhou, and Beishan Songshu. The latter two are not within the territory of the Song dynasty. Although Longyao belongs to the Song dynasty, it is an important frontier area for the war with Xixia. At present, Longyao is mainly based on defensive fortifications, and in terms of resource development, it is far from the level of later generations. Therefore, Su Yun's idea of further purification can only be aborted, waiting for the lucky people in the future to find it. Another hour or so passed. He estimated that the time was almost up, so he said to Siegfried, "Master Key, the time has come, and the rest is up to you." Siegfried nodded at him, and directed other craftsmen to take out the softened molten steel and start forging. Pa. The marshmallow-like molten steel gradually began to condense under Siegfried's stirring. Siegfried felt that the fire was ready from the resistance, so he poured it into a horseshoe printing mold. Many people in later generations were influenced by some movies or civilian horseshoes and thought that horseshoes were very simple tools. But in fact, the horseshoes for military horses and race horses are very complicated, far from being as simple and light as they look. For example, the weight of a single horseshoe in the Olympic equestrian competition is 2.2 pounds, or 1.99 kilograms, and the whole body is made of aluminum alloy. In the Brisbane Museum of Kangaroos, there is still an iron horseshoe from the 1956 Melbourne Olympic Games obstacle course, which weighs up to 3 kilograms. Why is this thing so heavy? Because in addition to the horseshoe combination also needs no less than 7 nails for reinforcement, plus an iron sheet similar to a shin guard at the end. With so many combined joints, it is not surprising that the horseshoe is not low. The sight returns to the original place. After about 20 minutes, the molten iron is cast. Suyun took over from Siegfried, holding the cast horseshoe with long end tweezers and soaking it in water. This is a common operation in TV dramas, that is, quenching. It is mainly to quickly condense and shape the iron embryo and have a hard entity. But from the perspective of relevant professionals, although the quenching action is simple, the principle is still relatively complicated. Hiss, with a burst of white smoke floating up. The interior of the steel quickly changes to austenite, and then it is cooled rapidly at a rate greater than the critical cooling rate, forming a metastable martensite. The deformation brings about a high density of dislocations, and the supercooling caused by the rapid cooling makes the nucleation rate of new grains very high, resulting in fine grain strengthening. The feedback of the above two factors on the outside is quenching and shaping is completed. The blacksmith shops in movies and TV shows are generally almost done after quenching, but the electromechanical dog, cough, students majoring in mechanics should all know. At this time, there is actually a lot of stress and brittleness inside the quenched parts. If the tempering step is not carried out in time, deformation or even cracking will often occur, and various troubles will arise in practice. For example, a shovel that has not been tempered is likely to have a gap after a few diggings. Therefore, Suyun tempered the horseshoe again, which completely ended the forging of the horseshoe. A quarter of an hour later, Suyun took the cooled horseshoe with his bare hands, walked to Wang Bing and others, and handed it to the old man. Envoy Zhong Chengsun, this is a horseshoe, please take a look. That's right. Hearing this surname, the readers must have guessed, this person is the famous old General Zhang, the contemporary leader of the Zhang family army, and the military soul of the Song dynasty after Liu Fa's death. Zhang Shidao. When Suyun was in contact with Wang Hao before, he specially asked Wang Bing to find out about Lao Zhang. In the end, he learned that Lao Zhang did return to Beijing with the Western Army. After all, the core center of the Western Front this time is Weizhou. As the governor of Weizhou and the deputy commander of the Yingdao army, Lao Zhang's horses, food, and clothing all need to be transported through his hands. Now that he has returned from a staged victory, the probability of him returning to Beijing together will not be less than 70%. After all, although Lao Zhang is not greedy for money, he has a high integrity and has no black spots in his life except for a few defeats. But this does not mean that he has no desires. On the contrary, being able to be the contemporary leader of the Zhang family army, Zhang Shidao almost fights for every achievement. After all, it is the result of his own blood and sweat, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. If you don't fight for the welfare of your subordinates, how can others believe you? Later, Suyun used the horseshoe as an introduction and invited Lao Zhang to his house through Lao Su's book. However, Lao Zhang's attitude towards Suyun was quite indifferent, and his face was a little uglier than Lao Jia's. For example, at this moment, seeing Suyun, a young man with no hair on his mouth, holding a horseshoe, he said with certainty that its hardness was 10 times that of ordinary steel. Lao Zhang's eyes were full of doubt. After all, he was different from a civilian like Lao Su. Most soldiers were straightforward and said whatever they thought, but they couldn't get angry because of Lao Su's face. He glanced at Suyun and took the horse iron hoof. He stroked it and flicked it with his index finger. After a while, Lao Zhang's expression was slightly condensed, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. As a military commander stationed outside for many years, his familiarity with steel has reached a very amazing level. Basically, he got the hang of it. He can judge whether it is low-grade steel, medium-grade steel or high-grade steel by quality, flatness and syllables. According to the tactile feedback he just got, the material of the horseshoe weighing several kilograms in front of him seems to be almost the same as that of high-grade steel. In other words, the young man in front of him seems to be really good at it. After all, he has also seen the forging process of the Military Equipment Bureau, which is much slower than Su Yun in terms of process and efficiency. But what Lao Zhuang didn't expect was that some steel is called high-grade steel because it is only high-grade steel. And some steel is judged to be high-grade steel because in the existing cognitive system, there is only high-grade steel. Then Lao Zhuang pondered for a moment and took out a saber from his body. This saber was a fine knife given to him by the deceased Song Zhezhen. The material is the best batch of fine steel in the 5th year of Shaoshan. Not to mention cutting iron like mud. At least it is not difficult to leave a gap on the steel axle of the chariot with one knife. In several life and death melees, Lao Zhuang even used it to pierce the enemy's breastplate, which was much thicker than the horseshoe. After preparing the knife, Lao Zhuang put the horseshoe on the table, gestured a few times with the knife on the edge, and asked Su Yun, "This little brother, can I try my knife?" Su Yun quickly made a gesture of invitation. "Of course I want to, but I dare not ask." Lao Zhuang looked at him thoughtfully. If nothing unexpected happens, this young man should still have some skills. But he seems to be a little arrogant, or mysteriously confident. But if he can really produce high-quality steel on a large scale, it would be a good thing for the court, especially for the Western Army. So he hesitated for a few seconds. He didn't use all his strength in his hand, intending to make a small gap to save Su Yun's face. Hand up. Knife down. Clang, with a sound of contact accompanied by sparks, the short knife in Lao Zhuang's hand suddenly split from the edge and finally broke into two. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 The Beginning of the Shocking Change. When the half-blade in Lao Zhuang's hand broke off, the whole courtyard fell into silence. The air froze and you could hear a pin drop. Indeed, because the horseshoe has a certain thickness, the short knife will not only not gain any advantage when it comes into contact with the horseshoe, but will also suffer some disadvantages inherently. But don't forget, Lao Zhuang's knife is not an ordinary knife. Lao Zhuang once used it to break the breastplate of a heavy cavalryman. If he was not the grandson of Zhang Zhongjing and had made great contributions as the governor of Jingyan, he would never have been able to get a weapon made of this material. Then Lao Zhuang was silent for a moment. He ignored the blade on the ground, put down the handle, and picked up the horseshoe on the table. At this moment, there was no gap in the area where the horse's iron hoof touched the tip of the knife, except for a tiny white scratch. Seeing this, Lao Zhuang's breathing suddenly stagnated. Then he suddenly looked at Su Yun, his beard floating in the air for half a second, and asked, "Master Wang, how many of these ironwork can you cast?" "You can call me Xiao Wang, the envoy." Su Yun politely bowed to Lao Zhuang, and his respect for the old general was no less than Wang Bing's. "As you can see, as long as there is enough iron ore, we can cast as many as needed." Lao Zhuang pondered for a moment, turned his head to look at the reverberator furnace that looked like a coffin, pointed at the magnesium brick on top of it and said, "If I am not mistaken, this thing should not be an ordinary earth brick. I don't know what it is made of." Su Yun thought for a while and said, "Wait for me." After that, he came to an area where materials were placed by the wall, lifted the sunshade, and searched through it for a few times. After a while, he came back with a white ore. He handed the ore to Lao Zhuang and asked, "Does the envoy know this?" Lao Zhuang took the ore and looked at it for a few times, stroked his beard, and said uncertainly, "If I am not mistaken, this thing seems to be porcelain greystone." Su Yun nodded and said affirmatively, "Yes, it is porcelain greystone, a common ore that can be found everywhere in Qinfeng Road. We only need to calcine it at high temperature, crush it and press it using the brick-making method, and we can easily prepare magnesium bricks." Lao Zhuang's pupils shrank again. As a veteran who has been fighting on the Western Front for many years, he is really familiar with this kind of stone. Search outside any camp on the Western Front for half an hour, unless you are possessed by a Kunlun slave, you will definitely be able to bring back a large basket of porcelain greystone. In the fortifications on the Western Front, this ore is extremely fragile, so it is not even considered as scraps, and is specially used to build houses for prisoners. In fact, What Lao Zhang does not know is, the so-called porcelain gray stone is the later magnesite, which is one of the ores with the highest reserves in my country. 2/3 of the world's magnesite reserves are concentrated in China, with a total of more than 3 billion tons. In other words, the material that looks the most special in the entire iron-making process is a resource that can be found very easily in reality. Of course, strictly speaking, pure oxygen is the most difficult part of the entire process. It involves many chemical reactions and even electrical problems. But considering that Lao Zhang has never been exposed to the microscopic field, Suyun did not mention it too much. This is also one of the reasons why he is confident that the technology will not be exposed. Anyway, whether it is the military or the court, their sides will not care too much about the loss of common resources, because they are confident that they can get greater benefits in return. Then Lao Zhang looked at the broken end of the handle in his hand, turned around and looked at Wang Hao, who was older than him. The two veterans over 50 years old saw the same idea in each other's eyes with tacit understanding. Lao Zhang coughed lightly and asked Suyun, "Prince, Xiao Wang, if that's the case, then can I say this, if there is enough iron ore, you can produce countless molten iron. In addition to horseshoes, you can also cast knives or armor of the same material." He took the bait. Suyun's mouth slightly raised a little arc, but he quickly calmed it down. He touched his nose and answered normally, "Yes, swords and armor are just mold problems, and have nothing to do with craftsmanship. If the envoy is willing, there will be no problem in building an iron house. It will still be as strong as a horseshoe." Lao Zhang's expression did not lose control this time, but his left hand holding the handle of the knife instantly added some strength. "It really works. You know. Just like horses. On the Western Front, or in all battlefields throughout the ages, the amount of damage to knives and armor is also a big part that cannot be ignored." Still taking the example of Emperor Wu of Han's expedition to the Xiongnu. According to the records in Tongdian, before Hokuebang sealed the Wolfen Lair, the Han army's baggage included 400,000 swords and weapons and hundreds of thousands of infantrymen. Hokuebang and Wei Qing each led 50,000 troops before sealing the Wolfen Lair, which means that 50,000 people consumed 200,000 swords and weapons. In fact, judging from the later battle records, Hokuebang consumed more resources than Wei Qing. It is also worth mentioning that the number of swords and weapons recorded in Tongdian is handles. That is to say, bows and arrows are not included, mainly swords, spears, and swords. At that time, Hokuebang mainly fought with his Xiongnu Zuoxi and Wang, killing 70,000 enemies with 10,000 casualties. During the process of more than 1,000 miles of penetration, there were 8 large-scale battles with 10,000 people and more than 120 small battles. If we count 10 small battles as a major battle, then on average one weapon will be destroyed in 3 major battles. Of course, if we really count, we certainly can't count it this way, but the final number will probably not deviate too much. After all, there are many documents recording baggage in history. Before 1000 AD, on average, one weapon was destroyed in 3 or 4 major battles. This shows, before the improvement of iron and steel technology in the Yuan dynasty, how much damage did weapons suffer in wars? And if it was just a high loss of weapons, it would be fine. You are bad, so am I, just comparing the material reserves. The fear is that on the battlefield, other people's weapons are better than yours. Once you chop down, your knife breaks, while other people's weapons are intact. That would be like watching a movie, and it would be fun. Therefore, the moment they got the guarantee from Suyun, Lao Zhang and Wang Hao, the two veterans with the highest status in the army, Tongguan is not even the Xilan Huang Jinglu and Fu Zizishi, immediately thought of the possibility of using weapons. Think about it. When the two armies meet, the opponent is holding a bin knife and slashing at you with great momentum, and you are wearing heavy armor and stand still, letting the opponent chop you. There is only a constant -1 and -1 on the blood bar. You are impatient to wait, so you raise your hand's knife and chop off the opponent's weapon and head with one knife. Swish. Old Zhang wiped his non-existent drool and asked anxiously, "Little Wang, can you teach this skill to the Weaponry Bureau or the Military Equipment Bureau? I, an envoy Wang, can guarantee you here that the court will reward you handsomely." Wang Hao, who was standing by, heard this and nodded quickly in agreement. Envoy Zhang is right. If you really offer this skill, we will both recommend it to His Majesty. His Majesty? Emperor Huzong of Song? Suyun shook his head slightly in his heart, but still pretended to be hesitant on his face and said, It is not difficult to offer the skill. If I wanted to hide my skills, I would not have asked Master Qi to help. There is another main thing. Old Zhuang glanced at him and asked, what is it? Is it that only the donkey knows how to pull the bellows? This is simple, just feed it more food and grass. Produce a furnace of molten iron every half an hour. Let it rest for an hour every day, and it can produce more than 20 furnaces of molten iron, which is enough. Su Yun shook his head, not really. Well, I'll just say it straight. According to the skills passed down by the Fengling Yuan sect, if some materials can be added during the iron casting process, the quality of the finished product can be improved by 20 to 30 times. Clank. After hearing Su Yun's words, Lao Zhang, who originally thought he would not lose his composure again today, once again lost his temper and the handle of the knife in his hand loosened. It fell to the ground with a clang and hit the blade again. He looked at Su Yun blankly, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, without any of the arrogance of the god of war in the army. Little prince, are you saying that adding some materials can improve the horseshoe by 2, 3, or 4 times? To reply to Envoy Chengsun, it is 20 to 30 times. Su Yun corrected Lao Zhang's statement, and continued, 20 to 30 times is just the basis. If the material conditions are right, it is not difficult to increase it by 40 to 50 times. Gurgle. In silence, Wang Yu, who had just recovered from his injury, swallowed his saliva. If you were cut by that kind of knife, even Allison would not be able to save you, right? Lao Zhang opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to refute with a ridiculous. But his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the broken blade and handle on the ground, and he couldn't help but stop his doubts in his throat. Xiao Wang, do you have any evidence for what you said? Of course there is. Su Yun nodded, took out another dagger from his body, and handed it to Lao Zhang. Try this. Lao Zhang took the dagger and weighed it in his hand for a few times. How should I put it? There is no obvious difference in quality, and it cannot be felt in the hand. Then he glanced at Su Yun, and without too much explanation, he chopped at the horse's iron hoof. Clang, there was a crisp collision sound. On the horseshoe that had only a small mark on Lao Zhang's dagger that had broken before, there was a very deep crack this time. If Lao Zhang chopped it a few more times, he would surely be able to cut it off completely. Lao Zhang exhaled heavily from his nose. I have to say, there were too many surprises that Su Yun brought him today. Wang Hao's on the side quickly stepped forward, touched the broken hole in the horseshoe, and took a closer look at the dagger in Lao Zhang's hand. Turning around, staring at Su Yun, he asked, Xiao Wang, this dagger is the finished product containing those materials? Su Yun nodded, yes. After the two of them talked like this, Lao Zhang came back to his senses and asked quickly, Xiao Wang, what exactly is the material you are talking about? Su Yun raised his eyelids and looked at him, and said slowly, this thing is called nickel, which is a material extracted from ore. Lao Zhang is not a fool. He immediately heard another meaning from Su Yun's words and guessed, Xiao Wang, is this kind of ore extremely difficult to mine, so it is rare? Su Yun shook his head and said, the mining difficulty of nickel ore is not high, but its production area is somewhat special. How special? Its production area is not in Central Plains, but in Yiluo. It is well known that nickel can expand the Greek letter gamma phase region in steel and form an infinite solid solution. The maximum solubility in Greek letter alpha iron is about 10%. And it will not form carbides, which increases the corrosion resistance of the finished product. It is an excellent solidified material. Iron products with and without nickel are like whether Laogan Ma is added to fried rice. They are completely different in nature. Whether it is durability, hardness or internal stress, the gap between the two is more than 2 orders of magnitude. The dagger in Su Yun's hand was added with an appropriate amount of nickel, and the relevant properties were pulled to an astonishing height. Of course, due to resource issues, the nickel Su Yun chose this time was not from ore, but from the meteorite purchased by Lao Su. This dagger is also his ultimate goal. Through 2 comparisons, he clearly told Lao Zhang a fact. Now there is a skill that can be called a dimensionality reduction strike in front of you. Whether it is attack or defense, it has a crushing effect, but one of the raw materials is relatively rare. Are you or the court tempted? If you are tempted, go to Yilao to find it. Yilao is the Baishan Songshu of later generations. It is also one of the production areas of local nickel mines. Of course, judging from the map of later generations, the number of nickel mines in Zhuzhou is the highest, followed by Longgao. The third is Baishan Songshu, and the reserves are 7 or 8 times different from Zhuzhou. But don't forget, Zhuzhou now belongs to Western Liaoning and the hinterland of the Liao Kingdom. It can be used to mine nickel mines in Zhuzhou and transport them back stably. What nickel mines are needed? It has been unified long ago, right? Not mentioning Long Gao. It is because the Song dynasty has never given up the Western Front. Whether the nickel mines exist or not will not change the degree of attention. There is no need to put heavy medicine there. Anyway, if nickel mines are really found in other places after the Song dynasty, Su Yun can explain it with a sentence "I don't know." And no one will blame him for hiding his shortcomings. As for why Yilou is mentioned alone. Because at this point in time, there is a big man named One-Eye Aguda in Yilou who has just held his grandson. Even Wang Bing, who was far away in the west, had heard of One-Eye Aguda's name. If the Song dynasty saw the unified Jurchen tribes and cooperated with some of the backup plans it had laid, it would surely be very interesting. More importantly, although Yilou was located behind the Liao people like Zhuzhou, it was different from the land route to Zhuzhou, but Yilou could be bypassed by water. By then, the Song people would find that the state of Tamra had been destroyed by guerrilla, leaving only a pair of Gao father and son. Then the Song people would know another thing after a little understanding. Guerrilla, which had robbed the treasury of Tamra, was now extremely rich, and its afterglow was even equivalent to the income of the wealthy Song dynasty for more than 10 years. And the monarch Wang Song was completely different from the poverty he showed during the audience, and had some shadows of King Zhou of Shang. Not long ago, an earthquake just occurred in the imperial capital of Heojing, and it was rumored that it was caused by the king's cruelty. If the people of Song dynasty were not stupid, they would have thought of plundering guerrilla in the name of upholding justice for the kingdom of Tamra. Although Su Yun had definitely left this era by then, as long as he left some descriptions of guerrilla ginseng before leaving, guerrilla would surely never escape the clutches of future dynasties. After taking guerrilla, the people of Song dynasty continued on the way to Yilou and found another small island. On the island was the base camp of the border troublesome Japanese, with about 40,000 people at the moment. Plan past JPG. If a visionary monarch can emerge in the future, Southeast Asia will most likely not escape the clutches of the Song dynasty. And not long after Su Yun and Lao Zhong Wenghao and others introduced the nickel mine, Zilao Dogwen, who had taken Brother Donkey to rest, suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. He walked hurriedly to Lao Su and whispered a few words. What? After hearing what old steward Zi said, Lao Su's face suddenly turned grim. Then he looked around and coughed lightly. He told old steward Zi, Yuanian, take the servants in the courtyard and Master Qi down to have a rest. They have been working for a long time and must be a little hungry. Tell the kitchen to prepare more food for them. Old steward Zi nodded respectfully and asked the people present to leave. After old steward Zi left, Lao Su took a deep breath and said to the people around him, we will talk about this matter next time. Chapter 164 The storm is coming. In the courtyard. Seeing the solemn expression on old Su's face, Wang Bing stepped forward and asked, Uncle, is there something wrong in the palace? Except for Su Yun, all the people left by old Su were officials in the Song dynasty system. Among them were old friends like Zhuangzi who were related to old Su, but the relationship was not particularly close. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, it was likely that something happened in the palace, and it was not a particularly high-level secret, and it would probably spread gradually within a few hours or a day or two. Old Su obviously did not intend to keep it a secret. He was silent for a moment, and slowly uttered a few words. The Queen Mother passed away, hearing what old Su said. The courtyard was quiet at first, and then it boiled. Old Zhang's eyes flickered a few times, and he frowned and asked, Mr. Su, when did the Queen Mother die? Old Su looked around a few times, and after making sure that there were no idle people around, he said, this is the news just received by the palace duty. It will not be more than an hour and a half at most. His Royal Highness Prince Jian went to pay a visit to the Queen Mother yesterday. Hearing this, old Zhang sighed slightly. Empress Dowager Xiang was 5 years older than him. She was the great-granddaughter of Xiang Minzhong, the prime minister during the reign of Emperor Xianzong of Song dynasty, and he was the grandson of Zhang Shiheng. As the head of the civil officials in the court, Xiang Minzhong had always been at odds with Zhang Shiheng. Therefore, some of the hatred between the two was also passed on to the next generation, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were enemies for generations. In old Zheng's childhood, he had many conflicts with Empress Dowager Xiang. See History of the Song Dynasty, Volume 335, Biography 94, After both of them grew up, Empress Dowager Xiang married Emperor Shenzong of Song Dynasty Zhao, and old Zhong became a disciple of Zhang Zai and became a member of the third class. Later, Lao Zhong offended Jing because of his discussion of the labor service law, and he fell out with Jing. Jing's party falsely accused him of slandering the martyrs, dismissed him from office and included him in the party. Lao Zhong was therefore dismissed for a full 10 years. Empress Dowager Xiang was the opposite of Lao Zhong. She was extremely close to Jing and could even be considered one of Jing's nobles. For example, after Song Huzong ascended the throne, Jing was dismissed from office and sent out. It was Empress Dowager Xiang who ordered Huzong to keep Jing to complete the work of compiling history. Although Jing was dismissed from office by Gongfu, Chen Shixi and others a few months later, he got to know Han Hongyan during his stay in Beijing, which led to his subsequent revival. Of course, at this time, Jing was still in the stage of staying in Beijing to compile history, and many subsequent events had not yet happened. But this did not affect Lao Zhong's bad impression of Jing. After all, the hatred of being dismissed for 10 years could not be resolved by Jing's dismissal. Because of this, the contradiction between Lao Zhong and Empress Dowager Xiang gradually reached an irreconcilable point. But as the kings and ministers who were not so foolish and extreme, the competition between the two sides always had a prerequisite: the stability of the state system. For example, Empress Dowager Xiang knew that the Western army could not do without Lao Zhong, so although she suppressed him, she did not cut off her own arm like Zhao Gu or One-Iron Gu killed Yu Fei. Empress Dowager Xiang's approach was to support Wang Hao, Lao Zhiqi, and even Tong Guan, so that they could gradually replace Lao Zhong's position in the Western army. Lao Zhong's approach was the same, and he never brought his personal relationship into the battle of the border army. But now that Empress Dowager Xiang is dead, the situation has become a little delicate. After all, everyone knows what kind of character this Prince Duan has. Let's not talk about anything else. Just looking at the fact that he had 31 sons and 34 daughters before he was captured, we can see what kind of emperor this was. Then Lao Zhong suddenly thought of something and said to Lao Su, "Mr. Su, where's Wang Zhi? Where is he now?" Lao Su raised his eyelids and looked at him. He quickly realized what Lao Zhong was worried about and said, "Don't worry. According to Yuan Yin, the guards are just on alert and there is no sign of mobilization." The real name of Wang Zhi mentioned by Lao Zhong is Wang En. He is currently the commander-in-chief of the palace, which is one of the standard 9 grand commandants. In addition, he also leads the guards and is deeply trusted by Huzong. To use a modern metaphor, Wang En is the head of the security regiment and the most trusted confidant among the confidants. Hearing that Wang En didn't make much of a move, Lao Zhong couldn't help but let out a deep breath. It seems that the death of the Queen Mother Xiang was not kept secret, and it was indeed a natural death. Then he thought about it, turned to Wang Hao and said, "Chu Dao, the Queen Mother has passed away. Our identities are a bit sensitive, so let's go back to the Wuxan army first." Wang Hao nodded and agreed. "Good." Upon hearing this, Lao Zhong bowed to Lao Su and Su Yun and said, "Mr. Su, little prince, something unexpected has happened. As border commanders, Chu Dao and I have no choice but to do some things. We can only say goodbye first, little prince. After the Queen Mother's funeral is handled, I will come to discuss the matter of skills with you in detail." Su Yun was still in shock at this time. Hearing this, he subconsciously returned the greeting, "It's okay for the envoy to go. Just send someone to tell me when you need me." Lao Su looked at the few people, pondered for a moment, and said, "Xiao Wang, Rulin, Zhengzhen, Zhengru, you are either commoners or low-ranking officials, so go back to your rooms first. I will go and see off envoy Zhuang Changsun and General Wang." Wang Bing and others looked at each other and accepted the order at the same time. Yes, then everyone parted ways, and Su Yun returned to the house with a calm face. After closing the door, he leaned against the door with his back against the door panel and sighed with mixed feelings. If it was just a guess before, then now she is sure that Queen Mother Xiang did fall for old Su. Otherwise, according to the normal trajectory, although Queen Mother Xiang's health is not good, she can at least survive for another 4 months and will not die until the beginning of next spring. In other words, this little butterfly has indeed affected the direction of some historical trajectories in the copy. Thinking of this, he turned around, arched slightly in a certain direction, and saluted. Although he and Queen Mother Xiang had never met, but in a sense, Queen Mother Xiang's death 4 months earlier has a relationship with his arrival that is not related to the facts but causally related. Therefore, Su Yun's gift was not big, nor was it a pretentious gesture, but a gift from the bottom line. Then he walked to the desk, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote a letter in Morse code, from Ryer Guo Tao. The Queen Mother has passed away, and the plan codenamed readers can't hear can be officially implemented, such as this. Such as this. An hour passed. Su Yun sealed the letter with wax and put it into his sleeve. He went out and found the old steward Zi and asked, "Old steward, is the third brother at home now?" Old steward Zi was preparing a eulogy for Lao Su at the moment. Hearing this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Yes, I saw him in the south wing just now. Shall I send someone to find him now? Then I'll trouble you." "Old steward, it's a small matter, you wait." Old steward Zi arched his hands to Su Yun, stopped a servant, and gave him the task of finding Zhang San. The servant said yes and left in a hurry. Su Yun said goodbye to Zi Laodaguan and returned to the courtyard alone. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhang San appeared outside Su Yun's courtyard. "Wang Gear, I heard you were looking for me." Su Yun nodded, handed him the envelope in his hand, and instructed, "San Gear, please go out and deliver this letter to the mansion of the family in Huang Lane that we visited before, and say that Niao Jiulian gave it to him." Zhang San nodded and patted his chest. "Understood, leave it to me." After Zhang San left, Su Yun put his hands behind his back and sighed faintly. Then in the next half-day, Su Yun, who was free, gradually witnessed a process of information dissemination. In the first few hours after the death of Empress Dowager Xiang, only officials within the system such as Lao Su knew the situation. But after the first half-day, Yu Lian and several other high-ranking servants in the mansion also got the news vaguely, and whispered to each other. Later, Su Yun went for a walk on the street and found that many people on the street were like the Riddleman in later generations. When they met an acquaintance, they would say, "Hey, have you heard?" When another person saw this, he would point to the sky mysteriously and raise a smile that said everything. Wait until that night. Zhang San, who had delivered the letter, was like a small vendor selling electronic watches in the 1990s. He tugged at Su Yun's sleeve in a sly manner and said, "Wang Gear, the Queen Mother has passed away." Another night passed. Early the next morning, ding, on Zhuge Street, the servants of Jingzhou Prefecture rang the funeral bell, and the death of the Queen Mother was officially announced to the world. According to the rules of Book of Rites, royal system, after the death of the emperor, the funeral should be held for 7 days and buried in the 7th month. The funeral of the princes should be held for 5 days and buried in the 5th month. The funeral of the officials, scholars, and common people should be held for 3 days and buried in the 3rd month. Among them, the treatment of the Queen Mother is somewhat similar to that of the emperor, with a funeral for 7 days and a burial in the 5th month. However, Zhou had such a requirement, mainly because it was necessary to choose a cemetery and divination for an auspicious day for burial. In addition, it was necessary to give the princes from all over the country time to come to the funeral, so it would be relatively lengthy. Of course, there is also a rumor that the ancients wanted to see if the dead would be resurrected, but this statement is a matter of opinion. By the Song dynasty, the burial time of the emperor was shortened to 3 to 5 months. The burial custom of the Empress Dowager was changed to a small burial on the 3rd day, a large burial on the 5th day, and burial after 1 to 2 months. What? You ask why the body does not stink and rot in such a hot summer? The reason is very simple. When the remains of the Empress Dowager or the Emperor are not buried, ice cubes should be placed under the corpse bed, and they should be replenished continuously. In addition, before the coffin is enshrined, both the funeral hall and the mausoleum must be wrapped with layers of plant ash, charcoal, bamboo mats, etc. These materials play a role in isolating air and moisture to a certain extent. At the same time, the embalmers in the palace who were in charge of the funeral would soak the body in special essential oils for a period of time and wax it. After the formal burial, the outside of the coffin would be painted with 49 layers of paint. Of course, 49 layers was the treatment for the emperor, and the treatment for the Empress Dowager was for reasons that some stupid author could not find out, so it depends on how you look at it. If you encounter some crazy people, they will fill the coffin with mercury, which looks very thief. Although Lao Su had retired, he only had to be present on the day of the burial and offer a eulogy. But this was a very sensitive matter after all, so Lao Su did not dare to neglect it. Therefore, In the small class of 3 people on the second day, for the first time, only Xiao Li was present. In the classroom. Looking at Xiao Li, who was listening attentively, Su Yun wrote a few words on the blackboard. "Miss Li, what we are going to learn today is a geographical concept called orographic rain." Xiao Li blinked. "Orographic rain?" Su Yun nodded and said, "Yes, orographic rain is one of the 4 major precipitation forms in the world. The other 3 are frontal rain, convective rain, and typhoon rain. The reason why orographic rain is called this is because it is a type of rain caused by the blocking effect of terrain. When moist air currents are blocked by high places such as mountains and are forced to rise, the temperature will drop, and precipitation will eventually form. The slope where precipitation is formed happens to be the windward side, so this mountainside is the windward slope. The image of this type of rain before it forms is generally very impressive, like the sky falling and the earth turning upside down. For example, Su Hun of the Tang dynasty wrote a poem describing orographic rain. In the east tower of Shanyang City, the stream clouds first rise and the sun sinks into the pavilion. The mountain rain is about to come. The wind is full of the building. Chapter 165 Shocking Change. The news of Empress Dowager Xiang's death came very suddenly. Except for a few people who knew about it, most people had not made sufficient psychological preparations. This news was like a torrential rain. It brought a hint of coolness to the life of the capital of the Song dynasty, which should have been as hot as summer. For example, many shops on the busiest imperial street closed their doors. The number of soldiers checking the comings and goings outside the Suzaku gate increased a lot. Their expressions were solemn and serious. The night market in Beijing, which should have been bustling, suddenly became quiet and replaced by a curfew. No pleasure boats or wine shops were allowed to open. Zhang San also told Su Yun. Another Kuju game originally scheduled to start in 5 days was also passively postponed indefinitely. The entire Beijing was not allowed to slaughter livestock or get married. The temples in the capital had to ring the bells a total of 10,000 times. Basically, it can be said that in the 2 months before Empress Dowager Xiang was buried, the fiscal revenue of the entire Beijing city had to lose at least 70%. What is even more depressing and even panic-inducing is another thing. It is now the beginning of August, and the time when Song's Zheng Zhaosu passed away was February 23, 1100 AD, just 5 months ago. It has been mentioned before. According to the rules of Book of Rites, Wangzi, after the death of the emperor, the funeral should be held for 7 days, and the burial should be held in the 7th month. The burial time of the emperor of the Song dynasty was earlier, generally around 3 to 5 months. According to the Chronicle of Zhezhen in Volume 18 of History of Song Dynasty, it is recorded, in the 3rd year of spring, on the 1st day of the 1st month, the emperor was ill and did not attend the court. On the day of Jimeo, the emperor died. On the day of Jiwei in the 4th month, he was posthumously named Qinwan Ruwuzhaoxiao emperor, and his temple name was Zhezhen. On the day of Renin in the 8th month, he was buried in Yongtai Mausoleum. According to the comparison table of the lunar calendar and the solar calendar in August 1100, it can be found that the day of Renin in August is the 25th. Reference website wanianlianqi.com/religiao/1100. That's right. At this point in time, Song Zhezhen has not been buried yet. Less than a month before the burial of the previous emperor, the Empress Dowager suddenly passed away. This situation is definitely not a good sign in any feudal dynasty, and it is undoubtedly a shock to the royal power. In addition to the fate of the day, there is also a human event that is quite coincidental, because Zhang Dun openly said in front of the Empress Dowager that Prince Duan is frivolous. He had already submitted a letter to resign from the position of Prime Minister in May. Although Zhao Ji did not agree to his request, by August now, Zhang Dun had already lived in a monk's house and did not take care of government affairs. The second Prime Minister, Hans Hongyan, will not take office until June next year, which means that there is no Prime Minister in the current Song Dynasty court. Therefore, the temporary residence of Lao Su, the former Prime Minister, suddenly became lively in the past few days. This retired veteran of 4 dynasties once again passively returned to the public eye. Half a month later, after sending away a member of the Ministry of Personnel, Old Su dragged his somewhat exhausted body back to the living room and said to Zhongze beside him, "Rulin, which guest is this today?" Zhongze had been waiting for his appointment letter, but now that the Empress Dowager Xiang had happened, his appointment was naturally delayed indefinitely. Therefore, with Su Yun's help, this Grandpa Zhuang, who had a master-disciple relationship with Old Su, temporarily lived in the Su mansion to help Old Su deal with some official documents. As a result, after a few days of cooperation, Old Su unexpectedly discovered that Zhuang's ability was much stronger than he had imagined. Although some of his ideas were sharp and immature, they were also quite novel and reasonable. Therefore, he brought him with him on some occasions, acting as a secretary and taking on welcoming and seeing off guests. Hearing Lao Su's question, Zhuangzi quickly replied, "Teacher, this is the 7th one." Lao Su nodded slightly, stretched out his hand to rub his shoulders, and suddenly thought of something, and asked again, "By the way, where's the little prince? It seems that he is teaching Miss Li in the academy. Where's His Royal Highness Prince Jian?" "His Royal Highness has not arrived yet." Lao Su's brows frowned immediately. At this time, it has been almost half a month since the death of Queen Mother Xiang, and the Queen Mother's body was buried and placed in the coffin 7 days ago. Xiao Zhao is not the biological son of Queen Mother Xiang, and theoretically he can go out of the palace once or twice. Then he was silent for a moment, sighed, and said, "Ru Lin, come with me to see the little prince." Zhuangzi said respectfully, "Yes, it's a pity that Su Yun was not there, otherwise if he heard Lao Su's words, he would probably be glad that he didn't use the surname Ji as a vest." Then Lao Su took Zhuangzi to walk a distance again, and the two soon came to the courtyard where the 3-person classroom was. As a result, as soon as they approached the gate of the courtyard, Lao Su heard Su Yun's voice, "Miss Li, today our rumor-busting class is about a pair of animals, Mandarin ducks. The ancients believed that Mandarin ducks were the symbol of love. For example, Lu Xiaolin wrote in the ancient meaning of Chang'an, 'If I can become a pair of eyes, I would rather die than be an immortal.' You should have heard of it, right? But in fact, Mandarin ducks have promiscuous mating. For example, male Mandarin ducks almost always cheat. When the male Mandarin ducks and female Mandarin ducks have finished mating, they will ruthlessly abandon the female and look for the next mating partner. In addition, female Mandarin ducks will also mate with different male individuals and can become pregnant multiple times. Therefore, the little Mandarin ducks in the same nest may have different fathers even though they have the same mother." Lao Su and Zhuangzi. Then Su Yun paused, and said, "Then let's talk about lying on the ice to catch carp, and discuss whether it is based on the thermal energy formula we learned before." Lao Su heard this, and several black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead. He walked quickly into the yard, coughed lightly, and interrupted Su Yun's words, "Ahem. Xiao Wang, I'm in class." Su Yun was originally talking in high spirits, and he subconsciously turned around after hearing this. When he saw Lao Su, he was stunned. "Master, why are you here?" Lao Su thought to himself that it was a good thing that I came, otherwise he might see Lao Li coming to his house with a kitchen knife to ask for an explanation one day. However, even though he was complaining in his heart, he still said, "Well, I just saw off the guests, so I turned around and told you something by the way." Su Yun blinked and said, "What is it?" Lao Su nodded at his waist badge representing the guests with his chin, and said, "Xiao Wang, you are now on the list of guests in the mansion, and you are a person who is supported by the guests, according to the standard rules. 1 month later, when the Empress Dowager's coffin is placed in the mausoleum, you have to follow the servants of the mansion to the outside of the Suzaku gate to see her off. You need to be prepared for this." Su Yun was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, 1 month? The Queen Mother will be buried so soon? Old Su nodded, looked around, and said a few words. The late Emperor will also be buried together. Su Yun opened his mouth and was about to ask something, but then he reacted by himself. That's right. According to the time. At present, the coffin of Song Zhezeng is almost ready to be buried in the mausoleum, and it is estimated that it will take only 1 or 2 weeks. Song Zhezeng's mausoleum is Yongtai Mausoleum, and Empress Dowager Xiang will be buried with Song Shenzong in Yongaiyu Mausoleum. Both belong to one of the Song tombs, located in Gongai in later generations, with a straight line distance of only about 300 meters. The two are close in location and have similar funeral specifications. Therefore, Song Huzong only needs to postpone the time of Song Zhezeng's mausoleum entry by half a month, and advance the time of Empress Dowager Xiang's mausoleum entry by half a month. In this way, the two can be completed at the same time. Anyway, the burial time of the royal family is very flexible now, unlike the Zhou dynasty where they had to stay for 7 months. It doesn't matter if it's longer or shorter. For example, the longest emperor, Emperor Wen of Han, Liu Heng, had his coffin kept for 11 months before he was buried. And another emperor, Emperor Jing of the Han Dynasty, only had his coffin kept for 40 days before he was buried. In fact, the purpose of keeping a coffin has evolved to the point where it has nothing to do with preventing resurrection. This practice is purely to tell the whole court, there is nothing wrong with the cause of death of the late emperor. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourself. Of course. There is another meaning in what Lao Tzu said, Empress Dowager Xiong is gone, and as a former actor, Su Yun should send her off. After all, as the saying goes, when a person dies, his debts are cleared. Unfortunately, Su Yun didn't know about Lao Tzu's imagination. He was simple-minded and thought it was just a common custom, so he immediately agreed, don't worry, I will be there with the servants when the time comes. Before you leave, just ask old manager Z to call me. Lao Tzu nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Xiao Li and asked, King's Hao, how is His Royal Highness Prince Jian today? Xiao Li first saluted him, then a trace of worry appeared on his face, and he shook his head and said, Uncle Su, His Royal Highness has rarely left the palace recently, and it seems that he is restrained. If it weren't for the usual correspondence, I would have thought that something had happened to him. Su Yun exclaimed softly when he heard this, and keenly discovered a word. Wait, letters. Xiao Li was stunned, and then said somewhat unnaturally, it's just that the atmosphere in Beijing has been weird recently, and His Royal Highness is not convenient to leave the palace. We are just communicating with each other. Su Yun glanced at the little bean sprout and pulled his throat meaningfully. Oh, okay. Seeing this, Lao Tzu, who was standing by, took the initiative to speak up and help Xiao Li out of the dilemma, saying, Xiao Wang, don't belittle me. Tomorrow I will ask Yuan Yin to find a tailor to make you a decent outfit. The rest can be done as usual. Seeing that Lao Tzu mentioned the business again, Su Yun also quickly put away his playful thoughts and replied seriously, I understand, although Zhao Ji was not the biological son of Empress Dowager Xiong, he had always treated Empress Dowager Xiong as his biological mother. Therefore, after Empress Dowager Xiong passed away, Zhao Ji took the initiative to decline the government affairs and kept mourning in front of Empress Dowager Xiong's coffin day and night. The emperor was like this, so naturally no one would make trouble on the surface. Therefore, within a month after Lao Tzu and Su Yun finished talking, everything seemed calm. As long as the coffin was buried, Beijing could return to normal. But people who really understood the situation in Beijing could see that under this calm appearance, there was an undercurrent that could break through the ice at any time. For example, according to Lao Tzu, these days, many of the oranges who were originally affiliated with the forces of Empress Dowager Xiong changed their allegiance one after another and hurriedly expressed their loyalty to Zhao Ji. Some of Xiao Zhao's subordinates were knocking on the body of Xiao Zhao's biological mother, concubine Zhu, and seemed to be thinking about whether to jump or not. Among them, there was a minister whose ancestors came from the foreign country Franck and was responsible for the production of white cloth in the weaving bureau. He simply surrendered to Zhao Ji. Especially on the Lantern Festival on August 15, a major earthquake occurred in Ludong. Although the magnitude was not high and did not cause too many casualties, various rumors appeared among the people. Just like that, a month passed in a flash. Time soon came to the day when Song Zhezeng and Empress Dowager Xiong entered the mausoleum. Early in the morning of this day, Su Yun dressed up in advance, and under the leadership of Zilao Duguan, he followed dozens of servants in the mansion to the outside of the Vermilion Bird Gate. According to the funeral arrangements obtained in advance, the position of the doorman should be before the servants and after the family members of the mansion, playing a similar role of transition. Since the other children of Lao Tzu were not in Beijing, there was only one person standing in the front row with Lao Tzu today, Little Su number 6. In addition, there were 3 sons of Little Su number 6, Little Su Youth version number 1, number 2 and number 3. As for the number of retainers, there were more, although there were only 3 retainers in Lao Tzu's house at the beginning. In recent times, in addition to Su Yun, civil servants or mathematicians such as Zhang Zhen, Lao Jia, and Liu Yu were also included in the retainer list by Lao Tzu. Therefore, the number of retainers in the entire Su mansion has reached 11, which is higher than the number of people in the main room. Standing next to Lao Tzu's family were some other meritorious officials in the capital, who were probably in the range of the second-rank group, and their attitudes were all very polite. After all, although Lao Tzu retired, he was still the former prime minister, and he also had the title of Prince's Guardian and Zhao Zhongguang. That's it. After about an hour. Ding ding ding. 3 huge bells suddenly rang in the Daxiangua temple, which was closest to the palace. I don't know what method they used, it seems that the sound was amplified a lot. After a while, a huge coffin-carrying formation slowly walked out of the right Chang'an gate. This was a coffin-carrying team consisting of 72 people, the earliest professional funeral group, from Beijing and surrounding areas. In the past 10 days, they have also performed countless pole performances. The so-called pole performance refers to finding a single dragon wood with the same weight as the coffin, and putting a whole bowl of water on it. The coffin-carrying team must be able to carry the coffin for 10 miles without spilling any water in the bowl to be considered successful. And behind this coffin-carrying team, there are people pulling the yellow dragon curtain, with white silk curtains on both sides. Further behind, there are 64 banner-leading people with strange paint on their faces. Holding the flag of the people, they were chanting something while walking. Next was the Lu Bo ceremonial guard, holding weapons and paper maid. It was very similar to the comic exhibition cosplayers holding paper-maid wives in later generations. Of course, in such occasions, the shadow of the sole instrument suona is naturally indispensable. According to Lao Tzu's previous introduction, the entire Zhangzheng team had a total of 1,633 people, including 3 shifts of palanquin bearers, who had to take turns to carry the coffin to the imperial mausoleum. This was not the end. Those who had been emperors in their previous lives and were buried successfully knew this. After arriving at the imperial mausoleum, the successor emperor would have to offer wine 3 times, and then place the book and treasure on the book throne in the underground palace, and then put the auspicious oil into the golden well of the coffin bed. Then the eunuchs would hold the lights, and the successor emperor would personally lead the dragon carriage into the underground palace in front of the coffin palace, and the ministers would follow behind. When they arrived at the coffin bed, the craftsman would remove the dragon carriage and formally place the coffin palace. The emperor and the ministers would leave the underground palace after paying tribute. Finally, the craftsman would place the Longshan stone, which is also the coffin stone, and support the self-supporting stone outside the stone gate to completely close the stone gate, and remove the wooden track to close the underground palace. When the successor emperor and the ministers returned to the ground, they would also mourn and pay tribute again in front of the 5 stone offerings, and send the god tablets to the capital to be enshrined in the Taimeo, and only then would the burial be completed. However, not everyone can participate in this step, only officials of the 4th rank or above and with real positions can accompany. For an official like Lao Tzu who has retired and holds a nominal position, he can only go as far as outside the Suzaku gate, even if he is the former prime minister. After the coffin of Zhangzheng was taken out, it was the turn of Empress Dowager Xiong to enter the mausoleum. The same formation as that of Zhangzheng. When Empress Dowager Xiong appeared, she still carried the coffin, held banners, and played suona. However, compared with the more than 1,000 people of Zhangzheng, the scale of Empress Dowager Xiong's funeral procession was a little smaller. According to Su Yun's visual estimation, the number of people may be around 600, at most 800. That's it. After 3 full hours, the 2 coffins officially left Beijing. This also means that the 2 closest people of Song Shenzong have completely withdrawn from the stage of history. The Song dynasty has officially entered the stage of the Big Farewell. According to normal history, another 20 years. Song Huzong, Song Qinzong, and Song Gaozong were 3 strange people, and they played a series of unique operations in human history. The mountains and rivers fell, and the country collapsed. 100 years later, in the Battle of Yashin, 100,000 people died for their country. This strange and humiliating operation was put to a tragic end with blood and tears. After the funeral, Su Yun and others who had no follow-up tasks returned to the Su mansion and continued to do what they should do. Just like that, time passed quietly day by day. One day 3 months later. On this day, Su Yun was teaching Lao Jia and others the skills to solve the quintic equation. Lao Tzu also listened with relish, and Xiao Li was still a circle of mosquito-repellent eyes. At this time, Zhu Liaodongwen walked quickly from a distance, accompanied by a somewhat unfamiliar maid. Xiao Li, who didn't understand a word, was the first to notice the person coming. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Xiao Yun, why are you here, miss?" Something happened. The maid was trying to keep a straight face, but when she saw Xiao Li, she couldn't hold it anymore and said with tears in her eyes, "Master, he's been taken away." Chapter 166 Li Qingzhao is imprisoned. In the courtyard, Xiao Li, who was originally wondering how his maid could run to old Su's house, was shocked at first. Then he stood up suddenly, not even noticing that his chair had been knocked over. He looked at Zhao Yun in shock. What? What happened to the master? Zhao Yun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and choked up and said, the master was resting in the study, and suddenly a group of people came to the house, rushed into the room and took the master away. Zhao Li's pupils shrank when he heard this, and his body swayed slightly, and his eyes were immediately filled with tears. However, she had experienced exile with Lao Li 10 years ago, so she still forced herself to ask, why are they arresting people without any evidence? Zhao Yan shook her head and said aggrievedly. At that time, Manager Chen also asked this question, but was rudely pushed away by the leader. I only know that the other party's name is Zhao Yuanpeng. What? Zhao Yuanpeng? Hearing this name, Lao Su frowned and asked in surprise, how could it be him? Zhao Li looked at him immediately after hearing this, and said with a little hope in tears, Uncle Su, do you know this person? Lao Su nodded slightly, his brows still tightly twisted together. This person is the 6th rank eunuch in the court, and he is stubborn and cold. More importantly, although his official rank is not high, he is the commander of the Imperial City Department, and all officials in the court avoid him. Hearing the 3 words Imperial City Department, Zhao Li tightened his hand holding Zhao Yan again. Speaking of ancient spy agencies, in most people's minds, 2 names may pop up at the first time, the Jinhui of the Ming Dynasty and the blood-dripping Z of the Qin Dynasty. But in fact, in order to maintain the rule of the feudal dynasty, the emperors of almost every dynasty in history would set up some special supervisory agencies. For example, in the early days of Xiao Wei, school officials were established. In the Sui dynasty, there were waiting officials. Wu Zixin created the Plum Blossom Inner Guard, who liked to print a small plum blossom on her elbow. When arresting people, she would say that I came to look for you by order. And the Imperial City Division. It was a secret agency in the Song dynasty. In fact, the Imperial City Division was not called this name at the beginning. It was called Wuda Division. In the 6th year of Taiping Xinguo, a Galilean river car god who did not want to reveal his name did not want Wuda anymore, so it was renamed Imperial City Division. According to the Song history, officials VI, Imperial City Division, the Imperial City Division has 7 officials, including military officials and above, as well as eunuchs and escorts. They are in charge of the prohibition of entry and exit of the palace. All matters related to the guards around the palace and the opening and closing of the palace gates are under their jurisdiction, and according to the division of functions, the Imperial City Division has different official positions, personnel allocations, etc. Some of them are responsible for protecting the emperor closely and acting as guards. They do not belong to the 3 Yamen official system but do the same thing, and are used to check and balance the palace front division in charge of Wang An mentioned earlier. Others are specifically responsible for supervising all officials. For example, Zhao Yuanpeng, who arrested Lao Li, is an official of this type, and his internal ranking is quite high. Thinking of this, Lao Su couldn't help but become more and more confused, but although Zhao Yuanpeng is a supervisor, his behavior this time is not in line with the rules. Zhao Li hurriedly asked, Uncle Su, what rules? Lao Su quickly glanced at her with his peripheral vision, shook his head, and said nothing. As a veteran who had served as prime minister for 4 dynasties, although he somewhat disliked the Imperial City Division, which was the eagle claw of the royal family, but after dealing with them for these years, he more or less understood some of their internal rules. He knew very well that although the Imperial City Division had great powers, it was not without constraints. For example, officials inside the city could not easily leave the Imperial City, and their families could not easily leave the capital. Another example was that the Imperial City Division only had the power of supervision, not the power of arrest. In other words, the situation in which the Imperial City Division could make an exception to arrest someone must be approved by the emperor. To be more precise, it was the emperor's will that was conveyed personally. However, considering that such words would not be of any benefit to the current situation, and would even make Zhao Li worry, Lao Su chose to conceal the news. Then he thought of something, turned around, and asked the tearful maid Zhao Yan, did Zhao Yuanpeng only take Uncle Wen away? Zhao Yan nodded timidly, yes, he only took the master away. What about the things? It seems that he went to the study to look for some things, and then drove away all the servants, left someone on duty, and sealed the door. After hearing this, Lao Su pondered for a moment, and vaguely made some judgments in his mind. and said to Xiao Li, King Xiao, the servants in Uncle Wen's house are fine, which means that this matter is either related to higher level and has nothing to do with ordinary servants, or it is just an ordinary trivial matter, such as a colleague being taken away to assist in inquiries when something happens. But no matter which of the above situations, as Uncle Wen's daughter, you will most likely not be let go as easily as the servants. If nothing unexpected happens, someone will definitely take you away and imprison you. Remember this, no matter where you are taken in the future, don't be too panic. I will deal with Uncle Wen outside. Besides, although the man in the palace is a bit stupid, he is not a tyrant. You don't have to worry too much about being harmed. Your own self-control is the most important. Xiao Li nodded slightly upon hearing this. He was obviously ready. He opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something. However, at this moment, Zhang Quan, the doorman in charge of guarding the palace, suddenly ran in from outside the courtyard and said, Master, it's not good. A group of people came outside the door. The leader is holding the golden order from the palace and said that they want to take Miss Li away. Lao Su and Zhuangzi beside him looked at each other. They came so quickly. As soon as the voice fell, 7 or 8 men in plain clothes rushed in from outside the courtyard. The leader was a thin middle-aged man with triangular eyes, who looked wretched. In ancient times, people with this kind of appearance were generally not allowed to be officials. This person obviously knew Old Su. After entering the courtyard, he took out a small golden sign and bowed to Old Su. Your humble servant, the eunuch Zhao Yuanpeng, greets Lord Su. Lord Su, your humble servant has the audacity to come to your mansion today because you are ordered to take away Li Xiao, the daughter of Li Feiyu, the senior official. This order is the proof. Please don't stop me, Lord Su. Old Su secretly cast a look at little Li that said remember what I said before, and then nodded slightly. Since Lord Eunuch has the order, there is no reason for me to stop you. But Lord Eunuch, Uncle Wen is an old friend of mine after all. May I ask out of curiosity what crime Uncle Wen has committed? The corner of Zhao Yuanpeng's mouth curled up into an ugly smile, and said, Lord Su, this matter is of great importance and involves extremely high levels. If this humble servant tells me the reason, I'm afraid I won't be able to save my head before tomorrow. Please forgive me, Lord Su. However, perhaps considering Lao Su's personal prestige and connections, Zhao Yuanpeng hesitated for a moment and added, Mr. Su, I am following the order of my master to summon Miss Li from the office, not to imprison her. Mr. Su does not need to worry about other problems of Miss Li. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Li and made a gesture of invitation. Miss Li, the sedan chair is outside the mansion, please come in. Xiao Li looked at Lao Su, then at Su Yun, and bowed slightly. Then he loosened his hand tightly holding the maid Xiao Yun, wiped the corner of the eyes of the maid who had appeared and do you know, it should be green, fat, red and thin, and followed Zhao Yuanpeng out of the courtyard. Lao Su just watched the group gradually go away and sighed with regret. Not long after Xiao Li was taken away, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard, the sky suddenly darkened, and heavy rain began to fall. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Old Su stood under the eaves, watching the raging wind and slanting rain in the courtyard. His expression was far less relaxed than when he treated Xiao Li before. It was obvious. Judging from the performance of Zhao Yuanpeng and others, the arrest of Old Li must have involved Zhao Ji in the palace. But Old Li was only a 5th-rank official. What big trouble could he cause? You know, the Song dynasty was not like the previous Tang dynasty. The highest official in the Tang dynasty was only the 3rd rank, and the 1st and 2nd ranks above were honorary positions and did not handle state affairs. But the Song dynasty was different. There were many real positions of the 1st rank in the court, both civil and military. During the reign of Song Shenzong, the number of 1st-rank officials in the court was as high as 38. A 5th-rank Zhongxi doctor was just an ordinary minor official. In addition, Li Feiyu was not the kind of person who was fascinated by the political arena, and I didn't hear about which team he stood in, etc. As Old Su thought about it, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A possibility popped up in his mind. Could it be King Jian? Then he turned his head and looked at the old steward Zi beside him, and asked, First Year, how is His Royal Highness Prince Jian these days? Although he had retired for several years, the recent death of Empress Dowager Xiang and the many officials who came to visit him gradually gave him a strange premonition. Therefore, he reactivated some of his connections and paid attention to the developments in the capital. The person who is responsible for summarizing these news was the old steward Z, who had followed him for decades. Hearing what old Su said, old steward Z quickly said, "My lord, His Royal Highness Prince Jian has been fine these days. The only special thing in the past few months is that he has moved out of the palace and is temporarily living in the prince's mansion in Donghu Lane." Old Su nodded thoughtfully, turned to Su Yun and said, "Little prince, it seems that it was you who proposed to let Prince Jian leave the palace." Su Yun glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, adjusted his mood, and tried to make his tone sound a little calmer. "Yes, at that time, I thought that the Queen Mother had passed away, and His Royal Highness Prince Jian should leave the palace to find a place to live in order to avoid suspicion." Song Huizong was born in June 1082 AD and has just turned 18 years old. Xiao Zhao was born in 1083, a full year younger than Zhao Ji, and is only 17 years old now. According to ancient rules, men are only adults at the age of 20, which is also the age when ordinary princes move out of the palace and build their own residences. However, 3 months ago, because Empress Dowager Xiang had just entered the mausoleum, Zhao Ji had to observe mourning for a month in the Song mausoleum. Su Yun took this opportunity to persuade Xiao Zhao to move out of the palace. After all, Zhao Ji was mourning in Gongai, but there were more than 100 concubines in the palace. According to the etiquette, they only needed to eat vegetarian food. Xiao Zhao could often go to the harem because her mother, concubine Zhu, was still alive. It was still quite a bit of a stretch to think about it. Therefore, from the perspective of avoiding suspicion, Xiao Zhao followed Su Yun's advice and proposed to Zhao Ji the idea of moving out of the palace. Although Zhao Ji had 5 other children after being abducted by the Jin people. But this was only forced by the situation, and it did not mean that he had the attributes of a minotaur and had some strange XP. Therefore, after Xiao Zhao proposed this idea, Zhao Ji quickly sent a reply of agreement. Apart from this, Xiao Zhao really had nothing special these days. Then old Su's chest rose and fell a few times, as if he had made some decisions, and said to old steward Zi and Zhuangzhen, "Yuanyan, you should send someone to inquire about the news as soon as possible to see if you can dig out some inside information. If you can't, at least find out where Wenshu and King Zhao are placed, and whether they have been abused. Rulin, you are a Jinshi in the 6th year of Yuanao. According to our dynasty's return letter system, there should be many classmates waiting in Beijing at this time. You can try to find out. You don't have to know the truth, but just some corners." Old steward Zi and Zhuangzi looked at each other, bowed and said, "Yes." After explaining all this, Lao Su exhaled lightly, and his whole body was faintly a little listless. As a person in the officialdom, in the past 50 years, he has seen too many officials sentenced to prison for various reasons. A few of them were acquitted, and most were demoted. They would disturb others' sleep in Changshan Temple whenever they had nothing to do. Some were sent to exile, and even lost their lives. Although Lao Li's situation seemed ordinary, Lao Su had a vague premonition in his heart, which was far from being as calm as in front of Xiao Li. Or to be precise, this was a serious premonition that had never been experienced in the past 50 years. When Zi Liaodongwen and Zhuangzi left, Lao Su sent Su Yun, who had no role in this chapter, back to the house. He went to the study and wrote letters to several old friends who were still in the court. But what Lao Su didn't expect was that this matter, which he originally thought would not be too ostentatious, developed into a powder keg that detonated the entire capital, not the entire Song dynasty, in just a few days. One day after Lao Li was arrested, Zhao Yuanpeng went out again. He rushed into a certain mansion and arrested Cheng Yi, a professor of the Imperial College and a storyteller in Chongzheng Hall. Another day passed. Zhao Buzi, a doctor of the Ministry of Rights and an editor of the History Museum, was arrested. In the next 3 days, dozens of officials, including Lu Dian, Fan Chunli, Yang Wei, Xiang Wenjun, and others, who were either in office or retired, were all arrested. Among them was a very famous figure in later generations, Su Zhe. The arrests by the Imperial City Division this time were like a storm, leaving no time for people to react. Some of them were even taken away abruptly in a drinking party or a pleasure boat, and only said 1 or 2 words from beginning to end. And if someone comes from later generations and is familiar with the history of the late Song dynasty, they will find that, including Lao Li, the more than 50 officials who were arrested had different positions, ranks, and ages. But they all had the same identity. Even a few years later, They would be written on a monument. There are 309 people on the stele, and the leader is called Sima Guang. That's right. They are the Yuan party. As the scope of the arrest expanded, a rumor gradually spread. The Imperial City Division found a strange object in the home of Li Feiyu, the Zhongxi doctor, called a microscope. It looks weird, but what's even stranger is its interior. You know, the emperor today is named Zhao Ji, and he was born in the day of the sun. The character Ji belongs to Binghuo. And those who understand the 5 elements know that there are 2 of the 10 heavenly stems that belong to the fire element. One is Dinghuo. The other is Binghuo. Among them, Dinghuo is yin, a weak fire. It represents the fire of candles, the fire of stoves, in short, the ordinary fire in the world. But Binghuo is different. Binghuo is yang, the fire of the sun. It defies frost and snow, and shines on all things, so it is yang fire. In other words, the emperor is yang, light. And on that object called a microscope, there is something called a reflector. Reflection. Isn't this a rebellion? More importantly, the people from the Imperial City Department also found the name and birthday of the current emperor in a hidden internal structure at the base of the microscope. Chapter 167. I need an explanation. A few days later, late at night. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Wang, Su Yun, who was originally going to sleep in his clothes, was awakened by the knock on the door outside the house. At the same time, what made him solemn was the voice of the person knocking on the door. The person coming was not Zhang San or Yuangzu, but Zilao Guan. I'm coming, wait a moment. Su Yun, who had roughly guessed something, quickly put on his clothes, walked to the door and opened it, putting on a somewhat surprised expression. Old Du Guan? Why are you here? Zilao Guan lowered his eyebrows, holding a lantern in one hand, and said, Brother Wang, the master's study invites you, you'd better go with me quickly. Su Yun took a deep breath, calmed down his mood, nodded and said, then I'll trouble the old steward to lead the way. Zilao Guan said lightly and made a gesture of invitation. Then the two walked a short distance in the night and soon came to the outside of Lao Su's study. Old steward Zhu walked to the half-closed door and said, Master, Brother Wang is here, please let him in. Old steward Zhu stepped back and made way for Su Yun, saying, Brother Wang, the master is waiting for you inside, I won't disturb you. Su Yun nodded to him and walked to the door. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally opened the door and walked in. This study was where Lao Jia and others calculated the curvature function before, but at this time only Lao Su was in the room, and there were kerosene lamps lit all around, so the light was still bright. Seeing Su Yun enter, Lao Su opened his closed eyes, rubbed his temples a little tiredly, and motioned him to come forward and sit down. Su Yun did as he was told. Wang Lin, after taking Su Yun to a seat, old Su looked at him deeply and asked, You have been in my house for half a year, right? Su Yun nodded. It will be half a year and 10 days. He arrived in this world at the end of June. During this period, it took half a month to treat Wang Yu, nearly a month to calculate the lens and the telescope, and more than 10 days to wait for the right time to observe. Counting the 3 weeks to prepare the horse iron hoof and the 3 months when Empress Dowager Xiong passed away, it is very close to the half-year period. Then old Su picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then asked, Then let me ask you, how have I treated you in the past few days? Su Yun was silent for a moment, and uttered 4 words, The kindness is as heavy as a mountain. What about His Royal Highness Prince Jian and King Xiao? They did not forget my humble status and made friends with me. Ha, what a great kindness, making friends with me. That sounds really nice. Old Su slammed the table heavily, and said angrily and sadly, But is this how you repay us, Uncle Wen? King Xiao and a group of Yuan party officials were imprisoned, and His Royal Highness Prince Jian was under house arrest. Wang Lin, are you going to force them to death? As he spoke, old Su glanced at him again, and his whole person was much more listless. When I heard about the reflector incident, I thought it was just a coincidence in the title and had nothing to do with you. I think with the connections I left behind, it may not be impossible to exonerate Uncle Wen, just like Su Dongpo did back then, but later I learned that there is a secret compartment under the base of the microscope. And the Emperor's name and birthday are engraved inside it. I found Jeffei again for this, and learned from him that the secret compartment was designed in the drawing you gave, and you went to the house alone for a while when inspecting the goods. Looking at the angry old Su, Su Yun was silent for a few seconds and asked, Master, Could it be that Master Qi was resentful of his early experiences and added these steps in the process of making the microscope, and then framed me? Looking at his leisurely expression, old Su couldn't help but laugh. Wang Lin, do you really think I don't know? Not to mention that Jeffrey now has a happy family with 3 generations living under the same roof. Even if he wanted to set a trap, he would not be able to contact people of that level, because the source of all the changes this time is the master who is now with the emperor, and he was also the one who you went to visit with my visiting card. Having said that, a trace of regret appeared on Lao Su's face. Although he had heard of the name of the master a long time ago, a few months ago, this person's fame was limited to the people. Indeed, many dignitaries visited this person's house every day, but it was still a bit far from the level of reaching the ears of heaven. Therefore, when Su Yun proposed to visit this person, Lao Su thought he just wanted to open his eyes. After all, the belief in ghosts and gods in this era was extremely prosperous. Not to mention ordinary people, even Lao Su himself was a little hesitant about ghosts and gods. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, this person somehow grew his magic power and even got in touch with the government. Later, this person seemed to have done some strange operations, which made the government admire him and worship him as a master, and he was in a very high position. If it weren't for the fact that there was no position of national teacher in the Northern Song dynasty, this person would probably become the fastest rising person in history. When Lao Su asked his friends for information, he did question the speed of this person's promotion. But the other party told him that this person's cultivation had reached a level of being all-powerful, and he had shown many magical methods that made people have to admit defeat. And in this incident, it was this master who, through astrological deduction, saw through the 404 information engraved under the microscope in Lao Li's home. At the same time, he spent 10 years of his life on divination and locked on several Yuan'ao party officials. The Imperial City Department did find a lot of correspondence refuting the official in the study of several people. As a result, this big change in the capital happened. To be honest, if he had known this day earlier, Lao Su would never have made that connection for Su Yun. Thinking of this, old Su couldn't help but glance at Su Yun, the pain in his eyes still not diminished. Originally I was wondering why Uncle Wen's affair was exposed, but you, the designer of the microscope, were not imprisoned. It turns out that someone had already covered up your whereabouts. It was a brilliant move. He paused and was about to say something else. Before he could speak, the conversation between Zhongzi and Old Steward Z came from outside the door. Old Steward, is my teacher in the room? Something big has happened. Zhongzi Hickson, the master is talking to Wang. Old Su raised his eyebrows when he heard this, glanced at Su Yun lightly, and said to the outside, Rulin, just come in. The conversation outside the room suddenly quieted down. Soon, the door was pushed open again. Zhongzi rushed into the room in a hurry. He was slightly stunned when he saw Su Yun, but still said, oh no, my dear teacher. The emperor listened to the slander of our master and attributed the star phenomenon a few months ago and the earthquake in eastern Shandong on the Lantern Festival to His Royal Highness Prince Jian, saying that he was immoral and spied on the secrets of heaven. Now His Royal Highness has been confined to his house and Yang Duo, the counselor in the palace, has been arrested. His Royal Highness is in danger. Old Su's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this. His chest rose and fell heavily several times, and he closed his eyes, looked at Su Yun coldly and said, Wang Lin, do you have anything else to say? Looking at old Su, whose anger value is close to full, Su Yun was silent for a moment, and said, Master, although Lord Li is in prison and His Royal Highness Prince Jian is also under house arrest, you can rest assured that they will be unharmed and will not be persecuted in any way, at least in the short term. Unharmed? Old Su laughed again when he heard this. Just you, an informer who got in touch with the master through my name card? Can you guarantee these? Su Yun shook his head when he heard this, stared at him seriously, and said, Master, the most important thing for us academics is rigor. In addition to being an informer, is there another possibility for my identity? For example, Master, is actually my man. Chapter 168 The Truth. Master, is your man. Hearing Su Yun's words, old Su's anger, which was originally blocked in his chest and ready to explode at any time, suddenly stagnated. The whole person was stuck for a few seconds. After coming to his senses, he subconsciously wanted to refute. But thinking of the many strange things Su Yun had shown before, old Su's words of rebuttal were abruptly stopped at his throat. After a while, he first forced himself to calm down, turned his head and looked at Zhongzhen, and said, Ru Lin, I already know about the matter of King Jian, you can leave first. Zhongzhen quickly glanced at Su Yun on the side, suppressed his curiosity, and saluted to old Su, Master, then the student will leave first. After Zhongzhen left, old Su retracted his gaze and said to Su Yun coldly, Wang Lin, you said that the master is your man, but what evidence can prove it? It's settled. Seeing that old Su had the patience to listen to his explanation, Su Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had demonstrated today's situation many times in his mind. But reality is reality after all, anything can happen, and risks still exist. No one can say whether Lao Su will be angry and not give himself a chance to explain. He smashed the cup as a signal, and then several assassins rushed out from the side of the screen and chopped him into meat paste, so fine that there was no smell. Then he took out a letter from his sleeve, spread it on the desk, and pushed it in front of Lao Su. Master, take a look at this first. Lao Su took the letter, shook it lightly, and read it without knowing why. My name is Guojing, a native of Bingzhou, formerly the deputy halberd leader of Yaowei, returned to Beijing in the 4th year of Yangtze, and lived in Beijing for a long time. A few seconds later, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Su Yun, as if he could see through him. What is this? Wang Lin smiled and nodded at him, affirming, yes, it is Master Guo's self-description. It contains his resume, deceptive methods and the list of people he has deceived. It can be regarded as his letter of surrender to me. Upon hearing this, Lao Su's left hand holding the letter trembled slightly. He took a sip of water from the teacup in his right hand to calm his nerves, and asked Su Yun with doubts, Xiao Wang, what is going on? Looking at Lao Su who had already resumed his normal name, Su Yun felt relieved again. Although he had made some extreme preparations, whether he explained or not would not change the direction of the incident. But if it could restore old Su's impression, it would be better. He just said slowly, Master, you may not know that this Master Guo is called Guojing, and he was originally a complete liar. That day, when I came to your door with the visiting card you lent me, I first exposed all his tricks and taught him some more sophisticated methods. With his self-introduction he wrote, a stick in a handful of sweet dates. He was easily accepted by my hands. Many things in the future were all instructed by the villain. Friends who know the history of the late Song dynasty should know. In the late Northern Song dynasty, there were 3 Taoists in the political arena who were famous, and the evaluations left in history were also different. They were Su's Hichen, Lin Ling Su, and Guojing. Among them, Su's Hichen had the best reputation. He was proficient in Taoist classics and was a famous religious painter in the Northern Song dynasty. He basically did not interfere too much in the government. In the collector's circle of later generations, the value of this person's paintings was not too low. The average price was about 50,000 or 60,000, and the highest one even sold for 470,000. The second is Lin Ling Su. To be honest, his image in the official history is not very good. When he was at the peak of his power, he was so powerful that Beijing had to avoid him. There is basically no good evaluation in the official history. But on the other hand, from the perspective of Taoism's contribution, Lin Lingsu has made some contributions. He is the founder of the Xingxiao school, who almost destroyed Buddhism alone, and plays an important role in the history of Taoism. Objectively speaking, he is a controversial negative ruthless person. But the remaining Guojing is a complete liar. This weirdo was a soldier in his early years. In 987 AD, he returned from the Western Front and returned to Beijing with the army. Later, he pretended to be an old soldier without combat missions in Beijing. He liked to perform rituals for people at ordinary times. He was a real old soldier. By the time of the Jikang incident, Guojing was already in his 60s. The then Privy Councillor Sun Fu accidentally learned Guojing's name in Gaichi poetry and found him in Beijing city. Since then, this strange man began his magical performance. He first recruited a group of people. The number is 7,777, which is likely to be worn by Muay Thai in later generations. These people's horoscopes are Liujia, so they are also called looting Liujia magic soldiers. According to the history of Song dynasty, most of these people are beggars and rogues. Then not long after, these people were sent out of the city to meet the enemy. At the same time, Guojing sat on the wall and did something. There was a statue of the heavenly king standing next to him, shouting, "You are strengthened, charge," and then it was gone. Well, it was gone. 7,777 magic soldiers were annihilated. It was also because of this great defeat that the Jin people climbed the walls of Beijing for the first time. If you are interested, you can read The History of Song Dynasty, biography of Sun Fu. The author sighed after reading it. Another funny thing is that in later generations, there are still some people who whitewash the Liu magic soldiers. For example, this is a helpless method. The combat effectiveness of the Liu magic soldiers is also stronger than that of the Song army, forcing the Jin army to send out its main force to annihilate them completely. Later, Guojing was even described as a failed version of Joan of Arc. But what is the truth? At that time, there was Zhang Shui in the city, Zhuang's army was on the way, and Li Gang was still there. Judging from the weapons and effects distributed to the residents in the city later, it was not difficult to hold on until Zhuangzi came to rescue him. As a result, the two strange civil officials, Sun Fu and Prime Minister He Li, plus Song Huzong, insisted on choosing Guojing. In addition, the 6 Jia divine soldiers did fight against the main force of the Jin army, but the problem was that the 4 armies at the gate of the city were all the main forces. You can figure it out with your brain. Who would block the side troops outside the gate at such a critical moment? At the same time, in addition to the history of the Song dynasty, the history of the Jin dynasty also recorded this battle. Song General Guojing sent tens of thousands of troops to Laoshi camp, and Honu fought from the side. The enemy was in chaos and was defeated. The king ordered Honu to lead the elite troops to intercept them. The enemy was in chaos, and the king led the troops to fight. With arrows in his hand, he straightened his reins and held his spear and galloped freely. The enemy was defeated and fled to the city, that is to say. At that time, this group of Liu Jia soldiers went straight to the Jin army after leaving the city, and their momentum was probably quite fierce. So Lu Shi retreated slightly, gave up the gate of the camp, let them rush into the encirclement, and ordered Honu to attack from the side. This simple bait encirclement tactic was actually regarded as the capture of a Jin army camp by those whitewashing parties. Lu Shi was shot in the arm by an arrow, and became the first general of the Jin army who was seriously injured. What can Lu Shi say? Some jumping clowns in history, the shame of the nation must be whitewashed, while some national heroes hold on to the black spots that are unfounded or negligible. So seriously, sometimes you really have to doubt the composition of those people. Okay. Let's get back to the point. Although Guojing is a complete charlatan, he is an excellent candidate to fool Song Huzong. Su's Hicheng is very Buddhist and basically does not interfere in government affairs, so he lied to be 94 years old. Lin Lingsu is not in Beijing, and is still wandering around. Moreover, this person is one of the founders of Taoism. If he is used as a clown, it is easy to be reported as a force majeure 404. Therefore, after careful consideration, Su Yun finally chose Guojing as his target. The bounty has ended. Unfortunately, no one guessed it right, but Lin Lingsu was still very pleased that someone guessed it. The view returned to reality. Then Su Yun paused, changed the subject, and asked Lao Su, "Master, when you were asking for information, have you ever heard of the ability of this master?" Lao Su's anger had disappeared by now, and he was more confused and curious. Hearing this, he thought, "I once wrote to my friends to ask, but was told that this Master Guo has the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary people who pretend to be ghosts. For example, taking things from an oil pan, holding ghosts in the sky, burning ghost corpses with fire, etc. If not, he would not have been worshipped as a master by the government so quickly." How to say it? It is indeed a dynasty that ranks among the top 3 in history in terms of its fear of ghosts and gods. Even a great master of the time like Lao Su, when he mentioned the supernatural, he had strong personal emotions. Su Yun looked around for a while, took out a piece of yellow paper from his sleeve, and handed it to Lao Su. "Master, take a look at this yellow paper. Is there anything special about it?" Lao Su took the yellow paper and touched it, shook his head and said, "It seems to be just an ordinary talisman paper." Su Yun smiled mysteriously at her, took back the yellow paper, pointed to a corner and said, "Master, can I borrow the light of the study?" Lao Su nodded, "Just use it." After getting Lao Su's approval, Su Yun walked to a kerosene lamp near the desk, stood sideways, so that Lao Su's sight could fully see his movements. Then he put the yellow paper above the flame and shook it gently a few times. In less than a moment, the yellow paper began to burn due to the heat. At first, Lao Su's expression was still a little confused, and he didn't understand what Su Yun meant by this. But as he watched, his expression gradually became somewhat horrified. The dark fire on the paper slowly burned in, but it did not spread to the entire paper, but gradually burned out a strange shape, like a demon's shadow. After a while, Su Yun placed the burned yellow paper in front of Lao Su and said respectfully, "Master, please look." In fact, there was no need for Su Yun to remind him. Lao Su's attention was completely attracted by the yellow paper. I saw that the burnt mark on the yellow paper in front of him was a 1-foot-long centipede. Lao Su carefully pinched a corner of the yellow paper, and after confirming that it was just an empty shape, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Su Yun again, and couldn't wait to say, "What's going on here?" Su Yun gave him a little bear, spread his hands and smiled. "This is what you said about the gods arresting ghosts, but it's actually just a little trick." As he said, he tore a small hole in the yellow paper and pointed to some of the cut-in-like things in it and said, "The area around this yellow paper is made of asbestos mesh, which can resist dark fire, and the centipede-shaped area is ordinary yellow paper." At the same time, I also dipped a clean brush in potassium nitrate solution in advance and applied it to the centipede area. Potassium nitrate is colorless or yellowish, and no matter what the situation is, it will not leave a trace on the yellow paper. When the time is right, just pretend to catch ghosts, stage a fight between humans and ghosts, and then find an opportunity to say that the ghost is going to escape. At that time, step on the gang step, set up a formation, wave the peach wood sword, and pretend to be fighting a fierce battle with the demon ghost. After the fight, take out the yellow paper and say that the demon ghost has been sealed on the yellow paper. Then ignite it, and you can see all kinds of demon shapes. The operation that Su Yun said is actually a very common demon removal method in the Ming Dynasty. Because according to the development of technology, the core material required for the whole process is potassium nitrate solution, which will only become relatively popular at that time. Of course, at that time, the Taoists did not call it potassium nitrate solution, but yellow saltpeter water. At present, the Song Dynasty has not developed to this point, but Su Yun produced potassium nitrate in advance when preparing salt bridges and nickel steel. With the help of such a super-dimensional solution, it is too easy to pretend to be a ghost, and it is guaranteed that no abnormality will be discovered. As for the oil pan and the burning of the ghost corpse mentioned by Lao Su, it is also very simple. The so-called burning of the ghost corpse is actually a very self-abuse performance. The caster dances and chants. After a while, his fingers actually began to burn. The caster then took a mouthful of water and sprayed it on the invisible demon corpse on the ground and his burning fingers. In an instant, a beam of fire ignited on the ground. If the conditions are right, you can also see a little ghost fire rising. In fact, this is because the caster has placed camphor powder, phosphorus and sulfur on the ground in advance. During the performance, the caster first tips these on his fingers. Since sulfur and phosphorus are flammable and camphor is volatile, they will burn once they come into contact, and will not hurt the fingers. At the same time, the caster sprayed wine instead of water. That's why a beam of fire appeared and completely burned the demon corpse. This is also a trick that only appeared in the Ming Dynasty. At the same time, compared with a bug that may be exposed by the smell of wine in the original version, Su Yun provided medical alcohol. Although medical alcohol has a special taste, it is still very different from wine. If the other party really asks, he can push it to the blessed demon subduing water, which can be regarded as a patch for the bug. You only need to use the oil pen to take the object, so there is no need to explain it. This should be a very widely spread trick, which was quite popular during the Kilgan craze in the 1990s. However, here is a correction of a wrong knowledge. Many people think that the reason for taking the object from the oil pan is to put vinegar at the bottom of the pan and oil on the top of the vinegar. Since vinegar has a low boiling point, it moves upward when heated, and it looks like oil. But this is actually wrong. The boiling point of acetic acid is 118 degrees. Edible vinegar will form compounds due to the mixing of water, and it will also cause azeotropy. The boiling point is definitely not the so-called 40 degrees. The so-called boiling point of vinegar is only 40 degrees, and the temperature is only 35 degrees when the hand is put into the pot. This is also a rumor that came from nowhere. In fact, the reason why this seemingly boiling oil but actually low temperature can occur is actually because calcium carbonate and boric acid, which are substances that easily generate gas when heated, are placed under the oil pan, forming a false boiling phenomenon. Therefore, if there is really an unlucky person who travels through time, remember not to add vinegar to the bottom of the pot. Otherwise, it would be like Melody watching a movie and taking a pill, even more fun. In short, These tricks that seem extremely simple in later generations can fool many people in the northern Song dynasty, or any feudal dynasty in ancient times. In addition, Song Huzong was an emperor who was easier to fool, so Guojing was able to succeed in front of him, which was not beyond Su Yun's expectations. Then, Lao Su suddenly thought of something and asked, "But Xiao Wang, I heard that the master can not only subdue demons, but also deduce the past and present and grasp the power of heaven and earth. How did he do that?" Su Yun scratched his head embarrassedly and pointed at himself. "To be honest, the master's so-called ability to know everything, in fact, it's just that I calculated and determined the time of the star and the earthquake in Ludong, and Master Guo predicted it." Lao Su was stunned when he heard this, and then Su Yun's preparations for observing the telescope flashed in his mind, and he suddenly said, "So you waited for more than 10 days after making the lens before starting to observe? I thought the star was just a coincidence, but this kind of celestial phenomenon and earthquake can also be calculated by human power." Su Yun's mouth twitched a few times. Of course, after saying that, he silently added 2 words in his heart, "No wonder." Let alone the Song dynasty, even in later generations, comets and earthquakes belong to the field that is extremely difficult to calculate. Comets are easier to say. A celestial body of 100 kilometers approaching the sun has a chance to be discovered by an infrared telescope when it is about 50 from the Earth. When it is about 28 from the Earth, it has a high chance to be detected by the Hubble Space Telescope based on its color. The speed of such interstellar objects relative to the sun is usually within 40 kilometers per second, which is very slow compared to the distance. Therefore, through supercomputing for several years, there is a high probability of accurately determining the time when it can be observed by the naked eye. But earthquakes are different. Even in the 21st century, no country can predict earthquakes with 100% accuracy. At most, after an earthquake occurs at the epicenter, the characteristic that electromagnetic waves are faster than seismic waves is used to allow people who are farther away to take protective measures in advance. And this is only a prototype technology. The practical effect is very general, and the propaganda significance is greater than the actual value. Su Yun can remember these 2 things purely because he is a time traveler. The comet is because the time of its appearance coincides with the time of Keiboki's death, which comes from childhood memories. The earthquake is because it happened on the Mid-Autumn Festival, not a day off. In addition, Huzong ascended the throne that year, so he couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. It's just according to the original time trajectory. At this time, Empress Dowager Xiong had not died yet, so Zhaoji only exempted the annual tax in Ludong, and the whole thing was passed relatively smoothly. This is also a core reason why Guojing was willing to listen to Su Yun after he came to power. He looked at Su Yun the same way that Song Huzong and the officials in the court looked at him. If Guojing was just under pressure at the beginning, then after several prophecies came into effect, he really regarded Su Yun as a god. It's a pity that Lao Su didn't know that he was fooled by Su Yun. On the contrary, combined with Su Yun's previous performance, he believed this statement 80% to 90%. Thinking of this, a deep doubt emerged in his eyes. "Xiao Wang, since you can guarantee the safety of Uncle Wen King Xiao, why do you do this?" Chapter 169, a question that may never have an answer. Why did you do this? Hearing Lao Su's question, Su Yun was at a loss for words for a moment. Yes. Why? Suddenly, a strange emotion emerged in Su Yun's heart. There was anger. There was confusion. There was also shame. Perhaps in the future, in the changed era, every Chinese compatriot with his own ordinary situation, after coming to this dynasty, would choose the same thing as himself. Maybe it can be said that it is a national sentiment of an ordinary Chinese? Then Su Yun glanced at Lao Su, his eyes stayed on his somewhat withered left hand for a while, and said to Lao Su, "Master, do you want to hear a story?" Lao Su was silent for a moment, and replied, "Go ahead." Su Yun nodded at him, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "A few years ago, I had a dream. In the dream, my name is Wu Fan, and I am an ordinary person selling milk more than 1,000 years later." More than 1,000 years later, Lao Su was immediately interested when he heard it. Although most people's thinking and vision were limited in ancient times due to scientific and technological productivity, this does not mean that they have never had fantasies about the future. A typical example is Shen Kuo, who is in the same era as Lao Su. Although Shen Kuo's character was a bit bad, and he was the one who reported Su Shi's Wute poetry case, in terms of ability, Shen Kuo was undoubtedly a master. In his own dream stream essays, he recorded many conjectures about the future. For example, he believed that oil would be very useful in the future, and even speculated that it was related to turbines. This thing will be widely used in the world in the future, and I started it. Because oil is abundant and grows endlessly in the earth, it is not like pine wood which is sometimes exhausted, of course. The turbine here does not refer to the machinery of the future, but wood and equipment such as water turbines. In addition, Liu Bowen of the Ming Dynasty also wrote a poem, Thousands of Rivers in the South of the Yangtze River, and Thousands of Mountains in Yunnan and Guizhou. 500 years later, Yunnan and Guizhou will be better than the south of the Yangtze River. In a sense, it can be regarded as a guess. About a few hundred years later, he believed that the resources in the thousands of mountains in Yunnan and Guizhou would be developed and utilized by future generations 500 years later, and Yunnan and Guizhou would become richer than the south of the Yangtze River. There is also New Era by the owner of the Bai Pavilion in the Qing Dynasty, which is a kind of self-indulgent fantasy. It speculates that in 1999, the population of the Qing Dynasty reached 1 trillion and the army reached 6 million. God knows how this ratio came about. In short, the strong market of the Qing Dynasty aroused suspicion and joint resistance from white countries. At this time, in the territory of Hungary and Europe, the yellow people of the Xiongnu descendants and the white people of European descent had a dispute, which led to civil strife. So the Yellow King of Hungary asked the Qing Emperor for help, and the Qing Dynasty immediately sent troops to Europe to challenge the white powers, and finally forced the white countries to sign a surrender. At this point, the war ended. The Qing Dynasty entered the new era as a victor. By the way, 4 years after the book New Era was written, the Qing Dynasty died. A true new era. Therefore, facing what Su Yun said about the future, Lao Tzu did have some interest. What did you see? Su Yun was silent for a moment, and said, some of the memories in the dream are not very clear. It seems that there are many high-rise buildings deep in the clouds, and all kinds of strange equipment. There are also many men and women in strange clothes. The sea is peaceful and the river is calm, and the country is stable, but what impressed me most was a history book I read, called Shaosong, History Book. Lao Tzu seemed to have guessed what Su Yun was going to say, straightened his body, and asked, what's written in the book? The book says don't wait tonight, but you're wrong. It records the history of the end of our dynasty. Su Yun raised his eyelids and glanced at Lao Tzu, wondering whether he should prepare some nitroglycerin for Lao Tzu, and continued, according to the records in the book, our dynasty will perish in more than 20 years. Lao Tzu was stunned at first, and then shook his head. More than 20 years? I don't believe it. Su Yun laughed dryly twice and explained, after all, it's just a dream. Anyway, according to what the book says, there are many reasons for the demise of our dynasty, but the most direct reason is some stupid and confusing operations of the government. For example, he purchased the Huaxi gang in the south and built the Zhenyu in Bianjing, which made people's lives miserable and rebellions broke out. Then foreign enemies attacked and pushed all the way to Bianjing. General Zhong and Captain Wang fought bloody battles. Later, before the army to support the king arrived in Kyoto, the government opened the city gates and surrendered to the foreign enemies. Later, he was captured and taken to the enemy camp, and our dynasty was destroyed. Enough. Old Su frowned more and more as he listened. At the end, he suddenly slammed the desk and stopped Su Yun. After all, he was a former prime minister. Hearing from Su Yun about the outrageous fate of his country, he could not restrain himself in his words, which was considered very refined. Little prince, do you know what will happen to you once these remarks are out of the palace? To tell you the truth, being torn to pieces is the least of your consequences. Besides, this is just what you saw in your dream. You have caused such a change based on this unfounded conjecture? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Su Yun was silent. In fact, he wanted to tell Lao Tzu very much. What he said was not a fantasy, nor a dream, but a real history. He was not a dreamer who arrived in the future, but a real person from the 21st century. However, due to the limitations of the system, he could not say these words at all, and could only use the so-called dream to briefly summarize the history. But no matter how real the dream you say is, it is just an illusion after all, and it is difficult to convince a person completely. Unless you let Lao Tzu come to the 21st century in person and take him to the library to read the thick history of the Song dynasty, it is possible to prove everything. And this is obviously impossible. Therefore, the question raised by Lao Tzu may never be answered. But on the other hand, Su Yun did not expect to convince Lao Tzu in this way. He just tried his best to make Lao Tzu accept the reality within his ability. The current situation is set. Ryer Guo Tao, or Guo Jing, has completely ignited the boiler. Whether Lao Tzu believes in his own words or not, he cannot affect the direction of certain events. And Lao Tzu, who stopped him from talking, was also surprised and doubtful at this time. Because he suddenly found that as Su Yun finished the dream, the absolute rationality in his heart is still there, but there is a little bit of belief in these words in his emotions. Is it because Su Yun has shown too many strange things before, so that the credibility of his words in his heart has unknowingly reached a very high level? Or is it consistent with the character of Prince Duan that he knows, and it is indeed something he can do? Or is it both? This is like the Krypton gold prize pool in the future. The explosion rate of a certain SSR is only 1 in 100,000. Theoretically, it is impossible for a normal person to draw it. But many people know this rationally, but they can't help but imagine in that direction emotionally. This is a human instinct. In short, when this fate doubt appears, Lao Tzu will unconsciously have a thought, if what Su Yun said is true, then what should the Song dynasty do? This thought is like a thorn in the flesh. From a global perspective, it is so subtle that it can be ignored. But from the perspective of individual feelings, it makes people entangled. Then Lao Tzu thought of the current situation in Beijing, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. He is like a small boat in the ocean. It seems to be able to control the water, but in fact it is controlled by the water and cannot change the overall situation. Why is this the case? It's only been half a year. But thinking about it, Lao Tzu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although Su Yun described his dream and mentioned that the Song dynasty would fall, he did not directly explain why he deliberately framed Lao Li. Not to mention the celestial change in Prince Jian. Wait? Prince Jian? In an instant, a clear vein map suddenly appeared in Lao Tzu's mind. The initial position of the vein map was written as the Imperial Palace, representing the seed of Guo Jing planted by Su Yun through the gods and ghosts that Song Huzong believed in most. Then 2 lines separated below the Imperial Palace. The first line was diagonal to the lower left, and the name at the end was Lao Li. This line passed through the back of the microscope and made him bear the crime of treason and was thrown into prison. Then another vertical line appeared below Lao Li's name, and the end was written as Yuan'il Party. This was extended from Lao Li's identity as a Yuan'il Party member. Through the correspondence of several officials, the whole incident was expanded to the Yuan'il Party group that Zhao Ji did not like very much. Imperial Palace Lao Li Yuan'il Party, let's call it the Minister's line. Then we go back to the original palace. Another line goes vertically downwards, connecting the stars and the earthquake. We continue to draw the line below the 2 words, and the end is Prince Jian. Through the celestial phenomena and earthquakes, he was accused of immorality, and Deng Duo, the counselor, was imprisoned on the grounds of treason, forcing Prince Jian to the edge of the cliff. It sounds good to say that the situation is passive, and it sounds bad to say that life and death are all in the mind of Song Huzong. The palace stars and earthquakes Prince Jian. This is called the Prince line. Then Lao Tzu thought of Wang Hao and Lao Zhong, whom Su Yun had met before. It was mentioned before. Lao Zhong and Wang Hao have always been at odds with Beijing. Su Yun claimed that he was ill not long ago, and passed the steel-making method to Lao Zhong through Prince Jian. If Su Yun makes a fuss about this, no, he will definitely make a fuss about this. This is the 3rd line, called the side commander line. You know. At this time, the Western Army returned triumphantly, and more than 100,000 Western Army soldiers were waiting for rewards, but most of the Imperial Guards in Beijing were guarding the Imperial Mausoleum. So in this way, a formula emerged, ministers plus royal family plus frontier generals equals? No. Thinking of this, Lao Tzu shook his head again. Now half of the Yuan'il Party officials are in prison. Sima Guang, Wen Yanbo, Lu Gongzhu and others have also passed away, and there is no leader in the minister's line. This line is not cohesive enough, and it is too scattered to balance with the other 2 lines. This line is incomplete, and there is a missing axis. Could it be that it is Zhang Dun who resigned outside the temple in the city? No, Zhang Dun is not a member of the Yuan'il Party. On the contrary, he is a member of the Yuan Feng Party. Or is it Fan Chunrun, the second son of Fan Wenzhang? Just as Lao Tzu was thinking, the voice of old steward Zi came hurriedly from outside the house. Master, a general came to the gate with His Royal Highness Prince Jian's prince badge in his hand. He said that he was ordered by Prince Jian to invite you and Brother Wang to come to the house to discuss important matters. Clang. Hearing this, old Su in the house didn't pay attention and dropped his teacup on the ground. After a moment, he looked at Su Yun with a wry smile, his expression more complicated than ever before. Yes. In the current Northern Song dynasty, there is another candidate. This person is an old minister of 4 dynasties. He has never been involved in party disputes, but has sat in the position of prime minister. He has a great prestige in the court and is the prime minister with the highest reputation in the past 100 years, except Sima Guang and Lu Guangzhu. His name is Su Song. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 The Fine Tradition of the Old Zhao Family. Late at night. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and there was no cloud in sight. The moonlight in early winter was clear and cold, faint and soft. Like flowing water, it quietly poured down from the starry sky, dotting the ground with mottled colors. Under this quiet and soft moonlit night. At this time, in the east of Beijing City, there was a building with an inexplicably solemn atmosphere. This was a mansion covering a very large area. Judging from the specifications of the lions in front of the door, it was a prince's mansion. According to the historical trajectory, it will be renamed K Wangfu in 3 months, and a prison case that will be recorded in history will occur, adding an insignificant stain to the image of Song Huzong in later generations. Of course. The reason why this stain is insignificant is not because the prison case is not well known, but because Song Huzong is too dark. However, Zhao Ji had not yet rewarded the owner of the mansion, so its name was temporarily called Jian Wangfu. When Su Yun and Lao Su took advantage of the night and arrived outside the mansion under the leadership of their old acquaintance Wang Bing, Su Yun was surprised to find that there was no trace of the Imperial City Division spies around the mansion. Instead, several strong men in strong clothes stood in each corner, vigilantly observing the movements around. Could it be that Zhao Ji did not send people to monitor Xiao Zhao? This was obviously impossible. Although Zhao Ji was incompetent, he would never relax his surveillance on Xiao Zhao at this point. Therefore, it was obvious. Xiao Zhao must have used some special trump cards. While controlling the spies around him, he also tampered with their relay links so that the superiors could not find any abnormalities. If you think about it carefully, this is not difficult to understand. After all, Xiao Zhao is the biological brother of Song Shenzong and was previously a strong contender for the throne. In addition, at this time, Zhao Ji had not completely devoured the remnants of the power left by Empress Dowager Xiang, so Xiao Zhao must have some unknown trump cards. For example, through some dispatching means, the leader who is responsible for the handover of information at night was arranged to be his own person, etc. In this way, after controlling the spies around him, the leader pretended that everything was normal, and the higher-ups of the Imperial City Division naturally would not care. But the reason why the trump card is called a trump card is because it is non-repeatable and irreversible. That is to say, the trump card can only be used once, and there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. Basically, when the sun rises, even if Zhao Ji's information means are lagging behind, he will know that something has happened in Prince Jian's mansion. At that time, there will definitely be a storm. In other words, within a few hours from tonight to tomorrow morning, something big will definitely happen. Or to be more precise, it is a major event that affects the country's destiny. Dong dong dong. After bringing Lao Su and Su Yun to the side door of the mansion, Wang Bing knocked on the door gently. In less than a moment, creak, the side door slowly opened, and an old doorman poked his head out. Wang Bing came forward, whispered a few words to the doorman, and handed the doorman something like a voucher. After a moment, the doorman retracted the door and opened the side door a wider range. Wang Bing turned his head and whispered to Lao Su and Su Yun, "Uncle, little prince, please come in." Lao Su glanced at the men outside the door for a few more times, and without saying anything, followed Wang Bing into the mansion. Then the three of them walked a distance, passed through several walls, and finally arrived outside a closed courtyard. "Uncle, little prince, His Highness is in the house, I will not go in." Lao Su nodded at him and took Su Yun to the door. After hesitating for a moment, he gently pushed open the door. Swish, As soon as the two entered the room, more than 10 eyes were cast on them. Among them were Su Yun's acquaintances and strangers who had never met before, sitting in 2 rows. The officials on the left had a heavy atmosphere of clerks, while those on the right had a solemn and murderous intention, and some of them were wearing armor. Of course, the most conspicuous one was Xiao Zhao, who was sitting at the top. But at this time, Xiao Zhao was still wearing ordinary clothes, plain and light, and had not yet put on the yellow robe. Old Su nodded to several acquaintances first, then walked quickly to Xiao Zhao. "I am Su Song, an old retired official, and I pay my respects to your highness." Seeing this, Xiao Zhao hurriedly supported him and said with emotion, "Mr. Su, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you?" Old Su nodded gently, and then looked at Wang Hao and Lao Zhong beside Xiao Zhao. "Chu Dao, Uncle Yi, you are here too." Lao Zhong would be involved in this matter. This was his judgment when he saw the vein map, and he was sure that Wang Hao was also there because of Wang Bing. Wang Bing was Wang Hao's distant nephew, and being able to send him to invite people meant that Su Yun's side general line must have been successful. Old Zhong was furious at this time, looking like an angry lion king. He and Wang Hao looked at each other and sighed. "Mr. Su, you may not know that the emperor has ordered Tong Guan to take charge of the Privy Council, intending to lure the Zhe family of Fuzhou into the capital and cut off their military power. The Zhe family has protected the Central Plains from within and repelled foreign invaders from abroad. 10 generations of generals are loyal and brave. Yet they are innocently suspected just because they are descendants of the Zhe Ju family of the Kayang people. Where is justice? Your Highness has learned from a secret source in the palace that the Emperor wants to use the art of iron to punish Chu Dao and me for treason. Now Yongnian and Liu Fa have been secretly arrested and imprisoned. We soldiers are not afraid of fighting or death. It is an honor to die on the battlefield, but if they die because of the Emperor's incompetence, how can I have the face to see our ancestors, the Zhong and Zhe families? If we don't rebel now, we will follow in the footsteps of Li Mu and Gao Zuo." After hearing what old Zhong said, several civil servants on the side could no longer sit still. The 70-year-old man in the lead stood up tremblingly and bowed to old Su. "Mr. Su, what the envoy said is absolutely true. Now there are nearly 100 people in prison from both the military and the political sides, and there are many meritorious people among them. The government wants to reinstate Ke Yuancheng. Once this thief is restored to power, the decades of hard work of the 2 generations of immortal emperors, Shenzong and Huzan, will be destroyed." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the other civil officials also echoed him. "Mr. Su, what Zhang Zushi said is right. The government is incompetent and cannot wait any longer. Mr. Su, for the sake of the country, make a decision as soon as possible." Right. Old Su heard this and sighed slightly. The old man who spoke was named Zhang Zhiki. He is currently a direct scholar of Longtu Pavilion and a high-ranking member of the Yuan party. Now that Lu Dian, Fan Chunli and others have been arrested and imprisoned, Zhang Zhiki and Li Qingchen have become one of the highest-ranking leaders in the Yuan party. Of course, Fan Chunrun, who as mentioned earlier, is actually more senior than the two of them. He is considered an old figure of the living fossil generation. But according to the historical trajectory, the old man is extremely weak at this time. He will die suddenly in his sleep in more than 30 days. It is impossible for him to stand up and preside over the overall situation now. Then Lao Su turned his head and looked at Xiao Zhao. "Your Highness Prince Jian, are you really going to take this step?" Lao Su did not say the word coup, but Xiao Zhao understood what he meant. The Prince of Song, who had been tense all night, pulled a not-so-good smile at the corner of his mouth and sighed. "Mr. Su, I just want to live." Lao Su could not help but be silent. After talking with Su Yun tonight, he actually understood the context and root of the whole incident better than anyone else. Therefore, he knew very well. Except for Su Yun, everyone present was pushed to this step by a big trend. Xiao Zhao was really not selling misery. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked around. At this time, Wang Hao and Lao Zhong had already put on their armor, ready to go to the battlefield at any time. In addition to the situation of the spies outside the door, some things have reached the point where the arrow has to be shot. The only thing they lack is the line of ministers, or themselves who can appease the civil service group. After all, although there are many Yuan party members, the Yuan Feng party cannot be ignored. Even if treacherous ministers like Ke Jing and Zhang Dunao are removed, there are still many upright people among them. However, Lao Tzu is the only neutral prime minister since the founding of the Song dynasty. He has not taken sides and has never participated in party disputes. He has both status and connections. Even in the Yuanfeng party, he has a lot of say and has sold many people. In fact, this is also Su Yun's conspiracy. A coup is inevitable. This is the general trend. Even if Su Yun is killed, this result cannot be changed. If Lao Tzu does not stand up, then a group of innocent ministers will be implicated. It is not even ruled out that someone will lose his life because of the heavy punishment in troubled times. But if Lao Tzu stood up, not everyone would be injured, at least most of the good ministers could be saved. And he could also appease most of the opposing voices with his prestige and ensure a rapid transition of power. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's plan. Lao Tzu slowly closed his eyes, and suddenly a series of images flashed through his mind. Shenzong was critically ill, and before he died, he held his hand beside the dragon bed, and said with a weak breath, "Ziren, the prince is young, and the civil officials will be in power. I will entrust you." After Shenzong passed away, Zhezhen ascended the throne. He was devoted to assisting the government, cooperating with Zhezhen to restart the Hehuan campaign, and the two battles of Pengxiachang almost made Zixia surrender. But the sky did not go as planned. Zhezhen died suddenly at the age of 25, and even the edict was not passed down. When choosing the throne, he talked and laughed with the queen mother and appointed Prince Duan. Prince Duan. He robbed women, was idle, and acted frivolously. He was the person with the worst reputation among the princes. Although he has retired now, the words of Emperor Shenzong are still ringing in his ears. Once a prime minister, always a prime minister. Thinking of this, Old Su couldn't help but raise his head and look at Xiao Zhao. "Your Highness, I am willing to go to the palace with you." Xiao Zhao was originally prepared to talk nonsense, but when he heard that Old Su supported him so easily, he was stunned at first, and then he bowed down with joy. "With Mr. Su here, this matter will be accomplished." After Old Su expressed his attitude, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly relaxed a little. Yes, just a little. After all, the next thing to do is the big deal. If it fails, losing your head is the least, and no one can completely relax. Then Xiao Zhao came to the main seat and bowed to everyone first. "Everyone, the situation tonight is urgent, so I won't say much. Ahem, no more nonsense. General Zhang, I'll leave it to you next, and you will arrange the combat mission." Old Zhang nodded at him and took a layout map of the palace from Wang Hao. He spread it out and hung it on the wall, while introducing, "The imperial city is located in the north of Beijing City. The outer gates include the left and right Yemen, Donghu Gate, Xianbo Gate and Chenhu Gate. The inner gates include the left and right Changqing Gate, the left and right Yinte Gate, and the left and right Jiasu Gate. The palace guards are organized and managed in a straight form, and the internal commander is the Kuanai Xianwu officer. In addition, the palace guards are the established forces of the Imperial Palace Guards. At present, most of the Imperial Guards in Beijing are stationed in the Imperial Mausoleum, and the one on duty in the palace is Taiwa Yiwangen. He is the confidant of the official and there is no possibility of rebellion. Therefore, tonight I will personally lead the elite of the Western Army and enter the city from the outside of the city through the Xinkao Gate. The guards of the Xinkao Gate are loyal to your Highness, and we have already contacted him in advance. Then we will break into the palace through the Donghu Gate, break the left and right Jiasu, and go straight to the forbidden area." Wang Hao also nodded. This plan was discussed by him and Lao Zhang, and he added, "What Uncle Yi said is the best solution, but there are two main risks. First, the Western Army is stationed in the East Camp outside the city, and the dispatch must be extremely fast, not giving the Imperial Guards in Beijing any time to react. Second, the Donghu Gate is easy to defend but difficult to attack. If you want to break into the Imperial Guards, you may have to go through a bloody battle." As soon as Wang Hao said this, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became more solemn. "You know, at present, Tuanguan has not yet become the Privy Councillor. Among the three major Imperial Guards of the Song dynasty, only the Hebei Imperial Guards are actually abolished. Although the combat effectiveness of the Imperial Guards in Beijing is inferior to that of the Western Army, which has been fighting for many years, the gap is not so outrageous that it is recorded by multiples. Not to mention the Imperial Guards responsible for garrisoning the Imperial City, which are the absolute elite in Beijing and have extremely strong combat effectiveness. According to the traditional system of the Imperial City, the number of Imperial Guards on duty in the palace every day is as high as more than 1,800. Including the personal army camp of the guards, the total number is as many as more than 2,600. More than 2,000 people. With the walls and other equipment in the palace, even if they are given enough time to react, they may not be able to attack. However, compared with Wang Hao, who was desperate, Su Yun's expression was much more subtle, and he even wanted to laugh. I wonder if Lao Zhang and others thought someone was playing an empty city trick when they arrived at the gate with their men and horses, but found that the two palace gates on the east side were wide open? That's right. Su Yun is making trouble again. In his previous life, after Su Yun went to sea to write, he had come into contact with a lot of knowledge about historical coups. Therefore, he knew very well. During the entire coup process, the palace gate often became a solid barrier to restrict the attacker. If the gate was not broken for a while, and the subsequent garrison support came again, it would be a complete mess. Now, as the behind-the-scenes director of this incident, how could he leave the whole big problem unsolved? To solve this problem, we must first determine one thing: the location of the Western Army is in the east camp outside the city, and the only way to enter the city is the new Cao gate. If you want to enter the palace after passing the Zincao gate, you must only choose the two gates on the east side. Although Su Yun didn't know the specific time when Xiao Zhao was going to make trouble. But as the situation in the capital deteriorated, it was not difficult to judge when it would happen, such as within a week or a week later. Therefore, after estimating the time, Su Yun told Zhao Ji one thing through Guojing: Your Highness, a few days ago, a real dragon turned into a Taoist in the East China Sea, and you are a real dragon in the world, so the dragon energy will be automatically attracted to the palace. But dragon energy is a special thing. Once it enters the palace, it will be easily absorbed by people. Therefore, the best way is to open the east gate and don't leave guards inside the gate. At that time, I will draw a formation, and the dragon energy will be purified by Wenda Hall, Chuguang Hall and Jiaying Hall, and you can absorb it all. Zhao Ji was a man who dared to open the city gates and release the 6 army magic soldiers when the Jin army attacked the city, and he also called himself the Emperor of Daojin. It was still very easy to fool him. Not to mention that Guojing in this life is still a charlatan who has been strengthened by Su Yun. To be honest, if we only look at what Guojing has done, there are probably few alchemists in history who can be more powerful than him. Catching ghosts and demons today, saying there will be a comet tomorrow, and saying there will be an earthquake the day after tomorrow, who can stand this? Even if Qin Shi Huang and Han Wudi saw such a person, they would definitely make him a national teacher or something. Therefore, after hearing about this, Zhao Ji immediately agreed to Guojing's arrangement and left the 2 east gates without any scruples. After drawing the needle method that day, Zhao Ji was fooled and shouted the advantage is mine, and this matter was not worth telling to outsiders. The sight returned to reality. What Xiao Zhao did tonight was a real life and death race, and not a minute or a second could be delayed. Therefore, after assigning the combat tasks, Lao Zhong and Wang Hao immediately set off with several generals. Xiao Zhao, Su Yun, Lao Su and a group of civil officials rode more than 10 horses with their hooves wrapped in cotton cloth to muffle their noise, and quietly left the Prince Jian's mansion. The 6 arts of a gentleman are etiquette, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, and riding a horse belongs to charioteering. Therefore, even an octogenarian like Lao Su has mastered a good horsemanship. Otherwise, do you think the Galilean river god of carts can just leave? Another quarter of an hour passed. The group came to a landmark near the imperial city, the warehouse of the big cargo company. This is the property of Xiao Zhao's uncle. After learning that he was going to start a rebellion, the surrounding area had been cleared in advance. Then everyone entered the installed bunker and began to wait for news from Lao Zhang. An hour later, the time came to the middle of the night, which was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Just as everyone's palms were sweating, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the house. Another moment passed. The tall figure of Lao Zhang quietly emerged from outside the door. He hurriedly saluted Xiao Zhao and said, Your Highness, the east camp outside the city has been successfully controlled. All 4,396 elite Western Army soldiers under my command have entered the city. There have been drastic changes in the capital recently, and the government has issued a curfew. Now all the night watchmen in the east of the city are our people. The troops entered the city very smoothly, but, seeing Lao Zhang's hesitation, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but feel nervous. But what? A trace of doubt flashed in Lao Zhang's eyes, and he said, It's like this. After the troops entered the city, I sent a few spies pretending to be drunks to investigate the situation. As a result, the spies came back and told me, Dongho Gate and Chenhu Gate were wide open to the outside world. There was no one on the city wall, except for a few Taoists who were performing rituals. A question mark floated on Xiao Zhao's face. He suddenly thought of something and asked, General Zhang, is there a trick? Lao Zhang shook his head with certainty, took out a list from his body, handed it to Xiao Zhao, and explained, after taking control of Dongying, the director specially counted the number of people and found that there were no troops in Beijing that had been transferred in advance. Everything was normal, perhaps. The government is doing something weird again. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was too late to retreat in the current situation. He saw a flash of determination in his eyes. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. General Zhang. Prepare to enter the palace. Yes. Old Zhang clasped his fists to Xiao Zhao, turned back to the main force, and made the final battle deployment. Soon, even Su Yun, who had no combat mission, was assigned a machete and a small bottle. According to Wang Bing, it is called Crane's Beak Red. Another quarter of an hour passed. The main force was divided into two parts and slowly moved to the Dongho Gate and Chenhu Gate, according to the original battle plan. At this time, the army can light torches, give orders, and build ladders to climb the city wall to start attacking and seizing the gates. But the open palace gate made Lao Zhong and Wang Hao change their minds temporarily. They selected an elite infantry battle do, which was a 105-man organization. Then they divided it into two and slowly moved towards the city gate. After half a quarter of an hour, the captain crouched down and reported back, Report, there are a total of 12 Taoists at the two palace gates, and they have all been controlled. Lao Zhong glanced at him and asked coldly. No sound was heard. The captain smiled and shook his head, saying, Don't worry, half of the 10 people are sleeping, and their snoring is louder than our footsteps. By the time they reacted, they had been gagged. Xiao Zhao's eyes flashed with doubt again, and he was even more confused about Zhao Ji's thoughts. But soon, he still ordered, in this case, the whole army slows down and sneaks into the palace, according to the previous arrangement of Lao Zhong and Wang Hao. After breaking through the Dongho Gate, there is a right Jiasu Gate and a left Jiasu Gate in front of everyone, a total of 3 gates. If the left Jiasu Gate can be broken, then it will be the Huanggai Hall. Further ahead is the Forbidden City. Therefore, no matter what Zhao Ji was doing, the fact that Dongho Gate could be touched silently meant that the next level, Yao Jiasu Gate, might be able to catch the Imperial Guards off guard and increase the success rate of the operation. But soon, after advancing for a while, the army found that Zhao Jiasu Gate was also completely open, and there was no Taoist priest in it. Xiao Zhao, 0.0, what on earth is going on? Then came Zuo Jiasu Gate, which was still empty. Seeing this situation, even Wang Hao and Lao Zhang, who had decades of combat experience, became confused. 0.0, but on the other hand, seeing that they were approaching the center of the palace effortlessly, the mood of the entire group of troublemakers was suddenly raised a lot. Looking at the extremely excited civil servants around him, Su Yun felt inexplicably sad, even angry. Perhaps when Wanyan Zhongwang and his brother were outside the city of Beijing, watching Song Huzong and Song Qingzong slowly walk out of the surrender, Xiao Zhao and his brothers felt the same way. To be more precise, Song Huzong at that time should have been countless times more outrageous than now. Although the palace gates are wide open tonight, there are no strong enemies outside Beijing, and there are Dongying guards inside. After excluding special cases like Xiao Zhao, at least in theory there is a certain degree of security. But what about Jingkang? That was a real life and death situation. Apart from being weird plus cerebral palsy, Su Yun really didn't know how to describe Zhao Ji. So, that's it. The group passed through 3 gates that might have taken a lot of time in the original plan and arrived outside the Hutong Gate in the Forbidden City. At this level, Xiao Zhao and others were discovered as expected. But in a sense, the discovery and non-discovery of this step are actually almost the same. At present, 80% of the troops of the entire palace's guard system are stationed on the north, south and west sides, and they have no idea that the crystal in the Forbidden City has been stolen. Only the Chongbin in the palace led by Wang Yan and the close guards of the Imperial City Department remained in the Forbidden City, with a total of just over 200 people, 200 versus 4,396. Even with the assistance of the 5-meter-high wall in the Forbidden City, It was not a battle of the same magnitude. Kill, charge, bang. At this time, Zhao Ji was sleeping with a concubine in his arms. He had dreamed that he had conquered the Liao kingdom and forced Yelu Hongji to open the city and surrender. He was visiting the concubine of Liao Xingzong. As a result, he was abruptly brought back to reality by the noise outside. The emperor of the Song dynasty rubbed his eyes and a fire came out of his chest. He was about to call the eunuch to ask about the situation. Li Guoding, give me, but before he could say anything, the house was violently broken into. Bang! The concubine beside him woke up suddenly, quickly pulled the quilt over to cover her jade body. But I don't know if it was because of the alcohol and sex that drained his body. Zhao Ji was still a little confused. Suddenly, the shadows of several ancestors such as Zhao Kuogang and Zhao Guanggai appeared hazily in his vision, and the background seemed to be in Changqiai. At the same time, along with the shadow, a cold voice entered his ears. It's all over, brother. Chapter 171. The last part of the mission, Lao Tzu's obsession. 1 hour and 3/4. This number is not the time it took some stupid author to write this chapter, but the final time it took Xiao Zhao to successfully occupy the palace. That's right. In less than 3 hours, the loyalist troops occupied the entire palace. After all, when the battle in the Forbidden Center started, the defenders on the south, north and west sides had only one choice, to support the battlefield. After abandoning the defensive fortress of the city gate, the defenders lost the most important protective barrier, and the entire battle instantly became a ground confrontation. Not to mention that there were only a little over 200 people on duty in the Forbidden Center. After Lao Zhuang and others took over the Hutuang Gate in the Forbidden Center, they even had enough time to ambush the enemy army on the way in the night. With double the number of people plus taking the lead, the final result was naturally that Lao Zhuang and others won a great victory. Another half an hour passed. Wenda Hall. At this moment, more than a dozen main personnel involved in the coup were gathered in this outer court palace, both civil and military. Lao Zhang, wearing armor, stood in front of the seat and respectfully reported to Xiao Zhao, who was sitting at the top, Your Highness, now all the defenders in the south, north and west have been captured, and there is no foreign army in the palace. Among them, the defenders in the north and west had served under the governor. After finding that the situation was hopeless, the governor personally came forward and successfully surrendered without a single soldier. The defenders in the south fought with our troops. 23 of our soldiers were killed and 86 were injured. 104 of the defenders in the south were killed, and most of the rest were injured. We are now persuading them to surrender. Hearing the casualties of the soldiers on both sides, Xiao Zhao's face changed slightly, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. After all, he was just a prince who had not yet grown up. He was still a prince a few months ago. Although he was ambitious under the influence of Zhezhen and was prepared for bloodshed and even defeat before the coup, it was the first time for him to experience such a cruel situation. But soon, Xiao Zhao realized his identity, and the confusion in his eyes was immediately replaced by determination. General Zhang, whether it is the dead or injured soldiers, we must do a good job of compensation after the matter is completed. Remember, no matter whether it is the enemy or us, I have to trouble you to take care of this matter. Old Zhuang immediately clasped his fists and replied, Uncle Yi understands. Then Xiao Zhao looked outside the palace again. It was a little bright now, and he only heard him say, General Zhang, what is the situation in the city now? Old Zhuang took out a letter from his body and passed it to Xiao Zhao by the eunuch, and explained, Your Highness, the military led by Zhengru and Zhengzhen has controlled the residences of the dignitaries in the court, including but not limited to Keijing, Liang Shichen, Zhao Tingzi, Tongguan, etc. At the same time, the city is still under curfew, and the city gates are guarded by our people. The governor has also rushed to the city to take charge of the overall situation. Xiao Zhao felt a little relieved. There was a deliberate plan. And the right camp of the imperial army was also controlled. At least from the perspective of the situation, the whole incident was a sure thing. Then he thought of something and asked, By the way, Qing. Where are the arrested officials? Lao Zhuang smiled, his expression unchanged, and replied, Your Highness, more than 70 arrested officials have been rescued from the prison, as have their families and old friends. The strange thing is that, whether officials or relatives and friends, none of these hundreds of people were injured. According to the confession of the jailer, this is the instruction left by Master Guo, stating that no one should be injured or killed. When mentioning the name of Master Guo, Lao Zhuang's tone seemed a little solemn, even with a hint of respect. just like what was said before. Just based on what Guo Jing had done before, let alone Song Huzong. In the feudal period, except for a few people who did not believe in ghosts and gods until their death, most people must have respected and feared him, even the enemies. Even to a certain extent. Su Yun created an immortal out of thin air. Xiao Zhao glanced at Lao Su and Su Yun, and nodded, saying, I understand, General Zhang. The work of appeasing these Yuan'ai party officials who have been released from prison will be done by you, Zhang Zushi and Li Shilin. Zhang Zushi mentioned by Xiao Zhao is Deng Ziki, and Li Shilin is Li Qingchen, both of whom are the current leaders of the Yuan'ai party. After explaining the work of appeasing the Yuan'ai party, Xiao Zhao assigned some tasks and dismissed everyone, leaving only Lao Su and Su Yun. After everyone left, he first looked at Lao Su and bowed heavily. Mr. Su, what should I do next? Please give me some advice. When choosing to go to the palace with Xiao Zhao, Lao Su was ready to be accused by future generations. Now that the matter was settled, he had already adjusted his mentality. He just listened to him. Your Highness, may I ask you a question first? Xiao Zhao nodded, made a gesture of invitation with his right hand, and said, Mr. Su, please go ahead. Old Su glanced at him and asked, I wonder how your Highness plans to treat Prince Duan. Prince Duan? Xiao Zhao was stunned for a moment after not hearing this name for a long time, and then realized that Old Su was talking about the deposed Emperor Zhao Ji. Xiao Zhao had thought about this answer long before the uprising, so he quickly said, Mr. Su, Zhao Ji is my blood relative after all. He wants to kill me, but I will not kill him, and I cannot kill him, therefore, I plan to build a royal farm outside Beijing and arrange 20 to 30 servants, and Zhao Ji will spend the rest of his life there. Old Su was slightly relieved when he heard this. This question was a small test he made, and Xiao Zhao's words were undoubtedly a high-scoring option. To a certain extent, it can also prove that Xiao Zhao did not lose his mind because of the change in status. Then he paused and looked around. There were only 3 people in the palace, so he made some things clear. Your Highness, in my opinion, if your Highness wants to inherit the throne, you must do it in a legitimate way. If your Highness wants to have a legitimate name, then Zhao Ji's name must be distorted. Therefore, the first thing your Majesty has to do is to go to the ancestral temple and cry about Prince Duan's stupidity and frivolity after the court is completely stable. Your Highness did this out of helplessness. The second is for the Zhuangziang to come forward and petition, and your Highness will first decline 3 times, and finally have no choice but to accept the public opinion. The third is, after boarding the plane, you can grant amnesty to the world. The students who had usurped the throne in their previous life knew it. After the coup, if you want to inherit the throne legitimately, you basically cannot do without the 3 tricks of crying in the ancestral temple, resigning and declining, and granting amnesty. The method of crying in the ancestral temple is very simple, just do it as Lao Su said. After crying, she said that she was willing to choose another emperor to inherit the throne. After the emperor ascended the throne, she was willing to accept any punishment, just to ask for the continuation of the country. As long as you are not as good as Sakikok, you can basically handle this level. As for resigning, it is more troublesome. First of all, you have to ask the Zhuangziang of the Zhuangziang temple to come forward and persuade him personally. For example, Your Highness, you have the best virtue and the most prestige among the princes, and only you are worthy of inheriting the throne. Often at this time, the Zhuangziang will also bring an elderly elder of the clan, and use the remaining half of his breath to make up another story, mostly involving the strange phenomenon at birth. For example, at the moment when Your Highness was born, all the vibrators in the palace vibrated at the same time, which was a divine sign from heaven. Xiao Zhao must resolutely refuse. I think that Zhao Yu is pretty good. Zhao Yu must cooperate and say that I can't do it, so you should come. After refusing 3 times in a row, Xiao Zhao can helplessly take over the throne. After he ascended the throne, he would proceed to the 3rd step. That is, to grant amnesty to the whole country and reduce taxes for 1 year in exchange for the gratitude and reputation of the people. However, soon, Old Su thought of something again, frowned slightly, and said, But Your Highness, in my opinion, you may have to add some more ingredients to the 3rd step. Xiao Zhao hummed with a little doubt, and asked, Add more ingredients? Why does Su Gong say that? Old Su looked up at him and sighed. Your Highness, don't forget that the late Emperor and the Empress Dowager died one after another within a year, and it has only been 7 months since Prince Duan ascended the throne. And Prince Duan also took the third step at the beginning of his reign: pardon all prisoners in the world. The accumulated number of prisoners in 8 years is as high as 20,000, and reduce taxes for 1 year. Xiao Zhao was slightly stunned, and then frowned. Yes. How could he forget this? It has only been 7 months since Zhao Ji ascended the throne, and he has just pardoned all prisoners in the world, the number of which is as high as 20,000. Now, he can only pardon new prisoners who have been in prison within 7 months. How can the number be compared with the prisoners who have been piling up for years? At the same time, compared with amnesty, taxes are more troublesome. The taxes promulgated by Zhao Ji are valid until next year. Should Xiao Zhao directly cover them or continue to postpone them? If he chooses to cover them directly, the established facts will not change at all for the people. How many people will be grateful to Xiao Zhao if the emperor is changed, but the tax is only exempted for 1 year? There may even be some nursery rhymes among the people, mocking whether the emperor has changed or not. But if it continues to be postponed, wouldn't it be a recognition of the validity of Zhao Ji's throne? Indeed. Xiao Zhao can also choose to increase the extension time, such as tax exemption for 3 years. But again, since Zhao Ji first issued the tax exemption document, this approach is still not strong enough. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but look at Lao Su and bow deeply again. Please teach me, Master Su. Lao Su thought for a moment, and suddenly a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and said, Your Highness, if you can't do anything about the age limit, then there is only one way left. Xiao Zhao asked hurriedly, What is the way? Lao Su raised his head and looked at the ceiling in the hall, and said, Try to make the momentum of ascending the throne extraordinary, such as using Master Guo's current reputation to hold an unprecedented, auspicious sign from heaven. As soon as the voice fell, Lao Su and Xiao Zhao turned their heads and cast their eyes on Su Yun on the side. Su Yun, after a moment. Xiao Zhao nodded thoughtfully, followed Lao Su to Su Yun, and said to Su Yun, Prince Wang, it seems that we should have a good talk. Looking at Xiao Zhao's burning eyes, Su Yun's mouth twitched slightly. In the process of controlling the forbidden area earlier, Lao Zhuang and others naturally caught Guojing, who was guarding the night. Although Lao Zhuang and others were gentle in their attitude towards Guojing out of awe of the occult, some things could not withstand questioning. In that case, Lao Su could only choose to tell Xiao Zhao the truth. In other words, Xiao Zhao already knew that Su Yun was the real mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, Xiao Zhao's feelings towards Su Yun were very complicated. He was angry that he had put himself in a desperate situation. He was also grateful that he had promoted the line of ministers and the line of frontier commanders, which made him only one step away from the throne. After all, with the resources Xiao Zhao had before, it was impossible for him to succeed in the coup. In addition, there was a trace of surprise and fear that he could control the celestial phenomena and earthquakes. It was the same sentence as before. All of Guojing's actions were miracles that no one in ancient and modern times could do. Although Guojing's identity as an insider was exposed, it only transferred the image of the mysterious immortal from Guojing to Su Yun. But compared with Zhao Ji, Xiao Zhao was more rational, not so superstitious, and had also been exposed to certain basic scientific knowledge. Therefore, he would be more accepting of Su Yun's ability to predict the celestial phenomena, and would not attribute it entirely to ghosts and gods. At the same time, as a quasi-emperor with a lot of ideas in his mind, Xiao Zhao also knew how valuable the science that Su Yun mastered was. He certainly couldn't kill him, but he also had concerns. Combined with the many emotions above, Xiao Zhao's heart was really mixed. As for Su Yun, he could roughly guess Xiao Zhao's psychology at this time. To be honest, if he was really a Song Dynasty person who inherited the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, he really couldn't say what choice he would make. But when Su Yun's identity changed to time traveler who could return to reality, his choice became much calmer. As long as he completed Lao Su's task before the end of the time limit, he could return to reality, and the time limit was at most 1 year. And in terms of his value, no matter whether Xiao Zhao would change in the future, at least in the remaining year, his life would never be in danger. Therefore, with this mentality, Su Yun couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. He just bowed to Xiao Zhao and said, Your Highness Prince Jian, the so-called auspicious signs from heaven are, after all, nothing more than borrowing some means unknown to people at the time. For example, the 7-colored fairy light, the offering steel on the Bian River and so on. If properly prepared, it is not difficult to arrange them. Therefore, Your Highness, There are many ways to create auspicious signs. Please give a specific name so that I can design a detailed plan. Xiao Zhao nodded slightly, turned to look at Lao Su, and asked, Mr. Su, do you have any ideas about auspicious signs? Lao Su pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea emerged in his mind, which he had thought about before but buried deep in his heart because of its absurdity. He asked Su Yun with some hope, Little Prince, it is said that in mythology, immortals all have mounts, such as cranes, phoenixes, etc., which can overlook mountains and rivers and travel thousands of miles a day. I don't ask to see immortal birds, but Fengling Yu insect has countless inheritances. Is there any mysterious skill that can take people to the sky to see it? If so, Your Highness can temporarily manage the government in the name of Regent, and wait until the day of ascending the throne to ascend to the sky. Who dares to question Your Highness's prestige at that time? Old Su's voice fell. A long-lost dialogue box appeared in front of Su Yun. Ding. The main task of the current dungeon has been triggered, and the task requirements are as follows. Please complete the obsession of flying into the sky before Su Song dies. The final score is determined by the technical difficulty and degree of completion. Note, go ahead and make trouble, young man, praise the sun, see the situation. Su Yun was silent for a moment, then slowly said, going to heaven? This is not difficult. Old Su and Xiao Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Especially Old Su, whose somewhat aged heart began to beat faster. Xiao Wang, is this true? Su Yun nodded seriously and affirmed, of course it is true. In the Fengling Yu sect, there is a basic skill that can be practiced with hands, called airplane. Chapter 172. Throughout the long history of human civilization, our ancestors have almost never stopped looking up at the sky. Why do humans yearn for the sky? Before traveling to the Song dynasty, Su Yun had heard an explanation based on material particles. As we all know, all elements in the universe come from supernova explosions. It produces everything in the material world you can see, including yourself. The atoms that make up your left hand and the atoms that make up your right hand may come from different stars. When you look up at the starry sky, your eyes may be looking at the galaxy material that makes up your eyes. Your thoughts are flying, and your brain cells are transmitting nerve impulses. Every nerve transmission may be the first handshake between matter across the galaxy. You look up at the sky because you originally came from the sky. Su Yun didn't know whether this statement that was tenable in science could be applied to the idealistic field, but he was very clear about one thing. In the long history of Chinese civilization, countless ancestors have indeed expressed their yearning for the sky through writing or through practice. For example, Wang Zizi of the Jin dynasty wrote in the preface to the Lanting collection, looking up at the vastness of the universe, looking down at the abundance of species, so that you can wander around and indulge your mind, which is enough to satisfy your visual and auditory entertainment. It is indeed fun. There is also Li Bai's Yuan Danqiu song, long circling, stepping on the stars and rainbows, riding a flying dragon with wind in my ears, crossing rivers and seas to connect with the sky. I know that your wandering heart is endless. In these poems, the authors directly or indirectly expressed the desire to fly to the sky, and also expressed their attitude towards life. Looking down on the world from a high place, enjoying life. Some people are different from Li Bai and Wang Zizi. They may not have literary talent, but they have a heart of exploration. For example, Su Yun is now in 1100 AD, the first year of a new century. According to the historical trajectory 27 years later, the Jin people destroyed the northern Song dynasty and the two emperors were abducted. 130 years later, the Yuan dynasty destroyed the southern Song dynasty, and the mountains and rivers sank into foreign hands. But the Yuan dynasty lasted less than 100 years, and the sun and the moon would reopen the sky of the Song dynasty. At that time, there will be another one who named Tao Chengdao. Tao Chengdao is proficient in gunpowder and made great contributions in Zhu Yuanzhang's conquest of the world, but he has always been curious about the sky. Finally, in 1390 AD, Tao Chengdao made a decision. He wants to fly. According to Tao Chengdao's plan, he will tie 47 rockets to the back of the snake-shaped seat, and use the gas produced by the solid explosives in the rockets after burning to spray outward. The rockets will fly forward under the reaction force of these gases, and several rockets tied to the seat will drive the seat and the rockets together. In this way, when he sits on the seat, he will be pushed into the sky by the thrust of the rocket. In addition, he also arranged 2 huge kites on the seat. This can not only enable him to fly continuously, but also enable him to land smoothly. The famous Mr. Jin once described the scene when Tao Chengdao flew to the sky. At that time, his servants and followers were terrified, but when facing the concerns of the people around him, Tao Chengdao laughed and said, "Flying to the sky is a long-cherished wish of my Chinese people for thousands of years. Today, even if I am torn to pieces and my blood is splattered in the sky, I will break a way for future generations to explore the sky. You don't have to be afraid, come and ignite it quickly." Seeing this, the servants had to ignite it according to Tao Chengdao's request. After a while, with a loud bang, Tao Chengdao was taken to the sky by the thrust of the rocket. Then the second stage plan designed by Tao Chengdao, the gunpowder was ignited to continue to increase the height of the device to the sky. However, just as the disciples and servants on the ground cheered, only a shattering explosion was heard. In the sky, Tao Chengdao and his device turned into a fireball and fell rapidly from the sky. The first astronaut who wanted to use rocket thrust to launch into space died. Tao Chengdao's disciples and servants buried him on Wanjia Mountain. But Tao Chengdao died on the road to pursuing his dream. His heroic deeds have been inspiring generations of astronauts in my country, and have won the recognition of the world's aerospace field today. It is internationally recognized that he is the first pioneer in history to use manned rockets to try to fly into space. The International Astronomical Union also named a crater on the Moon Wanhu to commemorate this great man. If Wang Bing, Zhuang Zhen, and Zhang Shuai represent the integrity of China, then Tao Chengdao embodies the spirit of the sages who seek knowledge and explore. Among these sages, there is naturally no lack of Lao Tzu, the greatest scientist in the 11th century. Whenever he looked up at the sky, he would have an idea in his heart: if people could fly to the sky and look down at the ground, what a wonderful scene it would be. The magnificent mountains and rivers, all kinds of things in the world, can be seen. Therefore, a long time ago, he tried to make a wooden kite, hoping to use the wind to reach the sky and conquer the sky. However, due to the lack of sufficient knowledge and theory, the idea of the wooden kite ascending to the sky ultimately failed. Now, as his body is getting old, Lao Tzu has a premonition in his heart: he doesn't have much time left, and this obsession is probably impossible to realize. He may only be able to leave the world with regrets in 1 or 2 years, but he didn't expect that. With the appearance of Su Yun, some things seem to have changed vaguely. Airplane? Does it refer to the flying wheels, or the flying machinery? Regardless of the above possibilities, can it really take a person to the sky? You know, the weight of an adult can be as light as 100 kilograms or as heavy as more than 200 kilograms. Including the weight of the load, the most conservative estimate is more than 200 kilograms, right? Such a heavy object, how can it be allowed to fly? But Su Yun had already proven his ability before, so his words were quite credible. Then Lao Tzu paused, considering that the auspicious sign was of great importance, and decided to learn more about the inside story. Xiao Wang, is there any principle that can explain the airplane you mentioned? Principal. Su Yun thought about it and took out 2 pieces of paper from his body. He mentioned it before in Fan Lao. He always carries paper and pen with him. Then he held one end of the paper with both hands and let the paper hang naturally. He asked Lao Tzu and Xiao Zhao, "Your Highness, Master, do you remember the experiment you did in class?" Lao Tzu and Xiao Zhao looked at each other, thinking, and said after a moment, "Of course I remember. It seems to be called Bernoulli's principle." Su Yun nodded, "Yes." Then he paused and continued, "Your Highness, Master, since you still remember Bernoulli's principle, is there a possibility, for example, change the paper into a fixed object, and use the technique to make the upper and lower gas flow rate have a huge difference? In this way, can we make the object float like a piece of paper?" Students with good memory should still remember. When Su Yun first met Xiao Li, he once demonstrated an experiment of blowing paper for her. Later, Xiao Li specifically asked Su Yun about this in class. In order to facilitate the explanation, Su Yun demonstrated another experiment in high school: hold one end of the paper with both hands, let the paper hang naturally, and then blow air between the 2 pieces of paper. Then you will find that the 2 pieces of paper are stuck together. In high school textbooks, the above 2 experiments are attributed to Bernoulli's principle. Look, the flow rate is high and the pressure is low, so the paper floats up. But in fact, this is wrong. The blowing of paper that Su Yun demonstrated to Xiao Li at the beginning had little to do with Bernoulli's principle. In fact, this is also the most widely circulated misunderstanding of Bernoulli's equation. Considering the information barrier problem of some stupid, Lay readers, a simple summary is, Bernoulli's equation is valid along the same streamline, not between different streamlines. The direction of the paper's deviation does not depend on which side the airflow is on, but on the angle between the direction of the airflow and the paper, which is related to viscosity. At the beginning, the paper hangs vertically. Blowing air above the paper will take away the air on the right side of the paper due to viscosity. In this way, a low-pressure zone will be formed. Due to the existence of this low-pressure zone, the paper will float to the upper right. When the paper flutters, the streamline will bend downward. Then, the streamline will eventually be close to the paper. At this time, the airflow is no longer straightforward, but takes a downward arc, which is a swirl field. Therefore, the streamline bending downward will generate centrifugal force, and the centrifugal force will lift the paper. The real name of this effect is called Coanda effect, not Bernoulli principle. It is very simple and easy to understand, right? However, in high school classes, when talking about the principle of airplanes, teachers not only do not explain the Coanda effect, in fact, quite a number of people may not even know that they are wrong, but also often extend the above paper example again. That is, replace the paper with a wing. For the wing, the upper surface is more convex, and the airflow will have a greater speed when passing over the upper surface. Therefore, a pressure difference is also generated, and this pressure difference is the source of lift. With the above explanation and the paper experiment, most people suddenly understand the principle of airplanes flying in the sky. Oh, it turns out that the principle of airplanes is so simple. So, a situation of repeated mistakes has appeared. The principle of airplanes is the Bernoulli principle. In fact, if you are willing to think about this statement, you can easily think of two rebuttal questions. First, why can the airplane in the flight show fly upside down? Second, a kite is just a large flat plate. Why can it fly without power? Of course. You can think about these two questions, but it is not recommended to refute the teacher in class. Otherwise, you may be punished by standing in the corner and copying homework, and you may be criticized by the head teacher. In short, so far, including Bernoulli's principle, Newton's third law, Ventli effect, Kutázovsky law, and many improved laws, it is actually difficult to perfectly explain the problem of lift. Why airplanes can fly is still an unsolved mystery. It is said that the Nobel Prize is far away. In fact, if the principles of many common phenomena in life can be successfully explained, the Nobel Prize is almost within reach. But on the other hand, it is still a sentence mentioned a long time ago, the Song dynasty is not the 21st century. For the basic cognition of this era, some concepts do not need to be completely correct. A more general explanation is easier to understand. Therefore, when Su-Yun explained the reason, he directly applied the Bernoulli principle to the paper. That is, in a flowing fluid, the greater the flow rate, the smaller the pressure. Now, in order to save some trouble, he continued to extend the paper to the wing, and still put his hat on the Bernoulli principle. Therefore, if we can provide a large amount of thrust in a short time through some means, we may be able to send the plane into the sky. If I remember correctly, there is also a skill called loudspeaker in the Fengling Yu insect. This thing is not large in size, but it can amplify the voice of ordinary people several times, and it is not difficult to replicate it. If your highness can fly on an airplane and speak to the people through the loudspeaker, there is no need to worry about the residual influence of the deposed emperor. After hearing Su-Yun's words, Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up. Although in the legends of the dynasties, every emperor seems to have supernatural powers. For example, Liu Bang killed the white snake, Go Huan's red light and purple air, etc., as if you can't be an emperor without some strange appearances. But there is one thing to say. These so-called visions are basically rumors that emerged only after he ascended the throne, and their authenticity is questionable. In fact, there have been very few miracles that really appeared in the public eye, and even if there are, it is probably just a coincidence. But if he can fly high in the sky during the coronation ceremony and utter thunder sound, then it is a real vision in public. The effect is definitely countless times higher than any amnesty. In the game, it is a big effect of plus 40 people's hearts. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhao suddenly couldn't sit still, and hurriedly asked Su-Yun, Prince Wang, I don't know how much material is needed for the plane, and how long it will take to make it. Su-Yun heard this and immediately put on a thoughtful look. Tell the truth. Although he is an old hand in the DIY circle, it is still difficult to make a plane by hand in the ancient background. Just according to the Halo prompt, The heaviest score of the task is related to the technical difficulty. So he had to come up with a concept of the plane, otherwise he could just make a hot air balloon. Speaking of airplanes, the first thing to mention must be the type. Generally speaking, from a structural point of view, airplanes are mainly divided into two categories: jet airplanes and propeller airplanes. Among them, propeller airplanes are the most primitive powered airplanes, and they are also the ones we see in old movies and documentaries. It mainly uses the rotation of the propeller to push the air behind the airplane, and uses its reaction force to push the airplane forward. According to the different power sources, it can also be divided into piston airplanes, turboprop airplanes, and so on. However, some aviation enthusiasts will separate piston airplanes and define them as a third type of independent airplanes. There are not many of them, and they can only be regarded as an unpopular school. Of course, although propeller airplanes have a long history, they have not completely withdrawn from the aviation stage. The proportion of active airplanes is about 20%. Jet airplanes are the mainstream airplanes now. Most of the civil airliners we are riding now are jet airplanes. Compared with propeller airplanes, the classification of jet airplanes is more complicated. For example, they can be divided into turbojets, turbofans, turbopropellers, turboshafts, and so on. However, don't think that airplanes seem to be very tall. If you don't consider the score, there are several types that are quite easy to rub by hand. For example, a very simple pulse jet engine. The English name of this thing is also called pulse jet. It was specially used to launch V-1 missiles during World War II and only hit John Bull. Although from a modern perspective, pulse jet has low power, high vibration and noise, unstable operation, short life and uncontrollable life, and a very narrow controllable range of output power. But from a technical point of view, the pulse jet engine is too simple. Its main component is a tube, and it may not even be a seamless steel tube. The front of the tube is blocked with a one-way valve to let air in, and then an oil pump and igniter are inserted and the job is done. When starting, use compressed air to flush the front valve, and then cooperate with ignition, and it can start instantly. Soo-yoon had rubbed 3 or 4 simple pulse jets in his previous life, and the thrust-to-weight ratio was as high as 500 plus. But considering that this kind of design without much technical content is not valuable, the score is unlikely to be too high, and it is estimated that it may be better than a hot air balloon. Therefore, Soo-yoon hesitated again and again, and made a bold decision: design an engine by himself. To be honest, this is undoubtedly a very difficult approach. Although Soo-yoon is more familiar with internal combustion, although he did not engage in engine construction in Changfei after graduation in his previous life, he was familiar with a lot of knowledge. But no matter what, this is the Song dynasty after all. There are no supercomputers and no sophisticated production equipment, which is very different from the conditions in later generations. In addition, flow field analysis, compressor, turbine, rotor synchronization, clearance control, fuel oil, bearings, and even the shape of the combustion chamber cannot be wrong. On the contrary, the extremely difficult blade processing in later generations can be relatively easy. After all, it is only a short-term deal with the coronation ceremony. With the current level of skills in the Song dynasty, it is quite easy to use money to pile up a set of blades with a lifespan of 60 hours. But the whole process is difficult. Soo-yoon has an inexplicable premonition in his heart. The score of this task is crucial, the higher the better, and it must not be perfunctory. This premonition even made him feel a little heavy, as if the beneficiaries would not only be him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up and looked at Xiao Zhao, saying, "Your Highness, if you want to build an airplane, I'm afraid I need a lot of manpower and material support." Xiao Zhao waved his hand generously. He was not a person who would dilly-dally. "Prince Wang, just ask." Soo-yoon thought for a moment and said, "First of all, there are a lot of iron ore, craftsmen with basic skills, and a suitable preparation site. Secondly, there are some rare resources, such as falling stars, and the more the better." The so-called falling stars refer to meteorites. In addition to iron and nickel, there is a chance to find some other rare metals in meteorites. Although the content of these metals may not be particularly high, but the number of meteorites accumulated in the Song dynasty treasury should be quite large, and in theory, there is a high probability that some special resources can be obtained. As the younger brother of Song's cousin, Xiao Zhao knew something about the storage in the palace, so he readily agreed. There are about 100 fallen stars in the palace. The smallest ones are no bigger than nuts, and the largest ones are as big as water tanks. If it's still not enough, I can contact the noble families in various places and I will definitely meet your needs." Su Yun nodded with satisfaction and continued, "In addition, there are a large number of mathematical scholars, such as Mr. Tongyu, and the more the better. As for the time, it will take at least 6 or 7 months. 6 or 7 months. Xiao Zhao repeated the time and turned to look at Lao Su. Lao Su thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness can temporarily lead the government as the regent. Not to mention half a year is also fine." Su Yun nodded slightly. This answer was within his expectations. After all, Xiao Zhao also had to take time to accept the remaining power of Zhao Ji, which was not so easy. Even Zhao Ji, who is legitimate in history, took more than half a year to get it done. Then he suddenly thought of something and added, "Oh, there is one more thing we need to prepare." "What is it?" "The donkey at the Su Mansion." Chapter 173 To the Brilliant People. In the 21st century, due to some industry barriers, many people often think of engines from a high-end perspective. But in fact, in some model aircraft circles, it is not uncommon to make their own aircraft engines, and funds are ranked before technology. For example, homemade turbojets. There are a lot of related videos on Bilibili, and some geek websites still have some data. The number of homemade engines in the homes of many folk scientists can fill up half of the room. Of course, some people may ask, why are DIY engines so popular? This has to talk about the source of all evil, Kurt Schreckling. In early 1998, after countless failures, this engineer-level enthusiast finally made the first turbojet engine he designed run successfully and had actual combat effects. So, he published a book called Gas Turbine Engine for Aircraft Model that year, and the Chinese name is Model Aircraft Jet Engine. In the book, he announced the parameters of an engine called FD3-64, which became the ancestor of all DIY engines in the future. Since then, the process of making a homemade engine has been almost set. Just like a fishing rod. With the development of the fishing industry, the routines of how to install fishing reels, string hanging lines, and tie bait are fixed nowadays. The only difference is the parameter calculation of whether to use a water drop reel or a spinning reel, which number of lines to use, 5 grams or 10 grams of bait, and which vegetable market to buy fish after the Air Force. Indeed, the industrial level of later generations is much higher than that of the Song dynasty. For example, it is difficult to do 5-axis CNC machining centers and wire cutting. But on the other hand, as mentioned earlier, Su Yun's goal is very practical and he did not think about reaching the sky in one step. First, the engine he designed will not reach the mass production level in one step. Secondly, the use direction of this aircraft is to go to the coronation ceremony, and its lifespan is only a few dozen hours. There is no need to consider long-term durability, long-term deformation, popular technology, and production line production. With the support of Xiao Zhao, it is not a fantasy to make an engine with the whole country's strength. As for the engine that Su Yun is going to design this time, it is a rotary cylinder engine. Note, I was confused when calculating thrust yesterday, and I wrote down the bypass ratio, which led some friends to think that I was going to make a turbofan. The rotary cylinder engine, also known as the radial engine, is actually a type of piston engine. However, it is different from the cylinder block of the inline piston engine. The rotary cylinder type is that the engine cylinder rotates around the output shaft, and the cylinder block of the inline piston engine is fixed relative to the output shaft. The engine template designed by Su Yun this time is the CJ6, which is a radial air-cooled 9-cylinder engine. However, it has been optimized in some aspects, and all aspects are higher than the pulse jet engine, such as increasing the curvature of the impeller, etc. The specific parameters are as follows: compression ratio 6.1 plus or minus 0.1. Main connecting rod strength ratio 1.0032. Working state 2,370 revolutions per minute. Piston stroke 130 mm. Advanced ignition angle 29 plus or minus 2 degrees. Maximum gas pressure value 57.2 kg square centimeter. Connecting rod length 235 mm. Crank rotation radius 63 mm. Piston diameter 105 mm. Crankshaft deflection at maximum pressure 13 degrees, assuming that the time from the beginning to the maximum value of the gas explosion force is 4/1000. The first stage accounts for 12%, The pressure increase accounts for 20%, and the other dead point is 11 degrees. I took the larger value. By the way, this is the parameter of an engine that I rubbed by hand 9 years ago and used in actual combat, of course. Parameters are parameters, which is only a small part of the entire body design process. There are also some other data that Su-Yun cannot complete alone. For example, cross-sectional thrust, reflected wave pressure of vertical flat plate, etc. Because of this, he asked Xiao Zhao for Lao Jia and others to help. Scientific research has never been a one-person job. One night a week later, on a vacant lot in the equipment bureau. At this moment, in the center of the vacant lot, there is a blast furnace similar to the iron smelting one, about 4 meters high. A pipe is connected to the side of the blast furnace, and on the pipe is the self-priming pump invented by Lao Su himself. Next to the blast furnace, Su-Yun first glanced at the sky, and after confirming that there was no sign of rain, he turned to Siegfried and asked, "Master Key, how is the equipment preparation going?" Siegfried wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and said, "Prince Wang, don't worry. I took people to check it several times yesterday and tried to start it once. Everything is normal." Su-Yun looked at the blast furnace again and said, "That's good, Master Key. This equipment is the core of our research and development this time. It is the ear of the fat man and the most important thing, so thank you for your hard work these days. Don't make any mistakes." Siegfried heard the words and immediately straightened his chest and said with full energy, "Don't worry, I will live here these days and will not go anywhere. I will ensure that the task is completed." Su-Yun nodded with relief. In this construction process, there are two indispensable links with the same name. One is the donkey. The other is aluminum. That's right. Aluminum. Aluminum and aluminum alloys are the most widely used aircraft manufacturing materials at present. As we all know, after adding a small amount of Cu and Mg to ordinary aluminum, Cu2 micrograin called Laves phase will be formed inside the aluminum. Its dispersion in aluminum can increase the hardness of aluminum and reduce its ductility, forming the so-called hard aluminum, which is an important material for manufacturing aircraft fuselages and engine casings. Of course, from the perspective of convenience, the engine can actually be barely dealt with by cast iron. After all, cast iron engines are quite common in later generations, and the cost will be a little lower. But considering the problem of the craftsmanship level in the Song dynasty, the performance of the body has been reduced a lot, and it has reached a very simple level. Therefore, for performance considerations, Su-Yun is still prepared to use a combination of aluminum plus ceramics for design to enhance some stability. But in this way, a problem arises. Aluminum is an extremely rare metal in ancient times, and it is difficult to find aluminum alone in nature. According to normal history, it was not until 1827 that German Weller heated potassium and anhydrous aluminum chloride together to produce metallic aluminum. The way to make aluminum in later generations mainly relies on electrolysis, that is, cryolide alumina molten salt electrolysis. Among them, molten cryolide is the solvent and alumina is the solute. Carbonide is used as the anode and aluminum liquid is used as the cathode. After a strong direct current is passed, metallic aluminum can be produced at 950-970. However, this method requires a large amount of direct current and a series of accompanying links. With the power of the generator rubbed by Su-Yun, it is impossible to achieve this effect. Therefore, after repeated consideration, he finally decided to use another method to make aluminum. This process is based on the smelting of copper and iron, and requires copper, carbon and bauxite. Its main chemical reaction formula is 3Cu plus Al2O3 equals 3CuO plus 2Al at high temperature. CuO plus C equals Cu plus Co in a closed environment. Seeing this, some students may be surprised. It's not right. This is a reaction formula that violates modern chemical theory, right? Because the chemical properties of aluminum are far more active than copper, aluminum cannot lose oxygen atoms and give oxygen atoms to copper, so this reaction formula is completely wrong. In fact, this reaction has a prerequisite. In a closed high-temperature resistant container without free oxygen, copper and Al2O3 are placed in it, and heated to raise its temperature to the boiling point of aluminum. At this time, a small amount of Al2O3 will instantly lose oxygen and become aluminum vapor, and escape from the surface of the mixture of copper and aluminum oxide in a molten state in time. At this time, the copper in a molten state will have to accept oxygen and become copper oxide. Therefore, if the small channel on the sealed container can be opened in time, the aluminum vapor can flow to another sealed container without oxygen in time, and then the temperature can be reduced to obtain aluminum in a single state. Considering that the boiling point of aluminum is 2467, which is far higher than the 1600 degrees of even the iron blast furnace, Su-Yun has used ethanol to produce acetylene these days. You see, the alcohol and hydrochloric acid at the beginning are useful again. The site returns to reality. After everything is ready, Su-Yun looked at Siegfried and said, "Master Key, let's start." Siegfried nodded to him, walked to the furnace head himself, and lit a fire at the low arch entrance. The oxygen for acetylene combustion is still the same as in iron smelting, which comes from the industrial production of heated potassium permanganate. Acetylene can reach 3600 degrees when burning in oxygen, so soon, aluminum vapor was produced in the equipment. Aluminum vapor rose into the channel under the guidance of the self-priming pump invented by Lao Tzu, and ice cubes were placed around the channel to cool it down. Don't ask where the ice cubes came from. Do you remember the sour plum soup? About half an hour later, as the reaction progressed, another container appeared in the extremely rare metal aluminum of this era. However, there was only a small ball of metal aluminum at the moment, which was far from what Su-Yun needed. Therefore, after handing the scene over to Siegfried, Su-Yun said goodbye and left, and came to another courtyard of the equipment bureau. Yesterday, someone said that hand-rubbing generators are ridiculous, but the problem is that I have really rubbed them by hand. I have written the principle and the material preparation process so clearly. You can say that I am talking nonsense, but at least I can tell you what is wrong. Some people say that the plot is nonsense, and they can't tell you what is wrong when they are asked. So any concept that exceeds their own cognition is nonsense? The two reader groups together have more than 1,000 readers, 4 or 5 PhDs, and 20 or 30 graduate students. They often chat with me privately to discuss some issues. I dare not say that my writing is very good, but at least I can guarantee that the knowledge I output is correct, otherwise this book would not have achieved the current results. Speaking of results, I would like to tell you that this book has an average subscription of 6,500, which has increased by 1,000 this month. Chapter 174 to the Brilliant People. More than a week ago, after deciding to build the aircraft, Xiao Zhao quickly fulfilled his promise. While preparing various types of ore materials, he also quickly organized a large team. The total number of this team is just over 700, and about half of them are craftsmen, a total of more than 300 people. Among them, in addition to Siegfried, there are 3 top-notch craftsmen from all over the country, that is, the 8th-level workers in the Song dynasty. This ratio is actually very normal. Take 1959 as an example. At that time, there were more than 70 million skilled workers in the country, of which there were more than 1,300 8th-level workers recorded by the Ministry of Machinery. The first generation of submarines, the first missile, the first atomic bomb, and the first space satellite are inseparable from the hard work of the 8th-level workers. At present, the population of the Song dynasty is about 100 million, which is a big gap from the more than 1 billion in later generations. And the number of workers engaged in handicrafts is not as many as in later generations, but it is still normal to have 3 or 5 masters of the 8th-level workers. After all, the key to the 8th-level worker is still to be attributed to manual ability. There is definitely a correlation with the foundation of machinery and technology, but it is not particularly close. Some ancient skills, such as filigree and kingfisher feathers, are no less difficult than the requirements of the 8th-level workers. According to Su-Yun's plan, in the second half of the entire production process, these craftsmen will take on the important task of casting molds, which directly determines the yield rate of the aircraft. In addition to the craftsman module, the remaining half of the team members are all recruited by Xiao Zhao. Mathematical experts. As mentioned before, scientific research will never be a one-person thing. Due to his experience in his previous life, Su-Yun can rely on himself for the parameters of the engine or can only rely on himself to design. Because in this era, apart from him, no one else has the ability to design engines. But in addition to engine design, the calculation of many data must rely on the assistance of others. This group of mathematical teams were recruited from all over the country, and the person in charge was mainly Lao Jia. At the same time, Han Gonglian, Li Feiyu and others also served in the middle and senior positions in the team.
Although they also do not have the knowledge reserves related to engines and fluids, their calculations are at the top in this era. In some cases, Su-Yun only needs to give conditions and equations. Even if the concepts are a bit beyond the scope, a group of dozens or even more people can still get results. After all, in the 3 or 4 months between the death of Empress Dowager Xiong and the coup, Su-Yun did not fail to impart new knowledge to Lao Jia and others. In the recent period, it even involved note that it was some calculus knowledge. This mathematical team was also placed in the instrument bureau, and Xiao Zhao planned a huge courtyard for them. When Su-Yun came to the entrance of the courtyard was very lively. Perhaps it was because of the limited space. It was already night, but there were still a lot of tables in the courtyard, and hundreds of people were doing mathematical calculations in them. Some of them were calculating data alone. There were also 2s and 3s who divided the work and cooperated. Some seemed to have encountered some problems and were gathering in a corner to discuss quietly. For example, on the side near the entrance at this time, there were 7 or 8 mathematicians who looked like literati gathered together, as if they were communicating something. Seeing this, Su-Yun walked over to a few people and listened with interest. The first person to speak was a middle-aged man in yellow clothes. He pointed to 2 pieces of calculation paper on the table and said, "Brother Huo, the valve thickness is 1/100th of an inch, and the nozzle cross-section is set to Cheyenne. The volume is fixed, but why are the results calculated by you and me different?" Another thin dark man stretched out his finger and drew a horizontal line on a column. "Brother Zhu, in my opinion, you must have miscalculated the value of the so-called axial force. Its front formula should be 1/3, not 1/4. The scholar named Zhu in yellow clothes shook his head and said, No, I entered it according to the curve-shaped gradual equation taught by Mr. Tuangayu. The value must be 1/4. You are wrong." After listening for a while, Su-Yun almost understood the problem that these scholars were struggling with. In simple terms, this is a calculation of unit cross-section thrust under the definition of equal thrust-to-drag ratio. It involves the thickness of the valve and the cross-section of the nozzle, as well as the problems of reflection and speed of sound. When organizing the math team earlier, considering some conceptual issues, Su-Yun and Lao Ji especially produced a guidebook. The manual defines some superdimensional concepts, such as the gravitational constant is 6.67259 x 10 mkg, the speed of light is 300,000 km per second, and so on. In other words, no matter how the number comes from, just use this number and report the answer in the end. The guidebook is like an instruction manual. Ordinary mathematical scholars can directly calculate the data assigned to them through the relevant formulas. However, although the formula is fixed, it is difficult to judge which one to use in some situations. Therefore, it is not surprising that some disputes arise. The arguments of the two seem to make sense, and the scholars around them also seem a little confused. Just when the two were unwilling to accept each other, the dark and thin scholar surnamed Huo suddenly noticed Su-Yun, who was eating melons. At this time, Su-Yun was wearing casual clothes, so the scholar surnamed Huo thought he was also a member of the mathematics team, so he asked, "Brother, I wonder what your opinion is." Me. Su-Yun was slightly stunned. After confirming that the other party was asking him, he was silent for a moment, and said thoughtfully, "I don't dare to take credit for your opinion, but I can barely judge which direction of solving the problem is right or wrong." The scholar surnamed Huo and the scholar surnamed Zhu looked at each other, and did not look down on Su-Yun because of his age. After all, those who can come to this courtyard are not rookies. Direction of solving the problem? Please explain it in detail. Su-Yun thought about it, stretched out his hand and gestured the shape of the combustion chamber. According to the design drawings of the engine, we can know that the feed inlet and the interface are horizontal. From this, we can see that the temperature in the combustion chamber must be different. That is, the temperature near the fire area is higher than the front pressure wave front. According to the 39 formulas in the manual, the pressure wave is a kind of sound wave, and the speed of sound has a functional relationship with the temperature, so when the cross-section rebounds, the latter wave will inevitably catch up with the former wave, and we can only use the curve gradient to start. At this point, Su-Yun couldn't help but look at the scholar named Zhu. "So I dare not assert that Brother Zhu's data is not wrong, but at least I can be sure that his thinking is correct." Everyone repeats the calculation several times. "And I believe you can get an accurate value." Pa. Su-Yun's voice just fell, and applause suddenly rang out. Su-Yun looked over. I didn't know when Liu Yi had quietly come to his side. Liu Yi clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang has a clear mind, hits the mark, and speaks concisely. I really admire him." Seeing Liu Yi appear, several scholars immediately straightened their faces and said respectfully, "Hello, team leader." Su Yun also bowed. "Mr. Jingque, long time no see." Liu Yi returned the greetings to everyone in turn, and pointed at Su Yun and said to everyone, "I'm afraid you don't know, this is the famous daily update 30,000 feet Wang's action, Mr. Katanong. The standard manual that you have been studying day and night these days was written by Mr. Katanong and Mr. Tonggayu." Hearing Liu Yi's introduction, the scholar surnamed Huo was immediately shocked and stood in awe. "So it's Mr. Katanong, who is 30,000 Katanong every day. I have heard of your name for a long time." I'm sorry. Su Yun also bowed to him, his face looking very calm. The same words. The one who updated 30,000 words a day was Wang Lin, so what did he have to do with Su Yun? He then said goodbye to everyone and followed Liu Yi to stroll around the courtyard. Mr. Jingque, looking at the scholars who were calculating data by candlelight in the courtyard, Su Yun took the initiative to ask, "Is everything going well these days?" Liu Yi nodded, pointed to an area where the most mathematicians gathered, and said with a smile, "Everything is going well. The team members come from all corners of the country. They are either unsuccessful clerks or ordinary elementary school teachers, and some are hermits living in seclusion in the mountains. If it weren't for the grace of His Highness, everyone would probably never see such a grand scene of calculation in their lifetime, and naturally they would cherish it. Now we have calculated and verified more than 50 sets of data, an average of 7 sets a day, which is much higher than the expected 5 sets. Liu Yi's expression was a little emotional, and what he said was also from the bottom of his heart. Although there were many famous mathematicians in ancient China, not many of them could really leave their names in history. Except for a few examples. Most mathematical scholars were just ordinary minor officials or ordinary teachers in elementary schools. Even Lao Jia, a mathematical master at that time, could only leave an unknown record of his birth and death in history books, not to mention other ordinary people. Therefore, after learning that the emperor, or more precisely the court, had invited them and that there was a high subsidy, almost all mathematical scholars who received the letter accepted the recruitment. To a certain extent, this scale of mathematicians concentrating calculations was unprecedented in history, not to mention the Song dynasty. Therefore, Liu Yi's call at a grand scene was indeed sincere. Then Su Yun thought for a while and asked, "Mr. Jingque, where is Mr. Tonggayu?" The night was a little dark at this time. Liu Yi looked around and pointed to a small house in a secluded corner and said, "Mr. Tonggayu is in that room, Prince Wang. Let's go over and take a look." Su Yun nodded, "Thank you." Then, under the leadership of Liu Yi, the two quickly came to the door of this room. But Su Yun did not rush to knock on the door. Instead, he came to the window and looked inside through the carefully placed glass window. As soon as he saw the situation in the room clearly, he was a little stunned. At this moment, this room with an area of about 40 square meters was filled with piles of calculation papers. Some of the calculation papers were completely sealed and placed in a corner. Some were scattered on the ground in a mess. On the only 2 tables in the room, Lao Jia and Han Gonglian were sitting respectively, and they were both bowing their heads and calculating something. They would yawn and rub their eyes from time to time. But they would soon cheer up and continue to work. From their mental state, it can be easily judged that the energy consumed by these two is far higher than that of ordinary mathematicians. Seeing this, Su Yun looked at Liu Yi and asked, "Mr. Jingque, what is this?" Liu Yi was silent for a moment, sighed, and said, "Mr. Wang, the manual written by you and Mr. Tonggayu is good, but it is a dead thing after all. Just as you have seen before, some situations are bound to have differences of opinion and practice. So Mr. Tonggayu came up with a method to assign each task to 3 groups for calculation. Each group will first discuss and calculate, and determine a unified value to report. If the numbers reported by the 3 groups are the same, they will be temporarily summarized and wait for Master Key's practical verification. But if any of the 3 groups have different results, then it will be handed over to Mr. Tonggayu and Mr. Yang Y, who will be responsible for re-verification. Admittedly, this approach is bound to have some errors and omissions, but this is the best way we can do." Su Yun was silent after hearing this. After a while, he looked at Liu Yi thoughtfully, especially staying on his eye bags for a few seconds, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in his mind. "Mr.
Jinghua, you are probably one of the people responsible for the reinspection, right? Li Feiyu pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth and said, there is no way. The 6 of us who attended classes in the Su mansion are the only 6 people who can do the reinspection now. Young Master Wang, did you know that Mr. Tuangayu left a suicide note on the day the team was formed? Mr. Yang Wei had a new baby in his family yesterday, and he did not ask for leave to go home. Then he turned around and looked at the face illuminated by candles on a piece of paper in the yard. Young Master Wang, in fact, there are more than 6 of us. There are a total of 313 mathematicians in the entire team. Maybe some people made mistakes due to their ability, but no one was lazy. We all know the truth. Who wouldn't be tired? Who wants to be tired? But that's flying. Every 1/10,000th value we calculate may make the plane rise 1 foot. For thousands of years, China has been great. Since the time of Yan and Wang, no one has been able to conquer the sky. But now, we have the opportunity to do it. As he spoke, Li Feiyu looked at Su Yun again, with a light flashing in his eyes. Young Master Wang, Mr. Su once told us privately that your talent is unparalleled in ancient and modern times and is rare in the world. If you say you can, then you really can. We may not be able to catch up with you, but we will give you a push to the best of our ability. We do not ask to leave our names in history, but we hope to witness with our own eyes the first journey of the great China to the sky in thousands of years. Just as Mr. Tuangayu said when he wrote his suicide note, we will have no regrets even if we die. Su Yun listened to Li Fei유's words quietly, and a special emotion inexplicably surged in his heart. He wanted to tell Li Feiyu, in fact, I am just a time traveler from later generations, and all I have is relatively complete knowledge of later generations. It is not me who is truly great and amazing, but you great sages. In later generations, we not only conquered the sky, but also touched the universe. Mosey satellite and Zhir and Mars rover are both respect and praise for our ancestors. Thinking of this, he looked up at the sky involuntarily. There is not a trace of dark clouds in the starry sky tonight. The bright moon hangs high and the stars are shining. But in Su Yun's view, the starlight tonight is not in the sky, but in this world. December 8, 1100 AD. There is no heavy snow, but it is the time when the stars of China shine. Chapter 175, a gift for Li Qingzhao. In the 21st century, aircraft parameters are generally divided into 2 types, uncalculated parameters and calculable parameters. The former is a typical representative of aerodynamic data. Friends who have participated in aircraft design should know it. Due to the uncalculation of some data, the design of aircraft often needs to be observed through wind tunnels. For example, tracer particles plus laser light can qualitatively observe the shape of the flow field, but it is not accurate enough to quantitatively analyze the flow field. In order to truly measure the flow field, PIV technology has been developed in recent years. That is, use an ultra-high-speed camera to take 2 pictures continuously on the same section. For the same particle, there is an interval between the shooting time of these 2 pictures, so the recorded position must have changed, and the displacement distance can be calculated. At the same time, if the shooting time interval of the 2 pictures is known, the speed of the particle can be calculated. If the speed of all particles on this section is calculated, it is a real-time velocity vector field. As long as 100 pictures are taken continuously and connected together, the change of the velocity vector can be seen. This method is used to collect flow field data. Therefore, in the modern context, it is actually quite difficult to design a model, and the cost will be very high, and ordinary people can't bear it. The sound of the wind tunnel is worth a fortune. This is not a joke. However, the model that Su Yun wants to make this time is very simple, so the wind tunnel does not need to assist in the design. The main object is still the calculable parameters. Therefore, as time goes by, the whole project is also proceeding in an orderly manner. 4 months later, it is still the equipment manufacturing department. At this moment, Su Yun is walking slowly with Xiao Zhao and Lao Zhang, following an old man in his 70s. This has been going on for about a quarter of an hour. After passing through a strict guard line, a small house suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The old man heard the pigs squealing in front of the house, turned around and saluted Xiao Zhao respectfully, and said, "Your Highness, General Zhang, Prince Wang, this is it." Xiao Zhao looked around, nodded, and pointed to the door. "Master Su, open the door." The old man surnamed Su quickly said yes, took out a key from his sleeve, and opened the door of the workshop.
Then he made a gesture of invitation. "Please come in, old man, lead the way." Su-yoon and the other two followed him in. This workshop covers an area of about 100 square meters, with a set of equipment placed in the center. About half of these equipment are distillation-related equipment, and the rest are a few glass vessels and a number of bottles and jars. The size of the glass vessels is somewhat similar to the 15-liter bucket of a water dispenser, the kind that girls will whine and say they can't move when boys are around, but can be lifted with one hand when no boys are around. Only at this moment. Each glass vessel is filled with a transparent solution that looks a bit sticky and not quite like water. Some silver, chrysanthemum-like plants are floating in the solution. Next to one of the largest glass vessels, Brother Donkey was grunting and pulling it around. Su-yoon walked to the vessel and carefully observed the internal situation through the glass cover of the vessel for a while. Then he stuffed some grass into the donkey and asked the old man, "Master Su, how long have these silver chrysanthemums been soaked?" The old man surnamed Su pondered for a moment, calculated the time in his mind, and replied, "About 10 hours." Su-yoon nodded thoughtfully, then let the donkey rest for a while. The Master Su he was talking about had the same surname as Old Su, and his full name was Su-ki. He was a master from the Zhejiang East Road State Clothing Bureau. Unlike Siegfried, Su-ki was not a craftsman, but he had extremely rich experience in dyes. There were many modules in the assembly of the aircraft designed by Su-yoon, and the production of most of the equipment required the help of sophisticated craftsmen like Siegfried. But in some links, special professionals like Su-ki were needed. For example, the preparation of rubber-like materials. Friends who have a little understanding of engine structure should know that in addition to steel, various alloys or ceramics, there is another indispensable material for the engine: rubber parts. For example, the engine's oil pipes, crankshaft oil seals, valve oil seals, O-rings, etc., all require a variety of rubber parts. The origin of rubber is Brazil. According to the normal timeline, it would take several hundred years for it to be brought back to Europe from America by the Gallic expedition. And it was not until the end of the 19th century that rubber was finally finalized as an industrial material. Therefore, it is impossible to find natural rubber in the standard sense in the Song dynasty at present. Of course. In addition to natural rubber, rubber also has a category of synthetic rubber, but this requires sufficient substances for polymerization. Even the simplest dimethylbutadiene is not what the Song dynasty industry can achieve now. However, as a physicist, Su-yoon said that in addition to standard rubber, there are some means to produce rubber-like products. For example, the widely spread Eucommia gum in later generations. Eucommia is a single-family plant unique to my country. Eucommia gum is a natural polymer material, also called transisoprene rubber. In the 21st century of later generations, the local area is also vigorously developing this material, with high technical value and a very broad prospect. However, the sensitivity of Eucommia gum in engines is limited, and the extraction process is also relatively complicated, and even petroleum ether is required. Therefore, after repeated consideration, Su-yoon finally chose another plant, silver chrysanthemum. Silver chrysanthemum, also known as silver leaf chrysanthemum, is a plant with leaves that resemble snowflakes and are very beautiful. It is mainly distributed in the Yangtze River basin of my country. It is more common than Eucommia elmaides and has very low transportation costs. Silver chrysanthemum gum produced by silver chrysanthemum is also a very good rubber-like product and is very suitable for the engine and DOI 10.28077 NCHGB 2005.001315. What Su-yoon and others saw at this time was the first step in the production of silver chrysanthemum gum, placing them in a sodium hydroxide solution for alkaline leaching, and using sodium hydroxide to dissolve the cuticle. The sodium hydroxide required for this step still comes from the initial electrolysis link. As for Brother Donkey, it naturally provides centrifugal power to increase the contact surface. Before Su-yoon and others came, Su-ki soaked the silver chrysanthemum for a long time. After estimating that the time was about right, Su-yoon said to Su-ki, "Master Su, let's start the next step." Su-ki said yes, put on gloves, and walked to a corner. After a while, he brought back a small plate. At this time, the plate was filled with a pile of sticky white mucus, emitting a faint fishy smell. Of course. Don't get me wrong. These things are not liquids that have been squeezed out, but crushed termite corpses. That's right. Termites are the main degraders of natural cellulose.
There is a kind of microorganism called flagellate in their digestive tract, which produces a large amount of cellulase. These cellulases can hydrolyze the cell wall of chrysanthemum and release the gum filaments. At the same time, the termite corpses will not affect the preparation of chrysanthemum, and the cellulase will not react with sodium hydroxide. It is a very good self-extraction material. After the step is completed, just reflux and extract, and filter while hot. After cooling, freeze it at sub-zero temperature for an hour, and you can get the finished chrysanthemum gum. After putting the termites into the container, considering that the subsequent steps would take a long time, Su-yoon took the initiative to ask Su-ki, Master Su, are the finished products that have been refined before still available? Su-ki nodded and said, the demand is very high. Master Ki and his team took away a lot of finished products, but there are still some rubber tubes that have not been taken away. Please wait a moment, Master Wang. I will go and get them. After saying that, Su-ki turned around and walked to another corner. After a while, Su-ki returned to Su-yoon with a few rubber tubes and handed them to him. Master Wang, these are the rubber tubes that were made before, all processed according to the requirements of the diagram. Su-yoon took the rubber tube and pulled it with ordinary strength. Under the force, the rubber tube quickly became a thinner strip, but it was not broken. Su-yoon nodded with satisfaction and handed it to Xiao Zhao. Your Highness, would you like to take a look? Xiao Zhao took the rubber tube with interest and studied it with Lao Zhang. After a while, Xiao Zhao raised his head thoughtfully and said to Su-yoon, Prince, is this waterproof? Su-yoon smiled at him and replied, of course it can. Xiao Zhao tried to flatten the rubber tube again, rubbing the rubber surface with his thumb and index finger, and said, in this case, can't this be made into rubber shoes or rubber clothes? Su-yoon immediately raised his eyelids and looked at him with a little surprise. Unexpectedly, the first thing that the quasi-emperor thought of was the application in the field of people's livelihood, but he still said affirmatively, Your Highness is right, yes, this thing is a good material for making rubber shoes. He was not flattering Xiao Zhao. Whether it was rubber shoes or rubber clothes that Xiao Zhao mentioned, they were indeed the early applications of rubber in life. Although the vulcanization process is still needed in the middle, it is honestly very good to think of this in a short period of time. When natural rubber was first brought back to Europe, it was only used to make some toys and souvenirs. No one thought of making rubber shoes at all. It was not until more than 30 years later that Europeans realized its waterproof properties and suddenly got the idea. Besides Xiao Zhao, Lao Zhang was also checking the rubber in his hand with great interest. What a good thing. As a soldier, Lao Zhang's thinking was obviously more militaristic. He said to Su-yoon, Xiao Wang, according to what you said, the initial state of this thing was paste. Su-yoon nodded at him and said, yes, when it was just extracted, the silver chrysanthemum glue looked like rice paste. Is it sticky? Of course it is. Lao Zhang asked hurriedly after hearing this. Then if the silver chrysanthemum glue is applied to the loose parts of weapons or axles before it solidifies, wouldn't it have a reinforcement effect? If it can be applied to the handles of swords and guns, it seems that it can also reduce some wear and tear on the soldiers' palms. Su-yoon heard this and raised his eyebrows again. Good guy. As a well-known military master in the late Song dynasty, Lao Zhang's military literacy is really not to be underestimated. He immediately thought of the role of rubber in cold weapons. You know, before the emergence of bug-level products such as rubber wheels, the biggest use of rubber in industry and military was to bond weapons and reinforce equipment. For example, the long swords and spears commonly seen in the Song dynasty army. Don't be fooled by the fact that every weapon in the movies and TV shows seems to be very delicate, with carvings and characters. But in fact, in the ancient context, the quality of weapons equipped by the lower-level soldiers could not reach the level in the movies and TV shows at all. For example, the handles of the swords in ancient times were generally made of mulberry or jujube wood, and the gun barrels were made of jujube wood. The weapons equipped by the elite troops may be slightly better. They will be soaked in oil repeatedly during production, which is relatively less painful. But ordinary troops are not so lucky. Their weapons are basically wrapped in raw lacquer on the outside, and there is no so-called polishing and waxing at all. If you are unlucky, you can easily get thorns. Therefore, the wear of the palm and the tiger's mouth is very common in all dynasties, and even affected the situation of many battles. If you can add silver chrysanthemum glue to the grip, as long as the application method is correct, it is completely possible to protect the palm while preventing slipping. To be frank,
If this type of weapon can be widely used for a long time, the victory rate of the ground battlefield may be increased by at least 10%. An inconspicuous thing can increase the combat power by 10%, which is already a very terrifying value. Of course, considering that guinea chrysanthemum glue cannot be mass-produced, Lao Zhang and Xiao Zhao's ideas can only be regarded as material prospects, and there is still a distance from practical application. Then Xiao Zhao left Suki and Lao Zhang at the scene, and took Su Yun out of the door and strolled around the equipment manufacturing bureau casually. Prince Wang, I wonder how the production progress of the aircraft is going. Su Yun took out a piece of paper from his sleeve, spread it out, and said, Your Highness, this is the progress chart of each department. At present, the aircraft has been completed about 80%. 80%, Xiao Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Su Yun's answer was somewhat beyond his expectations. This is much faster than previously planned, right? Su Yun smiled, and it can be seen that he was also very satisfied with the progress, about 20% faster, thanks to the efficiency of the calculation team that is much higher than expected. In addition, the donkey is also very hard-working, and can grind the mill for 10 hours a day. Xiao Zhao nodded with satisfaction, and then thought of something, and said to Su Yun, By the way, Miss Li still doesn't see you. Hearing the name Xiao Li, Su Yun's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of complexity. In the previous coup he led, he asked himself if he owed Xiao Zhao, Lao Zhang, Wang Bing, and even Zhao Ji. After all, in normal history, this guy directly led to the demise of the Song dynasty and was the culprit among the culprits. Su Yun was right to let him roll off the throne in this life. Therefore, there were only two people who really made him feel sorry. One was Lao Su. In the absence of a way for Lao Su to witness the original timeline with his own eyes, Lao Su was destined to be unable to get out of the moral condemnation in his heart. He would constantly doubt and condemn himself, and question the correctness of his actions until the end of his life. The second was Xiao Li. Although Xiao Li did not know the cause and effect of the whole thing at this time, the reason why Lao Li was imprisoned was there. Zhao Ji's name and birthday were found in the secret compartment under the base of the microscope. At the same time, as an excellent student who had used the microscope in Lao Su's mansion many times, how could Xiao Li not know that there would be no secret compartment under the base of a normal microscope? At the same time, combined with the development of subsequent events, Xiao Li can easily come to a conclusion. Lao Li was framed by Su Yun and imprisoned. Although Lao Li was not injured much during the whole process and was successfully released from prison in the end. But this approach is a psychological hurdle for Xiao Li after all. Therefore, after the whole incident, Xiao Li no longer went to the mansion to attend classes and refused Su Yun's visits many times. Of course, although he was blocked, Xiao Li still did not return the microscope. After the girl learned that Lao Li was fine, she immediately took the microscope back to Li's mansion. The reason was that she had spent money and it was a legal transaction. At the same time, Xiao Zhao also suddenly became curious about biology. He would ask Su Yun some biological questions from time to time, and sometimes he would ask Su Yun to write them on paper, so that this matter would not be told to outsiders. But they won't be able to meet after all. Then Su Yun paused, took out a 3 or 4 centimeter thick book from his body, and handed it to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, if it is convenient, please pass this book to Miss Li. Xiao Zhao took the book, flipped through it casually, and asked, Young Master Wang, the book seems to be all about biology. Su Yun nodded and replied, Yes, it is mainly some knowledge about microorganisms, all of which are records of the Fengling Yu insect. Miss Li should be very interested. Xiao Zhao closed the book, looked at Su Yun with some confusion, and asked, Young Master Wang, Miss Li actually doesn't hate you. In your words, it's just that she hasn't gotten over it in her heart. In a few months, when the situation stabilizes, I will invite you 3 to go out for a trip. And the gap will naturally disappear. Wouldn't it be better if you give her this book then? Su Yun was silent for a long time after hearing this, shook his head with mixed feelings, and still insisted, Your Highness, you should pass this book on. After that, he sighed slightly in his heart, My time in this world is running out. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.